reaction is, what? Um, and I understand there are, here's what we propose and see what we can get kind of actions. There's a lot of areas, a lot of view spots, and a lot of public property. We first came here in '78 on Bay Beach, so we've been here for a lot of years. We own our house in Connecticut since 2001. Kind of looked at it as the south end of the island was condos, and we did residential, and then we did downtown. And if this is what's going to start popping up everywhere, it's just, I'm expressing my opinion that we need to take a hard look at it. Let's talk about some projects that you all have approved that make a lot of sense. And I think that's what we're talking about even with CJ. If we go back and if we see what happens, what makes sense. The well, it's a great project. It didn't have enough parking space. You all said
system. Why would we take all this?
I think our system is portable.
No, we have. We did take the speakers. We took all this out? The speakers, that wasn't where you look at. I would not allow that. I thought we took the portable speakers from Parks and Rec.
Well, it was a nice setup.
Yeah, it was dope.
Did they record it? Is that going to be shown somewhere? Is that on our YouTube channel?
It's on our website.
What is it? The first coming?
How convenient.
That's something to be on the YouTube.
By the way, I'm the principal now.
It's there.
Don't
It's
be,
everywhere.
don't be trying to hit on me.
As soon as you open your mouth, it's somewhere.
Now it's recording. Okay.
Now we're good.
It is.
All right. We'll
That's all I have signed up for public comment.
okay. Okay, good. Sounds like we've got the sound back out there for the public too. Going to continue public comment. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Come on up.
Some reason my timer sound changed.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Jim Bagoulis. Just thank you again for everything you guys do. And we also want to thank the sheriff and all the deputies that were here on Labor Day directing traffic. I also sat in a lot of traffic that day, and I noticed that they were, directing traffic under a street light that wasn't working. And I was trying to question, like, what are they actually doing when actually the light could have worked? And they were given a lot of primary, again, people walking across the street. So they're stopping a lot of traffic, allowing people to cross the street. So what I want to do is encourage the council here to continue to work with either the sheriffs or Lee County to plan that light accordingly. So, when outbound traffic from 4 to 6, would be a great time to maybe extend the amount of cars going off. Because what happens is people get frustrated when they're sitting in traffic and bad things happen. That's when people cut off people trying to cross the roads and so on. So, it's one thing I'd just like to encourage the town to continue to look at that light by Margaritaville and Crescent. And, could be some solutions there you guys can work through. So, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King?
I'll pass.
Vice Mayor Darrell?
I have, if people would indulge me a second, I've got a little bit of a lengthy item here this morning, but it's kind of historical for our island. Brendan and I were members of Chapel by the Sea Church before Ian hit. And obviously the church has been torn down. We just received a letter. All the members of Chapel by the Sea received a letter dated May 24th. Dear Chapel by the Sea family of faith, our prayerful motion to dissolve the congregation of Chapel by the Sea effective September 30th, 2024 was affirmed by the majority vote. Those of us on the commission, that's the entity, the hierarchy that made the decision, were saddened by the necessity of the decision, but our year-long analysis has supported and confirmed this reality. And then the letter goes on, it says, I just think that people might find this of interest. As reported earlier, the mahogany cross, dolphin window, bells, and baptismal font are in climate-controlled storage. The ship's bell has been loaned to Cypress Lake Presbyterian Church to open services, and the chimes have been loaned to Faith Presbyterian Church. I thought, Jacob, if you could put up those pictures. I've got some pictures that I took after the storm of Chapel that'll be illustrative of some of the things I'm going to talk about. Poor Jacob's had his hands full this morning. But while he's looking for those pictures, there's some historical facts about Chapel by the Sea that I think are really interesting because this church was the oldest church on Fort Myers Beach. They first met in a pavilion at the Red Coconut Park, then in various homes, on boats, and even in a casino until constructing the island's first church building in 1938. They helped to start sister churches on the island. They hired a Roman Catholic priest to come serve Catholic Mass beginning in 1945 and continuing until the Catholic Church of the Ascension was organized in the 1950s. The church bell was rescued from the scrapyard during World War II. What would have been used to make bullets became used to announce worship services on the island. It was installed in the bell tower by soldiers from Page Field in 1942 and was on display in the narthex of the sanctuary. They always would ding it before the service would start. The church also served as the community's first movie theater in 1942, which I did not know. There we go. This is a shot of the sanctuary of the church after Ian, and it gives you a sense of the dolphin stained glass window that survived the storm. And Jacob, if you could go to the outside shot of the stained glass window, there's two more pictures. Give you a sense of, I mean, this church was on the, as many places were on at the right in the, there we go, and just gives you a sense of the destruction. And then Jacob, there's one more that's from the outside, obviously, and it gives you a sense of that. You can see that stained glass window up there, untouched by the storm. Given, and there you go. That's the most dramatic shot, quite honestly. Gives you a sense of just the damage that was done internally. But look how that stained glass window. Again, I see that stained glass window as a sign of hope, and the fact that survived the storm is really a miracle, and I think a great encouragement to the future. The pipe organ was added if you've ever been in the church, a massive, beautiful pipe organ was added in 1994, but only after great difficulty. After writing a check to the Mahler Organ Company, that company declared bankruptcy. Investors tried to revive the company, which had made organs for Camp David, the Air Force Academy Chapel, and many other of the nation's largest churches. They were able to construct only a few organs before they finally closed shop forever. Chapel was one of the last two Mahler organs ever made. In 2005, Chapel by the Sea suffered from over $1.5 million in damage from Hurricane Charlie. The original Dolphin Trinity window, which you see here, was destroyed. The center of the window, showing a ship with a cross-shaped mast, miraculously survived and was placed in the pulpit, in like a ship-like pulpit in the front of the church. That's the surviving Dolphin stained glass window, which is again currently in a climate-controlled storage area. I took the liberty, and I've not discussed. I made sure they understood that I've not discussed this with the council, although I did talk with Frankie a little bit about it. I made a request to see if it would be possible for the town of Fort Myers Beach in our new town hall, should we acquire it, which it looks like we're going to do, if we could have that stained glass window and display it somewhere in the new town hall as a historical preservation piece, and maybe put a little plaque next to it just explaining the history of the church and so forth. So I wrote a letter to the hierarchy of the church. I copied all the members of the church, and I just wanted to let my colleagues know that I obviously would want to get your support of that. But before I even bring it to your attention, we've got to get the permission from the church to kind of have that on loan for Fort Myers Beach. And they have a committee of folks that are running the assets and overlooking the assets of the church right now, and just determining how to disseminate those assets. And so I've made an appeal to that entity itself to see if that's possible. So to the folks at Chapel by the Sea Church, both current members and the members that over the many, many years on Fort Myers Beach, if I could paraphrase from the good book, well done, good and faithful servants. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right, Council Whitson.
Just quickly, I just want to remark, I was gone for 10 days and came back this weekend, and every time you leave and you come back, you see more progress, more things being done, more cleanup being done, painting of houses, new construction started. So the progress continues, and I want everyone to know that, take a step back and really look around, because you will see tons of progress going.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Councilor Safford.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to FMB Strong, congratulating them on their award from Southwest Florida Inc. I mean, there's so many great nonprofits in Southwest Florida, and for them to be honored like that is a true testament. So congratulations.
Well, you stole my thunder. I just had one other thing, just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I want to thank Senator Scott and his team for coming down last week to the Rude Shrimp to just kind of do their press conference to remind everyone of the resources available. As we said in the press conference, our staff is going to do everything they can. They're working really well with the local municipalities, Lee County Sheriff's Office, and the fire district to make sure you have everything that you need. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you. It's your life, it's your family, it's your kids, it's your pets, it's your belongings. We can give you everything that you need, but it comes down to you to get out of Dodge when something's coming. So heed the warnings, be prepared, and let's pray for nothing to come our way again. Next, we have a presentation, Mr. Ron Book. See you sitting back there. For those that don't know, Mr. Book is our lobbyist up in Tallahassee.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager, good to see you and thank you. I want to at least start by recognizing both Ronna Brown and Gabby Navarro from the firm who do most of your work. I get all the recognition and they do all the work. So I wanted to certainly start by recognizing both of them. I know all of you know them and thank you. Let me start by saying thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I mean, the support that we have gotten from you, other members of the council, the manager, the former manager, Jason, at the end of the day, you make our job easier as far as advocating on your behalf. Governor has not acted on the budget yet. Let's be cautiously optimistic. Hard to do better than what you did. When you think about where all of the post-storm things were, Mayor, I think that there were questions as to whether or not we would ever be meaningfully successful in an appropriation for a new town hall. The fact that you got the full request funded, which was, for those that are less familiar in the audience, was an $8 million ask. It was an $8 million appropriation. The leadership of Senate President Pasadomo, Senator John Martin, Representative Botana, who never stopped advocating on your behalf, the entire delegation. I'm remiss if I don't recognize people like Bob Rommel and people like Representative Jenna Persons-Malika, the entire group of Southwest Florida lawmakers who pull on your behalf. But the sponsors of the items were Botana and Martin. Pasadomo put a thumbprint on everything. I think when you look at the recognition of lost revenue and whether or not they were going to ultimately reimburse the city for all of what we could verify and validate were lost revenue, that was another 7.5, a little over 7.5 million for that. And then you've got the resiliency grants that are about to be approved as well in the budget. You've got the stormwater swale improvement installation, which is a $5.1 million project, of which we've got a 50% match up on that. You talk about meaningful, significant, and substantial. Thank you for the opportunity. There are things that did happen that weren't good. I mean, I think all of us recognize there's a continued attack substantively on home rule powers of local governments. I think what's happening continuing to happen on vacation rentals and the like, none of which are good, but I do think there's an opportunity for a veto that may still happen on that piece of legislation. I think you've got to look at the fact that while there was an attack on sovereign immunity again this year by increasing the limits, that got defeated. I think that will be another battle that we will have to fight in the next year. But by and large, it was a great year for the city. We thank you for the opportunity to advocate on your behalf. We don't have a lot of local governments where those, if you will, that are responsible for advocating sort of as an alter ego of an entire local government. The manager and the mayor have just been there constantly. And I can't thank you all enough. And Jason's been completely responsive to the things that Ronna calls about on a regular basis. You notice I said Ronna again, because then if I don't recognize them again, then I get kicked and then they don't come to work the next week and then I got to fend for myself. But our entire team just thanks you again for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer questions. As you know, we're in an election cycle. We are in a late legislative session back to March, April this next year, and we'll see where we are. But with that, Mayor, thank you.
Well, thank you, Ron and Ron. You guys, you're the rock stars back there, and Ron takes all the credit, but we see you guys more than we see Ron. But when it's time to see Ron, he makes an appearance, and people know when he walks through the door. So we appreciate all your help. and getting us in the guidance to get us to where we've gotten so far over the last couple of years. John, any questions for Ron?
No, but thank you for your efforts.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Thank you for being here, Ron. I would commend the mayor and our team here and our legislative delegation, your efforts. I think it was a fabulous legislative session. And my question to you is, it all hinges on the governor signing the budget. And any advice to the residents here? Is it helpful to have them write the governor in a very friendly, respectful, positive way? Is it best just to let the process work? Any advice so we leave no stone left unturned?
Look, we've still probably got another 10 days before he acts on the budget. He has until June 30th to act. We thought he was going to act sooner than now. He has delayed. He's working on other bills still coming to him on a regular basis. I think it's always good when folks write letters to the governor asking him to sign off on appropriations and or substantive bills. The fact of the matter is that without the reimbursement for lost revenue, without the replacement revenue, without the money for the town hall, you all know where you would be. You know where you wouldn't be is what I should say. And I think that message gently to the governor is a positive message. Thanking him for the past support and encouraging approval of these. I think that's a good thing to do.
Again, we've got a lot of folks listening, Ron. If you were to help folks fashion a letter, it's always best to come from the heart. Probably they should share their experience of going through Hurricane Ian, but then again, help them phrase the letter in a way that would be most appropriate and most effective.
Look, I think the fact of the matter is that you were at ground zero. The fact of the matter is that the community has struggled to recover, but is recovering on their own. The fact of the matter is we have a loss of infrastructure resources that are necessary and needed, and we would encourage that continued support by approving the 2 legislative appropriations plus the resiliency grants. I would frankly not worry about the resiliency grants because I think they're going to happen no matter what. But I think encouraging the need to have that town hall rebuilt as quickly as possible as if you will, a focal point in our community and for the continued recovery from an economic tourism perspective. I think that's the message. I think it's keep it simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
I just appreciate everything that you've been doing and keep up the great work.
Thanks. Thank you.
Councilor Safford?
I'd like to echo those sentiments as well. Thank you so much.
Ron, I think that is the world record for the shortest speech you've ever given here.
It is short. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks again, Ron. Next, we have Michael Allen, he's president of the Revital Development. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Town Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Town Management. Probably wonder why I'm here because this is about Revital Development, but the presentation will show that Allen Development Group is included in that. And I wanted to get up and say something a little bit personal first. I've been involved on the beach for quite a while, and everybody's heard my comments about housing and development. We've done quite a bit since the storm and even before the storm. Since the storm, a lot of things have transpired from a leadership standpoint, and Allen Development Group has had the opportunity to be involved in probably 100 projects in Southwest Florida when it comes to beach redevelopment. And I've made this clear to everybody that listen, including seeing some of you guys out at events. We are pouring all our resources into the beach and that window into the beach from Iona McGregor because I feel like your leadership has been impeccable. I think it has been extremely respectable on a national scale. I enjoy working with every one of you guys, and Allen Development is a good partner for you guys, and I want to be a good partner going forward. So thank you very much for your leadership. Mike's here today as he's my brother, and you'll see that we have the last name, and it's not by coincidence. And it's going to be involving one of the most discussed, misunderstood, and polarizing concepts of construction, which is affordable housing. And for those of you that have followed Beach Talk Radio's posts on affordable housing and my comments to follow, a lot of these other landowners on the beach have been discussing workforce housing. Mike and I have been involved in workforce housing discussions with Lee County, especially Lee County School District, since 2016. And it's become almost impossible to achieve that. So when we hear developers in town discuss workforce housing, there's almost an immediate stop because it just simply doesn't work with the cost of construction, the cost of land, and the different dynamics of it. Affordable housing is totally different, and Mike's going to be here to discuss what that is. You know, a lot of things that have a stigma with affordable housing. I think you're going to see the NIMBY people, which are not in my backyard. People relate to affordable housing as something totally different, and it's honestly not. Affordable housing is a sliding scale based on income to where your rent's going to be. It resembles Class A development. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that folks in here, like the Millers, who are business owners, would appreciate a higher level of service from their servers that have a place to live, don't have to be rent burdened by spending 50% of their income on housing, and have a different option that can where they can stay on the beach and live happily and raise a family. So I just wanted to kind of get into that, introduce Mike. He's one of the most successful apartment developers in Lee County. He's responsible for being part of the development team of over 1,000 housing units since 2019. He's the developer of Civitas, which is a 90-unit affordable housing development on Pine Ridge Road in Cape Coral that's about to open shortly. And he's been awarded several others. And I don't know what the title that he has, but he was appointed by all 5 commissioners to manage the CDBG-DR funds, which he was recused by himself. It was an agreement between himself and the commissioners because I think the discussion was had where is Mike more valuable working with the application process of the CDBG funds, or is Mike more valuable being a developer of the housing that we really need in Southwest Florida? And I think collectively they made the decision that he's more valuable here on the streets to develop. So he was recused from that position so he can continue to move forward. And it was an amicable decision between commissioners and Mike. So with that, I want to say thank you again for your leadership. Anything that I can do to support the beach, you know you've got. And I want to introduce Mike Allen behind me.
Thanks, Scott.
Good morning. Excuse me. For the record, again, it's Michael Allen, Revital Development
Mike,
Group.
pull that mic up a little bit, would you? Thanks.
There you go. Hello, better?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. For the record, it's Michael Allen, Revital Development Group. Good morning to Mr. Mayor, council members. I want to just kind of echo Scott's comments in terms of your efforts and what you guys have done in the recovery so far. From Ian, you guys have done a fantastic job. We've been monitoring and watching it. We're heavily involved in Lee County. I know Scott's much more involved with the beach area, but we still watch the meetings and involved. You guys have done a tremendous job, so we appreciate that. As Scott mentioned, we're looking to talk about today, I think it was at the planning meeting, the last planning meeting, the potential proposed redevelopment of the town hall site, which would include 3 parcels outlined there, which we'll outline a little bit further on. So I'm just going to kind of go through it, really kind of brief general overview, and then any questions and answers you guys may have as well, we'll be happy to address. Is this the, there we go. All right. So just a quick overview. So again, we're looking to develop the site in partnership with Allen Development, bringing in their local knowledge and resources as well. We often work closely with the local communities in terms of the products we want to deliver. What we're proposing is a public-private partnership with the town of Fort Myers Beach to redevelopment the former town hall site. Again, it'll consist of 3 parcels, a little bit over 2 acres. We propose to work closely with the design with the town and construct a mixed-use development, just like all our other developments, which is extremely important here with the recently hurricane-impacted area. We utilize concrete construction, other features such as meeting all the national green building certification codes, so we green building, so long-term sustainability. The proposal would include anywhere from 60 to 80 attainable housing units, which we could touch on as well later on in terms of like the area, median income and rent limits. We would, for the multifamily, have an elevated house or units, so it would be multiple stories above parking with an out parcel for commercial, which we are proposing or looking into doing on ground floor for the walkability factor. The architect we're working with is one we worked on almost exclusively, with the exception of a couple projects over the past couple years. PDS Architecture, they're Fort Myers based, probably the most experienced and providing the most design for multifamily in Lee County over the past several years as well. Again, we're proposing 60 to 80 attainable housing units, which all the units would be at least 120% of the area median income or below. That's households earning that income limit. A minimum of 51% of the units would be allocated to households earning 80% of the area median income or below. Again, we'll touch on that later. That's one of the requirements for the CDBG disaster recovery funds that we'd be proposing to apply for. The thought was to have a ground lease structure with the town. So the town maintains ownership of the land and then we own the improvements. It would be a long-term 99-year ground lease at $10 a year. We have a similar structure in Cape Coral. Scott mentioned it as well. Civitas of Cape Coral, what we did there is we actually brought the Housing Authority of Lee County into the project. We were awarded funds from the state of Florida, which was CDBG disaster recovery funds related to Hurricane Irma. So very similar structure. Brought the Housing Authority in to acquire the land and then do a ground lease for us at that 99-year, $10 a year for the sole purpose of maintaining affordability and perpetuity. Therefore, once we exit the property, if we ever do, then anybody wants to change it to market rate, they'd have to get the approval of the Housing Authority, even above and beyond the agreements that we have that are tied to the land, in addition to that. So the building itself, you'll see we have a couple of renderings, a couple of conceptual ideas as well. We're having 3 to 4 stories of residential above parking with a 1-story commercial out parcel along Estero Boulevard. The site address you guys are all familiar with. The zoning currently allows for mixed use zoning within the civic center of the future land use. The underlying zoning allows for the commercial, retail, restaurant use as well. And currently the maximum density is 6 units per acre. So we'd have to come in for some variances on density and potentially height, depending on what we end up going with on terms of unit mix as well. The site elevation, currently the site from what we're seeing is about 5 feet right now, and the FEMA flood zone is about 11. It's an AE 11. So again, we'd either have to bring in a bunch of fill or elevate, as you guys all know. So that's where we're bringing in elevated houses, parking underneath, and then proposing like a dry flood proof for the commercial retail on the out parcel as well. Again, that's all contingent upon design and local and like Florida Water Management District approvals if needed as well. Just a quick idea in terms of like a site conceptual plan. Here's how it would potentially lay out with the Estero Boulevard there. We'd have the retail parcel to the front, and then it kind of steps up to the multifamily, which we'll show you a little bit as well. Towards that backside, we don't have it designed, but we're talks, and again, we talk to the community, talk to the council members and staff, talking about maybe a small park, some green space, and then the back parcel as well could add to parking, or again, green space, park, another amenity for the actual development itself or the surrounding beach community. This is, again, this is going to be like a first floor plan. I'll go through, like, we have a conceptual plan, which is 5 stories. So 4 stories over parking is conceptually designed here. This would be the first level, which will have the parking. Depending on the parking requirements, we've talked about as well as conceptually removing the parking from underneath here, having it more of an amenity space, or kind of a hybrid of the two, where we can have either, like a covered dog park area or a community center. We can have a leasing office as well, depending on like the elevations and the dry flood proofing. So that's just conceptually and what it would be underneath the building. The first floor, again, would be all residential buildings as currently designed. And then we have the rooftop of the commercial place or commercial parcel, which we've shown as an outline that has more of an outdoor rooftop living as well. One of the other things that we've talked about for not only that second story of the multifamily is maybe carving out some of the units as well. We talked about having like an emergency operations center as well, like an EOC, depending on the funding that's available for local disaster recoveries, again, for you guys and the staff, again, to work out of. Again, it's all going to be a matter of financing and how we can offset those costs, but just something that we've talked about as far as conceptually. That'll obviously have an impact on the unit count that we could potentially propose as well. And then the third, fourth, and fifth levels will all be the same, all multifamily. Combination of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms is how we have it designed at the moment. Renderings, this is how kind of the renderings, what we would envision at the moment based off those footprints. You can see it's the underground parking there and then 4 stories above. Again, depending on the unit count, which I gave that range, we could drop that to 3 stories above parking or maintain the 4. The frontage on Estera, we have for single story commercial as mentioned, and then it steps up to the multifamily behind that as well, increasing the walkability of the area. If we can go back one. Again, just another view. So this is the side and then now a frontage of Estero Boulevard. And now the next one will be more of an aerial. So you can see the potential if we have an above rooftop level. So that is the conceptual design as well on the commercial. If we were to have outdoor living space or of activity space as well, you can make it a nice attraction for the overall beach community as well. To get an idea in terms of sense for the area median income and rental limits, when we talk about the AMI, that's adjusted annually by HUD across the board. So Lee County right now is 88,800. That's based off of a household of 4. When they identify the unit rents, it's HUD calculates this as 1.5 person per bedroom. You can see the different levels of area median income. So the 60%, 80%, 100, and the 120. Again, it's matter depending on the amount of households per individuals per household, and that's children, grandparents, everybody that resides in that household, and then the bedroom count as well in terms of the monthly rent. That's if we're using HUD financing, which is what we would anticipate. That's what we would propose for the county disaster recovery funds. Those are the gross rents. One of the nice features of affordable housing as well is it's gross, because what we do is we either pay or provide an allowance to the tenants for utilities, so electric, water, and sewer. So they're not having to pay those, or they pay above and beyond anything that we provide an allowance for. And the allowance is based on a third-party annual report on an energy consumption model as well. So it should be sufficient to cover their electrical use and water and sewer as well. So it helps for that affordability factor and helps to contribute to them paying only 30% of their gross meeting, their gross.
So Mike,
gross
before you
income.
go on from this, your other slide, you said 51% would have to be at the 80% AMI, and then the other 49% would be at the 120.
They can be, so base requirements for the program is 51% of the units have to be 80% or below. And then the other 49% can be whatever you want. It could be market rate, it could be 100%, it could be all 80%. So you can essentially have all 100%, all units 80% area median income or below. Or you can blend it as well. So that's where more kind of what you guys are looking for in terms of the council and staff and the community and what's the real need in terms of the workforce here. Where's their income levels? That'll help drive what our structure as well. What we're seeing as well. So the 120 and below, the 80 to 120 is that what's typically considered that workforce housing. What we see a lot in a lot of areas in Florida, including Lee County, is that 120% area median income. The rental limits are pretty close to market rate. Sometimes they exceed market rate as well. So that's one of the things to be mindful of and something that we take in consideration as well when we're looking at projects and development as well.
So Mike, I have a question too. So, and I could be getting way too much in the weeds,
no problem.
but can you prioritize the residents of people living and working on the beach versus people coming in that don't work on the beach?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Unfortunately, we can't because it's fair housing. So Fair Housing Act is a violation of Fair Housing Act. There are certain programs that you could provide preference for in terms of different like workforces or their protected classes, for example. So special needs, children aging out of foster care. That's one, for example. You can do, as long as there's certain like approaches that you could do in terms of like market studies to carve out a preference for like first responders, police, firefighters, and so forth, to provide them a preference, but you still have to make sure you're abiding by fair housing. But one of the things you can't do is based off of where they actually live and work.
Okay.
Mike, can you just give them an example if you don't mind interjecting here? As far as I see a lot of the service industry.
Come up, Scott. You got to come up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Read the rules. Sorry. I'd like Mike to make an example. I think the service industry, and there's people in this room that know better than I do, but I'm going to make an example of, say, a teacher. And I forget what the Lee County School District salaries are, but maybe let's use like an 80% AMI and tell them what that, say, a single parent can get a 2-bedroom for, just to kind of put it into context.
So it's outlined there on the bottom chart there, which is the rent. So as long as you're within those income levels, if you're renting a 1-bedroom, that's our caps based off the 2024 rental limits. So if they qualify for the 80% area median income and it's a 2-bedroom, as long as they're within 80% on the income level, then it's, sorry, my eyes are getting blurry, $1,684 on the monthly rent is what they would be paying. And then we would, again, either pay for or add an allowance for those utilities. And it's based off of the household. So again, if it's in that scenario that Scott mentioned, a single parent with 2 children, it's a household of 3, then it's $67,360 is what they would be making on an annual level.
So how does it work if someone is just under that 80% AMI and then they get a raise and it takes them over the top of that?
Yeah, no, that's a good question as well. So one of the main reasons for this program and other federal programs or state programs as well is to kind of better individuals' livelihoods as well, just overall, not just provide the housing. They know housing is a main contributor to healthcare and everything else along those lines, but it's not, hey, you guys have done a great job, now you're getting more money, see you later, you got to go find somewhere else to provide. One of the things that we provide in all our communities as well, which we could touch on also, is some resident services. They're free of charges to the residents. They're optional. So we do like an employment assistance program. So we train residents as far as anything from preparing a resume, conducting themselves in a job interview, maintaining a job, financial literacy courses, so how to balance a checkbook, all the way to budgeting. So we do all that stuff not to kind of make sure they increase their income and move on. But once they do that, there's a threshold. It's about 150% that if they move up, then they get their rent adjusted, but not to the levels that it would be 150% increase, and they don't have to move out of the unit as well. So that's kind of the whole part of the program is they have that ability to move up. And then once they exceed that threshold, then hopefully they're able to acquire a house or move into a market rate development. I often say that our turnover is a lot less than like a market rate development. And when market rate, which we used to do a lot of, we've done a little under 2,000 here in Lee County. It used to be, okay, now we have to fill this vacancy. On these developments, it's more like a celebration because the individuals live there longer. They've kind of bettered themselves as well in their position. And now they're moving on to home ownership more often. So any other questions or we to continue?
Yeah.
Continue. Do I control this or? Oh. So timeline is just, again, projected timeline. This is more specific to the residential component because we can separate the residential and the commercial as well. This is specific to the CDBG disaster recovery funds that they have the application here in Lee County. They have a quick approaching deadline is June 26th. And that's for the multifamily new construction or renovation funds. They have 150 million, which they've allocated for that. We would be looking to apply for that, and they make their decisions or are supposed to go to the Board of County Commissioners on September 3rd for their decisions. So assuming we apply and get that, here's kind of how the timeline would play out based off of plans, engineering, plan review, permitting, and then construction timeline. We should be able to deliver units around September of 2026. This is just a little bit about us and our company and Scott's company, Allen Development Group as well. I think we've kind of touched on it for the most part, but again, we've developed just a little under 2,000 units here in Lee County. We are Tampa based. I mean, our focus continues to be Lee County. I'm down here quite frequently. In fact, I think we only have 2 projects currently outside of Lee County, and they're the only 2 I've done in my career outside of Lee County. So it continues to be our primary focus. Currently, we have about a little over 330 attainable housing units under construction or in permitting, and the bulk of those, about 250, are here in Lee County. Those are all affordable, 80% of the area median income or below. I can show you a couple examples on those on some next slides as well. So we're very familiar with the state, local, and federal financing programs as well. This again is myself and my brother. We share the same last name. We don't share the same looks. So
Or hairstyle.
or hair as well. Yeah, that's right. So as you can see, we've done a lot. I think even our market rate development here in Lee County has all included some type of local or federal funding. So, we did Grand Central in Fort Myers. So we did HUD 221D4. A lot of other projects, we either use tax increment financing down in the city of Fort Myers, or deferred impact fees, or nutrient bank credits, or something along those lines. On the affordable aspect, it's pretty much any federal or state program you can think of, we've utilized in terms of housing. Our Cape Coral one, that's gone through COVID, inflation. I think we have probably 12 different funding sources on that one. So that's what happens. Sometimes you got to mix them all together and make sure they all dovetail. But we have a high level of knowledge in all those programs as well. A couple examples. These are renderings. So you see in the top left, that's the Vetus of Cape Coral. That's 3 residential buildings. We try to kind of rival or appear as if they're market rate developments. So the idea is, and one of our missions is to get rid of the stigma in terms of the appearance of affordable housing being kind of low end, and also the ongoing operations of it as well. So, and the individuals that reside there. So Civitas of Cape Coral, we're looking to deliver those later this summer. Again, we use CDBG disaster recovery tied to Hurricane Irma. It's 3 residential buildings. It's got a massive 6,000 square foot clubhouse, swimming pool, on-site amenities, fitness center, and so forth. Within the next 30 days or so, we'll be breaking ground on 160 units in North Fort Myers, which is Hermosa North Fort Myers. That's a 2-phase development. We'll be starting them pretty close to the same time, within 90 days of each other. It's 160 units total. It's for seniors earning up to 60% of the area median income or below. We have some carve outs for even lower, 33, 40%, and 22% of the area median income. And we're providing a preference to veterans there. So that'll be an exciting program or project as well. On the bottom right, that's one of our out of market, really small rural. It's Hermosa Arcadia. That's in Arcadia next to the high school. 27 units will be opening that here in the next 60 days or so. And then just an example of one of the market rate developments that we've did, and that was the last market rate development we were involved with, West End at City Walk. It was 318 unit market rate development in downtown Fort Myers on McGregor next to the Publix. And that's our company information. If anybody has any questions, you can reach out after the meeting, or happy to address any that you may have right now.
All right. Questions for Mike? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Harold?
Mike, we got a full agenda today, and I appreciate you being here. Just to get away from the PowerPoint for a second, the proposal that you have envisioned for Fort Myers Beach, what's the overall cost of building that structure? Ballpark.
Man,
Just ballpark.
yeah, we're probably on the commercial side. There's a lot of variables in there, and then on the commercial side, we're probably, I don't know, we might be close to 300,000 a unit. It's expensive. It'll be expensive.
What's the aggregate cost of the proposal? Just so people have a ballpark number. Is it 10, 25, 50? I mean, what's the million? What's just ballpark? I'm asking it to illustrate some additional questions. So just give me a ballpark.
Yeah, probably in excess of 30 million.
Okay. So that 30 million, does that come from HUD?
No. So we would
break that down for me.
Yeah. So we would have to break it down in a couple of senses. So I'll focus just on the multifamily, because with the HUD financing, the CDBG-DR, the commercial is ineligible, so you can't do a mixed use. We got to separate the two. So on the HUD financing, with the county requirements, we can request up to $20 million per project, not to exceed $250,000 per unit.
And forgive me, Mike, when you say HUD financing, is this a grant or a loan?
So from the Lee County, it's structured as a grant. However, on their solicitation that they put out, they're allowed to put their overlays above and beyond of HUD's requirements. So they have a preference that is treated as like a soft loan. So that soft loan has to get paid back prior to the end of your affordability period. if you want to maximize the points. So there's a lot of different like scoring metrics that are involved. So for example, you're allowed to request up to 250,000 per unit, but if you request 125 or below, you get a little bit of a point adjustment. Same thing if you're repaying the loan within that affordability period, then there's a preference in points as well. So we would look to structure it as that soft loan. I think structured as the grant, it's there's going to be a lot of competition for them, and I don't think it would be likely for success. So like a soft loan, 0% interest, and then paid back depending on the affordability period, 30, 50 plus years.
Is there a Section 8? What's the structures builder? Is there a Section 8 component to the operation?
There's not. So it all depends. Again, it all depends on the structure that we end up doing. So on the projects that I mentioned there, we utilize tax exempt bonds and low income housing tax credits. With that program, it had to be 60% of the area median income or below, or you use this IRS code. It's called income averaging. It was introduced probably about 5 years or so ago, which we did in Cape Coral. So with that, we have everything is 80% of the area median income and below. But with Cape Coral, we have a blend. So it's an average, like a weighted average. So we have 30, 60, and 80% of the area median income. All the units are treated the same, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So if we were going to use low income housing tax credits and tax exempt bonds, we'd abide by those requirements, and we'd include Section 8 with the proposal that we've mentioned, because I think I've heard during the last town meeting or the planning meeting was not for low income, but more workforce. So that's why I focused on that 80 to 120 range. So it would be, well, I guess we would be open to it. You'd have to still pass the rent screening and everything else that comes along to it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Council Woodson?
So you mentioned at the beginning that there's a deadline for submitting everything. So that deadline is like in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Do we need to decide one way or the other in 3 weeks?
So for the application, we need to have a form of site control. So site control in either a ground lease or a purchase and sale agreement. Those can get amended in the future, but in order for us to submit an application, we need to have one of those to be eligible as a threshold requirement.
And so when you said that the town still owns the land, and we're in a lease agreement, but the town doesn't get involved in any kind of rental of these units, property management, anything like that. We're basically providing the land.
Yeah, and I only suggested that based off of some assumptions from past meetings that I've heard as well. So to clarify, it's really that ground lease structure is to kind of enforce any requirements and preferences you may have above and beyond any of the restrictions that we may have. With the CDBG disaster recovery funds, we're going to have a restrictive agreement, which is going to require us to abide by what we propose in our application. So like in Cape Coral, for example, we have an agreement with the city, with Florida Housing Finance Corporation, but that expires after 50 years. So with that, and bringing in the housing authority, we know that after that expires, we know that was the approach with having it in perpetuity. So if the town has preferences and doesn't want to be involved with that ownership structure, then you can also have a restrictive agreement that acts similar as well. But to answer the question, there's no responsibility or requirements. You'd probably have to have some type of like general liability coverage, I would assume. But in terms of any like tenant screening, we would handle that through our management company. Any qualifications, any evictions, any expenses that go along with it, we would cover that as well. Any property taxes or maintenance goes along with it. So we would essentially lease the land from you, take all liability of the land, and then we'd have ownership of all the improvements on that land as well.
Doesn't the town though have to audit you guys, or who audits you?
We don't have to get we don't have to get an audit. So the funding is a little bit different in terms of like the CDBG funds for the housing versus the infrastructure and public facilities and others as well, where I think with those, the town is actually the subrecipient. And if the municipality or nonprofit is a subrecipient, then they're treated anything above $750,000. They have to get an annual audit. With us, we would enter into a developer agreement with the county. So we're not required to have that audit. We go through cost certification process. We're actually doing that right now in Cape Coral based off of our financing, but we don't have to go through a formal annual audit process as well.
Okay. Thank you.
But is that something that the town could add into part of the lease?
Yeah, absolutely. You can.
I don't know if that's what you were kind of getting at, Scott.
Well, I just want to know how much the town has to, if we're going to have need to hire more people to watch over this, to be involved with it? I mean, I just want to know what the town
Yeah, so-
exposure would be.
So that's up to you,
That's
but
kinda my
in terms
question.
of like the auditing, we have like reporting requirements. So like on an annual basis, we would be reporting to Lee County. So ultimately, if you guys didn't want to have involvement and you had, say, here's the requirements you want us to include, and we include that in our proposal, then it's going to be tied to Lee County. Then Lee County would monitor those as well. We'd be responsible to provide the quarterly and annual requirements and reporting to Lee County. They're the actual subrecipient from HUD as opposed to coming in and having you guys as well. So like on some of the applications that we'll be submitting, there is not an involvement such as a town or municipality as well. So we would be acquiring the land, or we already own the land, or we have a nonprofit that owns the land, and we would be submitting our applications. So it's a little bit different than the other funding for infrastructure and public facility as well.
You had mentioned something about insurance. Would the town still have to have some liability insurance?
I would assume that you probably should and you would want to, and we could add that as an expense in the ground lease as well. So any expenses that you guys may have can get passed through. So it's all just a matter of like the business terms are outlined within the ground lease.
Anything else? I just had a couple questions outside of that, the commercial part of it. How does that work as far as who? I think there's concern that the town would have to, one, have anything to do with managing any of this financial costs, obviously, to the taxpayers. How does the commercial side of it work? Because it's outside of the HUD. You'd mentioned that it's outside the HUD financing part. How would that work?
Well, that I think is all like an ongoing discussion as well, because it depends on ultimately I would like to hear like what you guys would want to have there. So if it's, if you're looking to have like a community facility there that's not going to pay rent or have it rent free, then it's obviously going to generate limits to no income. But if we were to bring in just a third party user and maximize the rent, then we can talk on some type of revenue share. I kind of envision it as where it would be kind of separate entities, but related, where it may go to contribute to help pay down that HUD financing as well. Just because, and just thinking about like performers and how they work with these restricted rent limits, repaying the amount over time is it is difficult because oftentimes with that CDBG funds on the multifamily, it should be or could be forgiven because of the cash flow. So having that offset and contribute towards some of that pay down would be helpful as well. But I think that's probably an ongoing discussion based off of uses, what we end up doing.
So it would be, you said cost sharing. So the town could potentially make revenue off of this project.
Yeah.
At the same time,
all
obviously.
matter of agreements. Yeah, absolutely. Because we can, and so you can also do like there's multiple structures as well. So you guys can sell the land. You can, we work with different nonprofits, community land trusts, or housing authorities that can do it if you want to transact with a nonprofit, for example, and then they enter into an agreement with us. If you want to do like the ground lease structure where you guys stay involved, you can do like a master ground lease with subleases. So a sublease for the multifamily and a sublease to the commercial outlet parcel, and then do like the revenue share or have the lease payment tied to the revenue of that as well. And in that event, maybe we do an audit or some type of review of those project specific financials. So we could do it that way.
Mayor, wasn't during our M&P meeting, I thought we had talked about the second floor being like office space or.
Yeah, and I think you covered it a little bit at the beginning. What he showed is you could do the third floor, or in this case, if you had the fourth floor, that could be an EOC, or that could be office space, or that could be a hardened structure. Would that qualify for any kind of funding through FEMA mitigation funds?
We'd have to explore that route. Quite honestly, we've never constructed one of those, but it's just a matter of just finding the financing structure and putting it into the design and incorporating it in the design. So as it stands, I mean, the focus right now and how I did it, just because it's kind of the unknown, I know is on the items to discuss, was just focusing on the disaster recovery funds for the multifamily, and then we can adjust that based off of what council and staff may think is best. Again, going back to height, because that's going to impact the unit mix. If we incorporate something along those lines, it'll impact the unit count as well. So it's really a matter of the feasibility and how we can offset the cost to include it.
Becky, have you had any dealings with this kind of contracts? And I don't know if I'm saying it the correct way, but in dealing with because it is a time sensitive thing for the CDB. Is there contingencies that can be put in that the funding isn't approved, then it falls back out, that kind of stuff?
I believe Nancy's done some of these down in the Naples area. But if we're talking about something that would be turned around in a couple weeks, that is a very valuable piece of property.
Right.
And to have a decision that quickly, I don't know how that could really occur.
Right. So what happens, Mike, if, the 3 weeks is pretty quick to make a decision without obviously including the public on the decide.
I think without the hurricane recovery funds from the county, even if we were to meet that requirement, I think it's all but for receiving those funds. So it would be a very difficult feat for us to do it without those funds. So if we miss the deadline, then we're going to be relying on the hope that they come out with a subsequent funding phase. I know they are holding back $100 million or so they very well could. I think quite honestly, maybe it's going to be oversubscribed. So maybe they just put the money towards the additional units that get applied. I'm not sure that's a question for the county. I'm not sure if they have that decision right now. So I would say that if we miss the deadline, then the probability of us moving forward with the proposal is very limited, because it's going to be relying on that. And then if we can get the site control, then it's going to be depending on receiving the funds from the county. But I can say that we have done ground leases where it is contingent upon receiving funding. So we've had like an effective date based off of when it's signed, and then a commencement date on once it closes on construction, and then it also terminates upon a certain like milestone. So that would be the funding decision or something along those lines.
Okay.
With regard to low income housing, I've certainly been involved in something like that, but I've never had a city actually donate the property for it.
Well, it's not donating, it's leasing, but.
It's leasing it for $10 a year.
Right.
That's a donation.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It is quite common in our business, and not only throughout the state, but throughout the country in terms of contributing. So, and I could say based off the funding round that we got in the state with the Cape Coral development as an example, there just in that cycle alone, there was similar situations where a municipality owned the land and then contributed it. Whether they just conveyed it to the development entity or they did a land lease structure as well.
Right.
But I will say, I know it's unfortunate in terms of the time. It is unfortunate in terms of like the hurricane, and hopefully it was a once in a lifetime hurricane. I quite honestly strongly believe that this is like a once in a generation opportunity. You guys have a valuable piece of property, as you mentioned. To build affordable workforce housing is very difficult. As I mentioned, with us, even on the funding that's available on the state level that we compete with on an annual basis, we wouldn't be able to do it here. That's where you see some of the developments is North Fort Myers, land's cheaper. Some of the building requirements are a little bit cheaper out there. The elevations, that all contributes to it. So the cost to construct per unit here, we quite honestly wouldn't be able to do it. So I do think it is a one-time opportunity for the long and short-term cure for the housing need, in my opinion.
Well, Mike, if there's any other questions for Mike?
I have just one.
Yeah.
So just say in a perfect world, this all went through and we had these units and everything, at any point, could this be changed into any form of housing, or what do you have to pay back for that, or how does that all work?
Yeah. So the way that the county overlays on top of the HUD financing requirements. So if you transfer the property, it's going to trigger repayment. So the way that it's structured right now, if you do it as a loan, the loan has to be repaid at the end of affordability. They're required a minimum affordability period of 30 years. If you transfer the property, sell the property within that period of time, it's going to trigger repayment. So that will all be due. And I believe that the land use restriction for affordability will still remain. I mean, that's more of a question for the county. So there's really not much of an incentive for a developer to sell the property. To then convert it to market rate or something else, you typically need to have all of those land use restrictive agreements expire in order to do that, or go back to the source, which would be Lee County and the HUD agreement to amend those to change that set aside or area median income that you've dedicated those to as well. So we try to do longer terms. I mean, beyond like the developer, we're an advocate for the affordable and workforce housing. So that's where, we didn't have to do in the Cape Coral, the structure that I mentioned before. We could have just had the standard requirements. We were the ones that, which is a little bit unique and different. Like the housing authorities typically have the land and they solicit the for-profit developers because of whatever it may be, financial wherewithal, capability, knowledge, whatever it may be, where we brought in the housing authority to acquire the land for the sole purpose to maintain it in affordability. So that's something we look to do, is that long-term affordability factor.
So Mike, if there was a changing of hands of property, who, if the town was essentially a partner in this with you, who could initiate a changing of the hands or selling the property, and how would that work as far as would the town collect what the market value is of the land at the time?
So probably not. So I would think, so changing ownership in terms of like the land or versus like the improvements of the structure, it has two different components. So the land you can transfer that to anybody based off of your sale agreement, but you're going to be tied to us with your ground lease. So like in the example that I did there, the 99-year ground lease at $10 a year, you'd probably have to find like a housing authority or a community land trust that's not looking to make money, because they're not going to pay you more than the ground lease is worth. And then for us, again, if we did sell to somebody, then it would, same thing. They'd have the affordability requirements we have into play, and it would also trigger repayment from our end. So we would go into it with the mindset that we're going to construct, develop, and own it forever. And that's where we look at it, I think, a little bit different than a lot of market rate developers as well, because we are looking at it all up front to make sure that we're putting out the best long-term product for long-term sustainability as well.
All right. Thanks much.
Yeah,
well,
you got it.
Bring it up at the end and
all right.
See where I thought it was important to have you here because I knew the time was running out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
on
it.
being able to potentially do this, and if there's a will to move forward and see if that's something we can do, fine. If not, then it dies on the vine, and we can all move on our day. So
absolutely,
I appreciate you taking the time.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Next, we had advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. Public Safety Committee update. Who's here from the public? Oh, here he comes.
Good morning, everyone. Jim Bagoulis, representing the Public Safety Committee. Jacob is pulling up a slide. So we have 3 topics I want to talk to you about today. 2 of them, the first 2 are just more for information. The last one is more try to connect with a recommendation decision on how to move forward. So first of all, I wanted to talk a little bit about the emergency response system. A few months ago, I was up here and I was sharing some of the thoughts that we had about doing some way two-way communication using our existing code alert system. In further conversations and testing with Nicole, it does have some limitations on how you get that feedback and how you ask those questions. Also connecting with Chief Worth and also town manager. There's also geotech type of technology. So we're still continuing to look at what is the right approach when it comes to hurricanes. What we want to do next is set up some time to go down to the EOC, have a conversation with them, get a tour of their facility, but also to talk about, what systems they use and how we adapt that. Right now, our plan is to continue using the code red alert system remaining of this year, and then change over to it's an Everbridge or Lee Alert Everbridge system. So we want to have a voice and try to connect as we look into hurricane season next year, how we connect into that more substantial system and make sure that we can do the things that we want to do, either it's a geotech or it's a text messaging back way of approaching who's remaining on the beach during a hurricane so that we can get first responders to them as quickly as possible. So we continue as a PSC to work through this, ask questions, and find a solution that's going to work the best for Fort Myers Beach. Also want to thank and recognize Nicole for all of her communication, successful communication, also events at the Mound House. So thank you so much for her dedication as well in communicating the hurricane response and educating our residents as well. So that is the first one. So that's the second topic is around our public safety survey. So an idea that we had was to listen to the public, what's important to them specifically. So we sent out a survey. We got 35 respondents. It was great. We went through in the last PSC meeting, if you guys saw, some of the highlights from that were not in any order: bike safety, lighting, pedestrian safety, as well as crosswalks, not in any order specifically. We started to go through some data and we said, 35, not so much. So through the help of Beach Talk Radio, so thank you very much, we now have 375 response. So if you look at it, it's getting close to 10% of the residents so far here on the beach. So, and we'll be digging through those questions during our next PSC meeting that's coming up middle of this month. So there's, I think from that survey, what we're trying to do is somehow get to a point where we assigned like an advisory person for each of those areas. So for me, it's like emergency response. We can then dedicate, some of the other committee members to work on each of those different topics that are important to our residents and our guests to improve the safety of Fort Myers Beach. So that is how we're reaching out to the public, how we're listening, and also, then starting to put actions against those. So if you have not filled it out, we're keeping that survey open. So anyone listening, please go in there and put down your comments. Takes only a few moments, but we're listening. So just wanted to reiterate that out to everybody. And the last one, so bike safety. This is a hot topic. I know it's been a hot topic that you guys have talked about here. It's one that has come up in the survey quite a bit. So what we were talking through with the public safety was, this is from e-bike concerns to just overall pedestrian safety. That's one of the things that we started to look into a little bit further. And there was a great report that Jacobs came out back in 2017, which was part of this bike safety master planning. Went through it. There's a lot of great stuff in there. We never got to a point where we could implement it. And one of the things is, how do we go forward with that? So the PSC is requesting that we start to participate in the work that R2P2 will be doing in the upcoming weeks. And we feel that, Public Safety Committee can actually add a lot of value now that we're listening to our residents and guests. We can take some of that knowledge, bring that into that type of forum, provide our input. So we would love that opportunity. That's kind of what we're asking for is, for your support, for us to have a seat at the table there to provide our input. We know it's the right time to do this. As we build back Fort Myers Beach, we want to implement a bike safety master plan. We want to have people, leave Fort Myers and say, wow, it's a bike safe town. And that's what we want to, and we want that to be like. We also know there's an ordinance around e-bikes right now, and we want to revisit that. We believe there's opportunities to look at, opening it up for e-bikes on sidewalks or beaches at some point in time, but we do that part of this master plan so that we know whatever we do, we still have pedestrian safety in mind, and that we're making it safe for everybody. So that third one is definitely a hot topic for us. We spend a lot of time thinking through that, and what we'd like to move forward with is having someone on our committee work with our 2P2 and having the council's endorsement to do that. So thank you.
All right. Questions for Jim? Scott?
No, I'm good.
Karen?
No, I think everything you said is so valid, and I appreciate all your hard work on this.
Okay, thanks. Jim?
Absolutely support you being involved in that next step process. Yep.
John?
I agree. Thanks for everything.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think you guys have any issue with them being involved?
No, I think it'd be great.
It's a job. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
R2P2, they're coming to town fairly soon, next week.
Next week.
So
Yeah.
I think that's important. I know you guys were working on that connectivity of the bike, being able to keep the bikes off of Estero Boulevard. And I know there's been talk about going through Denora and all these other things.
Yeah.
Is there any update on that from the last meeting?
We were brainstorming a lot of different ideas during the last meeting. And, I think that's where we wanted to collect all those ideas from either a boardwalk that's on the beach that you can kind of roll it up, like during a storm, you roll them up, or having some way of, designated areas on, say, if you wanted to ride an e-bike on the beach, here's a designated area to do that. So, we were brainstorming a lot of different ideas, and also how do you work you through? I know Don Thomas was walking through and saying, how can we actually have through the neighborhoods in the back, come around so that when we get to congested areas, as we know, there's a way to get through that without being on the sidewalks near a lot of pedestrians. So we were walking through it, but what we thought would be the best approach was to have that, meeting with R2P2 and bring those ideas and thoughts, sit down and say, okay, here's a few different options that we may have. How do we best go about doing this?
Okay. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, isn't on the agenda, but she's here. Jennifer Rusk. I think I saw her. There she is back there with Murph.
Sorry.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Good morning, Jennifer Rusk, resident, Murph member. Good morning to staff and mayor and vice mayor and council. I'm actually here because I heard through the grapevine at the last meeting that there were some questions or concerns with the activity book. And I'm just here to see what those are.
Yeah, there was I wish I could, I haven't been able to track her down, but she said there were two issues. One was with, specifically I remember, was the manatee zones. It was saying that there were no wake zones, which is inaccurate. And then I haven't been able to track her down to find out what the other one was.
That it was inaccurate according to FWC?
Yeah. But I specifically remember the manatee zone one, because not all manatee zones are no wake.
So this was the original, where it was manatee zone, idle speed, no wake. And then I had it, the illustrator correct it to manatee zone, slow speed, minimum wake, which reflects the signs from FWC.
Mhm.
I know that there was another there was a couple typos. One was balloon, it was spelled incorrectly, but that has now been fixed as well. But basically, we've gone through almost every page and everything looks okay.
Well, hopefully she's
I just
listening
need
and she'll reach
advisement
back
and
out.
correction.
I'm
Okay.
hoping she'll reach back out, because I didn't have anything to write it down at the time. Otherwise I would have wrote it down, but I think her concern was that we're teaching the kids inaccurate information. So
Okay.
that's why I wanted to bring it up.
It's not inaccurate. I mean, a lot of places do
Sure.
have no wake signs and those
I
do
was talking about
exist.
the
But
balloons. I mean, it's important to spell balloons correct.
oh,
I'm just teasing.
okay. Gotcha. All right. So I will wait.
Wasn't it about the boats being number one killer or something?
It might have, God, I can't remember. It was a couple weeks ago. And
Welcome to 50.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I will wait for further advisement before I take this to print. I certainly would like the town to stand behind it. It also has the town logo on it.
Is
as
it-
part of
is
the
it-
town.
Does the town, do we have a copy of this?
Yeah.
Is it possible to put it out on our website and just let people get a look at it to see if there's any?
Absolutely.
And
I think
more
that's
eyes
a
on it, the
great
better.
idea. Absolutely. Yeah. That would be great. Before we take it to print, which I'd like to do soon. So
Is everybody okay with town manager doing that? Having Nicole get it out
we
there?
also have Nicole look it over, read it, see, make sure she, that everything looks ready to go.
As long as libraries is not in it.
The library is not in it.
She misspelled libraries one time.
Oh, now we're calling people out.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I was going to say the map actually shows all of our natural resources and our library and school and things like that. So
Yeah, everybody thinks it's great.
Okay.
It's just that we got a lot of boaters, so
Yeah.
it doesn't hurt to have a couple
I
extra take a look
understand
at it.
100%. And then also just one more announcement that the Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation awarded Murph $3,500. And thank you. And, to do educational outreach and whatever else Murph decides. I kind of have an idea that I haven't presented to Murph yet, but I would like maybe to have a resilience day that Fort Myers Beach, maybe we do something that money can go towards, whether it be plants or information out for the community of Fort Myers Beach. So I'll talk to Murph and see if, or we can just print more activity books, but I'd also like to spread the love. So,
And I did just get confirmation that Scott is correct. It was the boats are the number one killer of manatees was the other one.
okay, what page?
Honestly, I don't know. I just got confirmation that I'd be lying if I said I read the entire thing.
Okay, I just need to know. So if I could get a page number
Sure.
from the person.
Well, you're in
We can, if you want to leave, we got people, you guys can look through it, right? You guys can find it,
Okay.
find what page number it is.
Do you want to look for it?
Good memory, Scott. Good memory.
All right. Thank you. Have a great
Almost 60.
day. Any questions?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Bye.
Next, we have a local planning agency appointment. We have two candidates, James Dunlap and Christy Thornton.
Mayor,
Yes.
we also did receive a late application last Friday afternoon. The deadline passed on May 15th, so I have copies if you want to include that person. If not, I
Is this
told
for
them that
LPA
also.
or?
For the
This is
LPA,
for
yeah.
LPA, and Becky has something also?
Yes, I believe that Christy Thornton does not live within the town limits,
Okay,
but she wanted to apply, but that's not
okay.
allowed.
Do we want to consider the other person? They put in after the deadline? Leave it up to the council, I guess. John?
Pondering.
Jim?
I'm pondering the other issue too, because I think we've made exceptions for people who live off the island in certain situations, right?
But I think it's different for LPA.
Is LPA different?
Not for the
Because it's
LPA.
statutory?
Yeah, not for the LPA.
I believe it's statutory because they are the local planning agency.
beautiful.
I will check real quick.
I just want to make sure
I'll
we were
check
good.
the
Yeah,
She
I think
thought she
they ought to
did.
live on the island too for LPA, but I just wanted to make sure we were consistent. Yep.
Since she was in the zip code, she believed,
Yep,
and
I
she had
understand.
an address,
Yep.
but
I think the only two statutory committees are LPA and audit committee, so that might be unique for them. Yep.
Karen?
I'm thinking too, it's such an important position that I'm curious as to who else applied, but they also missed the deadline. So I'm torn.
Okay, so far we're 0 for 3. Scott?
Deadlines are deadlines, man.
I shared the same sentiment. So,
Sorry.
Say
no.
no.
All right, it sounds like we're just going to vote on who we can vote for.
You got it.
All right, make your vote. We'll hand it to you. I guess I should have asked if anybody wanted to come up and speak. Jim, would you like to come up and speak? Huh? Come on up. Sorry. I should have.
That'll give you time for Becky's
Yeah.
answer too. Yeah.
I saw you out there earlier, but I missed it.
You got a lot going on today. Good morning, everyone, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilors. Thanks for the opportunity. I know the Jim Dunlap, 131 Egret Street. I know the situation that the community is in right now. It's frankly completely exciting and unique and can be overwhelming unless we take it a piece at a time. I'm looking forward to being part of that. my background and experience. I think from my resume shows you I've been involved in a lot of things in a lot of places. And I guess what I would book in my comments with that, I did talk to this with the mayor when he came over to see me. We moved on the island in July of 2021 or bought our home there. And I got very interested in watching the local government operate. And I mentioned when I did my interview with Ed, watching that meeting on September 22nd of 2022, the last council meeting before the hurricane. I know, Councilor King, you remember that well because you spoke at that meeting. Looking at the culture of the organization at that point, it was concerning about the way the things were operating, lack of transparency, all the things I don't have to repeat here. But watching what has happened, particularly with the newly elected councilors and the priority you all put on culture and changing the way the organization operates, including the public and transparency and all of that goes with it. Those are easy things to say during a campaign. They're hard to implement because culture isn't what you say, it's what you tolerate. And you did a great job of changing the way this town feels, the way the government operates. And people like myself, and I'm sure there'll be others, are very attracted to be a part of an organization that feels the way it does and operates the way it does. So that's why I'm standing here and want to make sure that you heard that directly from me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking at the document you have in front of you with my willingness to do this and frankly, my excitement about being involved in it. So thank you for what you did in that regard. So any questions you have for me, I'd be glad to answer.
Thanks for coming forward.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Thank you for coming forward. Yep.
You're welcome.
I'm good.
Okay, we'll let chips fall where they will then. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, Section 34-113 does require all members must be residents of or owners of real property located within the territorial limits of the town of Fort Myers Beach at the time of application for membership on the local planning agency and during the period of service on the local planning agency. So.
Good. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. You want
So then it really doesn't require a vote.
No, it really doesn't, but you want it anyway.
Congratulations,
I would do
Yeah.
it.
Congratulations.
Fill it out anyway.
It was very suspenseful. I know that. Next, we have the, you want me to wait to tally the results?
Oh, no. Jim Dunlap.
Yeah, got it. Congratulations, Jim. Thanks. Wait, I got BORCAB on mine, but it says audit committee here. Oh, there's BORCAB. We're missing one.
We're missing.
There's only one applicant.
There's only one applicant for audit.
Oh, got it.
For audit.
Just for the record, Amy, what was the vote for LPA? Just to have it on the
got
record.
it.
Yeah.
5-0, James Dunlap.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay,
Okay, you have BORCAB, right?
we have BORCAB.
There's 2 BORCABs and 1 audit.
So what do you want us to do with
We
the
don't
audit?
have the one for the audit.
Audit's just a consent.
Move that we approve the one lone applicant for the audit committee.
Who
Okay.
is it?
Second.
You want ask
She wants to know
discussion?
who it
I
is.
just want to know who it is.
Hang on, I'm getting there.
David Sandberg
Yeah.
is what I have.
David Sandberg.
Got a motion by Councilor King, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. Next, we have the Bay Oaks Campus Advisory Board. There are 2 candidates, Christopher Doyle and Ed Schoonover. Are either of them here? Would they like to come on up, Christopher? Or would you prefer Chris? And this is so formal. Christopher or Chris?
I've been called a lot worse.
That's it. That's it.
Good morning, Christopher Doyle for the record, a resident of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Hello, council. Thank you for your service. Appreciate you guys and the staff. I submitted a letter with my application. I'm not going to stand here and read it for you. I'll just summarize. I came here in the spring of 2011, immediately fell in love with this island, was actually looking for work and a house to stay and a school for my children up in the Bradenton area because I thought that's where we wanted to live. I love Anna Maria Island. I'd fallen in love with it a long time ago. Knew I wanted to be an islander. Once I got here in the spring of 2011, I was like, this is my island. Fell in love with it. We moved here that summer. My community involvement started right away. I started writing for the Island Sandpaper, covering events here at Town Hall, all up and down the island. When I returned post Ian last summer, I decided there's not really a voice for the island that does what the sandpaper used to do on a weekly basis. I said, why don't I start reporting on the news of the island? So I started the FMB Islander. A lot of people know me as the Islander, telling the stories of our beach, of our recovery. It's stories by locals, about locals. I don't cover Cape Coral, Sanibel, anywhere else but Fort Myers Beach. So that just shows my dedication and love for the island. And I was looking for a way to get involved civically. I saw the board cab availability and thought, well, I'm going to apply. It was a very split-second decision. Put in my application. The letter basically says what I just told you, that I love this place and I want to be involved. And this seemed like a great opportunity. So I submit that to you respectfully. Now, I'm not going to be able to stay for the whole meeting because of medical appointments. Would this be an appropriate time to make public comment on, say, the Allen Group presentation?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If you send us an email, though.
I will. I'll email to you.
Or this might be a long meeting. You might be able to make it back for the last.
All right. Well, that's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Is Ed here? I don't see him out there. I guess anybody have any questions for Chris? Didn't think. No? No questions for Chris? Okay. Go ahead and make your vote.
With 3 votes, it's Ed Schoonover and 2 is Christopher Doyle.
Okay. Well, congratulations, Ed. You don't need a motion, right? That's the vote. We're good.
That's the vote.
Yeah.
No, I would do a motion.
Is there a motion to approve the findings of the ballot?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Now, congratulations, Ed. Next, we have the approval of the Town Council May 20th, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the town council meeting minutes.
Okay, we got a motion by Counselor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the consent agenda, items A and B. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the items removed from consent agenda. Items C through I were removed by Counselor King. The first item is item C, Resolution 24-119, authorizing extension of Angie Brewer contract and STA number 5. John?
Just seeking further public explanation.
As Joe makes his way up, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Angie Brewer has been monitoring our state revolving loan on our Tier 1 project, and we feel like it would be prudent upon us to continue with their services since it's being successful, but Joe can speak more to that.
Oh, good morning, Joe Wanzig from Finance Department. This is a
Joe,
renewal.
is there some significance to the fact that you're in finance and your shirt is green? Is that
That is a department color. We thought it'd be appropriate. So hopefully we're in the green and not in the red.
The only thing missing is the gold lanyard.
I'm close to it. Yep. So I think just a few months ago, we had approved the amendment for the Angie Brewer contract to do the 1-year extension that we had missed the previous June. So this is now to extend it from this coming June to the following June for 1 more year. And the services that they provide is primarily for the stormwater and water projects that are underway. And what they're particularly focused on, of course, now is the Tier 1 program. And so they are the ones who go through all of the documentation that's related to all the billing from like Andrew's site work. And they are the ones who certify it and prepare it so that it can be submitted to the state revolving fund loan program for reimbursement. And then there's also, I think 2 or 3 other grants that they prepare all the documentation for and to submit for reimbursement. So it's a lot of administrative work that they do for us. And they also do updates and amendments for that are required along the way for like the state revolving loan fund program as well. And any new grants that are coming up, they also get involved. They do the research and they prepare the reporting for those grants as well. So it is a lot of work. They've done excellent work for us so far. And that's why we're asking that they be renewed for 1 more year.
Is there a dollar figure with that or?
There is. It's part of the STA that's going to be, as part of this, that would be approved. And it's for almost $246,000.
I'm sorry?
$246,000 would be the total amount. And it's all part of the SRF loan program. That's how it would be funded.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Joe before he goes away?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-119 authorizing extension of Angie Brewer contract and STA number 5.
Okay, I'll second. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is item D, resolution 24-122 CDBG DR Public Facilities Application Blight Resolution. John?
Frankie?
Good afternoon, or I should say good morning, everyone.
Wow.
My name is Frankie Kropacek. I'm the Operations and Compliance Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. With all due respect, Councilor King, D and E are kind of attached, if you would allow the same explanation for both.
Please.
The definition of a blight is needed for the CDBGR declaration for infrastructure, which we are in the process of putting towards the Grand Council at the county. There's 2 different directions you can go with the definition of blight. We chose to go with the one where the commander-in-chief stood on our island and declared it a disaster area. That alone meets the requirement of a blighted area. Blighted area doesn't have to be one that's run down financially or any other means. It can be just wiped off the map, like what we're requesting. For resolution number D or letter D, that's in regard to our parks that we asked for infrastructure-wise. Newton, the build back of Newton Park. We also put into that area the community pool and also Old San Carlos lighting, which has to be totally gutted and redone. All those areas suffered catastrophic loss because of Hurricane Ian and cannot be repaired on conventional means. So we are looking for the classification of a blighted or disaster declared area for those designations. So we can apply for the CDBGR infrastructure. The letter E, resolution 24-121, accounts for the north tower or our west tower on the island.
Water tower.
Water tower, correct. That whole facility, even though the tower was in the process of getting worked on prior to Ian making landfall, the whole area is under a blighted area because the area was taken down. Our main piping, our main valves, all that were compromised because of Ian's impact on the island. So with the presidential declaration of being a blighted area due to disaster, we also included that as well. So this is nothing more than just to, as a council, recognize the fact that those areas were in fact covered under a presidential disaster area, which they were, and to recognize such so we could get that recognized with the CDBGR documents that we uploaded last week.
Thank you, Frankie.
Yes, sir.
Becky, is it possible, do we have to do each consent agenda individually, even though they were explained?
You can join them together if you want on a consent agenda.
Okay,
So a motion could be to approve those 2.
okay. Is there a motion to approve item D and item E?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-122 and resolution 24-121 jointly.
Got a motion by Counselor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is item F, resolution 24-124, accepting FDACS contract number 31-125, awarding the town $37,500 to procure and plant 75 native trees and palms. John?
I guess I'll borrow a phrase from the vice mayor. It's let's toot our horn about this. What's going on?
Chad's going to come forward, but it is funding for trees to be planted, native trees to be planted on North Estero and on Old San Carlos, and it will be coconut palms, sea grapes, not coconut palm. That's what's listed. But go ahead.
Royal.
Royal.
Yes, sir. Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So we applied last year for this grant for $37,500 for 75 native trees, giving us $500 per tree, which doesn't go, it's not going to be the 20-foot trees that we see outside of maybe Margaritaville, but in talking to suppliers, we may be able to get, say, a 4 or 5 foot clear trunk palm, maybe on the order of 12 to 15 feet. For the royal palms, you can see the tree inventory that staff did on North Estero and Old San Carlos. And the original idea was to go for those coconut palms on Old San Carlos, as well as the royal palms on North Estero. FDEX did award us half of what we asked, which we're grateful for, and did have the caveat that we're not allowed to do the coconut palms on OSC. They're not considered native. They're on the category 2 invasive exotic list. Technically, we could have a separate conversation about that. But so we pivoted, and we do have 50 some odd royal palms. If y'all wanted to continue with the royal palm theme on North Estero, we could always substitute some of those for canopy trees if we wanted to do that. And then Wasting Away, I included some before and after photographs of Wasting Away access pre and post Ian, and showed the original plan that we had with the sea grape trees that would grow up, and you can bonsai those out to provide like a big shaded tree for that parking lot, which offers a lot of comfort for those who are in hot cars, as well as putting sea grapes and maybe even some sable palms out onto the access in the dune there.
Thanks for your efforts on that.
Yes, sir. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
All right. Any other questions for Chad?
Aren't sea grape trees, we had one before the hurricane and they're messy as can be. I mean, wouldn't that require a ton of cleanup?
So that's not the first I've heard that. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. They do shed leaves. I think it's a great tree. Trees are messy in general.
They also have little berries that fall everywhere.
They're great. You can make great wine out of them. They taste good.
You're not speaking by experience, of
Sweet.
course.
So he's heard.
I haven't had the fortitude to see that through, but I have eaten the berries out on Gopher Tortoise surveys, and they are very tasty.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-124.
You got a motion by Counselor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Counselor, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 24-199, ratifying emergency Crescent Street outfall repairs and budget adjustment. John?
Seeking just some explanation on what the project is and the financing, I guess.
So again, my name is Frank Kirkpatrick, the Operations and Compliance Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Councilor King, to answer your question, this was done before we hit the ground with Tier 1. We already had a vendor in place with Andrew's site work, and we were hoping to kind of rectify a problem that we had late last fall when Dahlia came really close to our island and flooded most of that area. Became known that we were missing a ton of duckbills in that area. When I say ton, it was actually 5, but it impacted that whole area. They're very quite heavy, so they probably was a ton. We reached out to Andrew Site Work, which was under contract with us as a vetted vendor. They were more than happy to go out and assess the situation and say they basically came back and said, yep, we can do this. So we were working under the guise of an emergency situation. We ordered the duckbills, they installed them. When it all came down, they actually tied the invoice to the Tier 1, and you can't do that. That's all dedicated funds. So this is basically just a little clerical clear up and keep it separated. And so this was the cost for the installation which by means is actually almost $10,000 less than what we originally had thought when we asked them to do the project.
This comes out of the general funds or the funding?
Oh.
Sorry, Joe.
I defer to the
Sorry,
numbers
Joe.
man on that one. Yes. Yeah, I believe it was covered by the stormwater grant, was it not? That $10 million grant we had gotten clearance.
Can be, it needs to be submitted to see if it would be, but if it were not, it can be covered by the fund balance within the stormwater fund.
Okay.
Since it's not really a large expenditure.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Joe.
Yes, if you recall, we
I don't recall much.
last year we got that $10 million stormwater grant with the help of Tidal Basin, and a lot of that could not be used for the Tier 1 project that we currently got going on, but with the help of Eliza, who was with Tidal Basin at the time and helped secure that grant, she was able to reach out to the founders of that document and came back and said that we would be able to use that for this project.
That's great. Great. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve resolution 24-199?
I'll move that, Mayor.
Okay,
I'll
motion by
second.
Council King, seconded by Council Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is item H, resolution 24-125, RFQ-20-22-AD Access Infrastructure STA 13 Impact Fee Study. John?
Town Manager.
This was something that we discussed at an MMP meeting, a couple of months ago. Sarah's here to answer any questions if you need. This is something that you guys have directed and wanted to see accomplished. So we've asked Access to propose this and move forward with it.
Any
Pending
questions?
your approval.
Any questions for Sarah?
I have a question. In your proposal, I want you to break your foot.
Take your time.
Take your time.
Yeah, really. No,
So in your proposal, your timeframe's a year. Is there any way we could get it done quicker? Would that cost more money? Think a year is, wow.
A long, especially with all the new issues or the new developments, redevelopments that we have coming in. I mean, it's critical, I think, to have this short time.
We can certainly try. I'm not personally going to be involved in this, so I don't know the work breakdown of how that needs to work. We may be able to shorten it, but I couldn't tell you for certain what everybody's schedule is that's going to be working on this. So I apologize for that.
I did speak to Jason over the weekend about this specifically, and he seems to think it could be closer to 7 months.
Okay.
Is what he had mentioned. So just, I don't know if that helps or hurts, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, sooner the better.
And
I want to do it correctly.
Yeah.
Obviously, but
Time is.
And he did.
time is of the essence. in
He
my
did say
opinion.
something that I wanted to ask you about is the way that this would work is even if a development was to get an approval, the impact fees don't get imposed until the permit is issued. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was changed by state statute relatively recently.
So even if a development was to get approved, they, as long as the permit came after the approval of this ordinance.
Yes, it would be the then applicable fee,
Got it.
impact fee.
So just a clarification on that, because received a very thoughtful letter from an LPA member over the weekend on this issue. So while we're waiting for this study, those projects that come before the council, if the study's not done yet, they could still be captured if their last permit for the project, for their CPD project, has not been issued yet. They could, so that the length of the time it takes to do this study potentially won't impact those projects that are coming before us in the next 6 months. In other words, they could still be captured. I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify.
As long as they come in for their building permit after we have adopted the new fees, yes. You can approve the development, but that doesn't mean they're going to walk in the next day and pull the building permit.
Okay. So I don't know if if I could ask for unanimous consent to proceed out of order. Does that answer the question that you had, Mr. LPA member, Mr. Bohm? You want to come up? He's an attorney as well,
Yeah.
so I just want to make sure we get his input on that.
Yeah, he, just so everybody, he had sent, I believe he sent it to all of us.
Yes, and I've corresponded with him.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure everybody was talking.
The concern I had is with redevelopment is if it takes a year, it appears some of these projects may be in for permit before the impact study could be completed and an ordinance passed. Is there a way to cover that interim period, either in the development code or, even as drastic as a moratorium on issuing of the building permits until the impact study is done? Because I think we as a town may be leaving money on the table. That was the point. It's the interim. It's not what happens with the approval of the development, but what happens between the approval of the development and the impact study if it's ready for permitting. That's a question.
Well, the key date is when they pull the permit.
So when they come in for the permit or when the permit is approved?
When
Because
it's
that can,
approved.
okay, because that can take, right there, that can take 6 months.
Okay, I think we're talking about apples and oranges here. We're talking about the building permit.
Right.
As opposed to coming in for their CPD. Because that is not,
Right.
yeah, that is not a building permit.
But then between the CPD and the building permit, is
you've
there
got-
an average time frame?
I don't know.
There's certainly going to be some lag there.
The other question that was, I think Jim had brought up in his email, and I don't want to speak for Jim, but I think is there a way to, if things are approved, because we are going through the process, to condition impact fees? I don't know if there is or isn't, but, and I don't know if that's exactly how you worded it, Jim, but.
I don't know if you would want to have a moratorium. I mean, a moratorium is so that you
Yeah.
can.
That's not what I was
Well,
asking.
okay.
That's not what I was
Then-
asking. What I was
okay.
asking is, is it legal or can you do a condition of approval on a CPD for the impact fees that haven't been imposed yet? Because the study isn't done. If for some reason the permit was to get issued before we finish this process.
I could research it. I don't believe so because we wouldn't have the authority to assess a higher impact fee than what we had adopted because we wouldn't even know what it was.
Okay, I just
So-
wanted to ask.
Yeah. I can see if there is some way around it without a moratorium. I don't
But let's
see what it would
Let's
be.
clarify this one question that we're
Okay.
just talking about. Sarah, isn't there generally some lag time between when the CPD is approved and then by the time the building permit would be approved?
Yes.
That'd be
So
relative.
the CPD gets approved.
Yep.
Then or whatever needs to happen with a public hearing, and then they come in for their development order. And then once the development order is approved, then they can come in for their permits
On average, that's 3 to 6 months.
at least.
Okay. So if it's going to take 7 months, we should be okay, theoretically.
Well, if Jason's listening, let's hope it's going to be 7 months.
Can we make that a condition?
Hey, all right.
Has to be 7 months or less?
Yeah. That's a question for Becky. I don't know.
Can we make that a condition that we will approve this if it can be in our hands 7 months or less?
Certainly, you could. I mean, they could commit
And
and
they could also say not do it and we had to put it out for bid and try to find somebody else to do it,
Yeah,
which take you
that would
2
be-
years to get it accomplished. So
that would be
Okay.
that would be
Chicken and
very
egg type thing.
problematic.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't want to pin Jason down to, he said we're shooting for a quicker time frame, but they could get bombarded with.
I mean, the
$50
way you typically control when things are done is either through some sort of a bonus or some sort of a penalty.
Well, I think we're all in agreement that we need it, and the sooner the better.
You can put in there subject to a 10% bonus if it's completed within 7 months or something like that. I mean, you could actually do something
You
like
could.
that. Carry it out.
Have you done those before, Andy?
Not that related to this kind of study. No.
And I haven't either, although I have seen penalties.
Correct.
And I'm, yeah.
Well, I think Jason is, and Axis is fully aware how important this is to the council. So,
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-125.
okay, got a motion from
Second.
Councilor King, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. The last consent agenda item is resolution 24-123, comprehensive vulnerability assessment. John?
Sounds like Chad is going to explain this.
Teed up.
Everyone, Chad Schutz, environmental staff for the town. So this vulnerability assessment, again, we went out, I think maybe a couple of years ago and got 75,000 and talking to some of the consultants, added some more money to add an adaptation plan. I can read through the packet if you like, just to educate the public on what this is doing.
Do you have a Reader's Digest version?
Sure. So this is going to look at our critical infrastructure, identify that. We've done that already.
What do you mean by critical infrastructure?
So virtually everything that the town owns, anything from our, street lights, our structures from Mound House to Town Hall, utility, drinking water, stormwater conveyance, all the critical infrastructure that the town owns is going to be assessed in this vulnerability assessment. We accomplished the first task 1.1 and 1.2 in identifying those critical assets, attaching data to those, such as elevation, location, et cetera, to participate in the county's vulnerability assessment, which has more of a regional aspect to it, which we thought was important to participate in that. But this will be more town-centric and look at those, how those critical assets are impacted by storm surge and sea level rise, with the exposure analysis and sensitivity analysis, and then coming back with public input to see where we want to focus and how we want to adapt to those challenges.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Chad?
Yeah, I've got a question, Chad. Page 264, your task start date, a lot of these tasks have already been started.
So which task are you referring to?
It says acquire background data, start date was 7/1/22, exposure analysis 7/1/22, sensitivity, all the start dates except for the adaptation plan.
No,
It
including
says the
that.
start date was 7/1/22. Is that
So no, that's not accurate. The only ones that we have accomplished to date are, again, identifying the critical assets, task 1.1 and 1.2 on those. That may be some carryover from a prior document.
okay? That was super confusing. Because I'm like, you guys started this 2 years ago already.
So that may have been just a plan from before, where we were giving that information to FDEP and trying to plan this out. With everything that's been happening, I'll be the first to say that this has been delayed, and I wish we had started it sooner. But
okay,
that may have been some planning dates for FDEP.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-123.
One more question.
Oh, you can still discuss it after the motion.
Okay. Well, I also, this is going to take a year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a in-depth analysis and public input back and forth, and getting that adaptation plan as the final product.
Okay. Fair enough.
John?
Sorry, John.
That's all right. So moved. Resolution 24-123.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councilor King.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, if you indulge me for a second, I just want to thank everyone here for their patience on this. I come from this as someone that sat out in that audience 2 years ago and became very frustrated when items that were spending on the consent agenda were never discussed. So that's always going to be an important thing with me for the citizens and the taxpayers. So thank you.
Fair enough. All right. Does anybody need a comfort break before we start the public hearings? All right. We'll take a brief 10-minute break to get comfortable. Yeah. Can we amend? Can we amend? Can we add a very long hook?
This was in miles. That wasn't.
Back to order. It is now 11:17. Our first public hearing is ordinance 24-13, unsafe structures. This is the second reading and public hearing on a proposed ordinance 24-13 entitled Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Division Number 3, Unsafe Building Abatement Code of Article 1, Property Maintenance Codes of Chapter 6, Maintenance Codes, Building Codes, and Coastal Regulations of the Code of Ordinance of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to clarify existing provisions related to notice and exceptions, to authorize notification by constructive service, to include attorney's fees and costs and not notice expenses to the demolition lien against the property on which the unsafe structure was located, and to authorize use of the uniform method of collection for collection of liens, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Becky?
Okay, this is to amend our current unsafe building abatement code. We had to clarify the notice requirement, allowing constructive service by advertisement if other methods of service were not successful. It adds the recovery of attorney's fees and costs and administrative fees to be added to the lien. And it allows collection of liens using the uniform method of collection, and that means it's added to the tax bill. So this is second reading on this. Any questions?
Questions for Becky? Is Joe available? Joe Speck available or no? Or can you guys answer for him? The question is obviously, if this is approved, when does the red tagging start? How long of time is that when the building official determines?
So, coordinating with staff, we already have about 10 properties already lined up that can go at a moment's notice. He's already went out and evaluated. He would go and do his final field inspection and be able to red tag it at that time. And we already have companies lined up as well to do the demo. Yes. We have to do lien searches.
It's okay, Andy. You can talk in the mic.
Well, also we had the attorneys are doing lien searches on the properties to make sure that what's out there and that they're clear or who owns them, so we can get the information to the right people.
Okay, so if this is approved, what is the time? Did you give me the time frame and I just missed it in all the talking? But
No, you're basically by the end of the month, you're in the next 30 days, almost immediately.
From the day that they get notified.
Yes.
They have 30 days and then we can go in and do what we have to do if they don't respond.
Correct. Joe's on his way.
Joe's on his way. I just wanted to hear from Joe because he's the one that's going to be doing the terminations, right?
Correct.
So I just as soon hear from him.
I think the one thing that we should, talk about or just mention, and we did mention it, but it is put against the property tax. The repayment is put there. So it's an easier, a cleaner way to collect and to get the money back. And it's not, we're putting liens against it and we get title companies and we're just doing all sorts of things ourselves and the attorneys are doing more. It is a cleaner process.
Okay. And go ahead, Scott.
So I have a question with regards to the properties. Will they be posted on a web page? Will it be public knowledge?
By law, we do have to post the properties. We have to make them compliant. So it'd be just same thing as doing like an LPA advertisement where we would have some kind of stand guard. Here's Joe that can answer some of these
Will
questions.
there be a separate web page, or how's that process going to work?
We could add a whole section onto our webpage.
Hey, Joe.
Talking about bringing up to speed.
Demo property.
The demo, the red tag.
Oh, okay. I'm Joe Specht. I'm the building official. And how can I help you?
So the question I had, Joe, is can you just for the public run, if this gets approved on the second reading, can you give us how you determine briefly what houses would be red tagged? We'll just use that term. How you're going to go about doing that, and then the time frame that they have to come in compliance, and what does that compliance look like? Is it fencing off the property, tearing down the property, getting a permit? If you just explain kind of the process we're going to go through.
Yes. So we've already begun tagging. We're not putting a physical tag up, but I'm making a list, and Nancy is coordinating with me on that. So I'm going by her direction, and we're making a list of 10 properties at a time, and they are beginning title searches so they know how to inform the owners properly of what we're looking for. The way I determine whether something is safe or unsafe, it's just a preliminary visual check and inspection, if you will. And the property, if they are notified that this is on the list, their property, they will have 30 days to do something. And then it's kind of open to what that may be. It'll be case by case at that point in time. If the property can be if it can be salvaged, it will have to be by way of them hiring an engineer and confirming that with us that it can be salvaged. And that engineer's letter or report will be subject to review. And then we will try to work with them and let that happen by the permitting process. If they don't answer within that 30-day period, then it goes to demolition. And that's the way that's planned to go. Is there any questions? I tried to make that as condensed as possible, but.
So I had a question now.
Okay.
At what point will these properties, will the list come out, and how are you going to disseminate that information? I think a lot of the folks in town want to know which properties they are. And
I'm not sure when.
Would it be on a list? Let's say there's a list. The day you red tag it, or after the 30
I already
days?
have a list prepared, but it's mainly for the purpose of title searches.
Okay.
So that we've done a visual inspection of these properties, and Nancy wanted the list so that she could do title searches and prepare for this, what we're doing right now. And the title searches have already begun. So if this goes to ordinance, she's going to be ready to start doing notices. We're meeting every Friday over the phone. We're having conference calls, and updating each other on where we are. This week, the plan is she's going to have a draft of what the notice will look like that goes to the owners. And we're going to go over that together.
What I hear Scott saying, though, is when does this become public knowledge? Is that when the letter is sent to the owner, or?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm open for direction on that.
Okay.
The only direction I've received so far is to start getting a list together so that these title searches can be done. I don't think I'm the one that says, okay, let's make it public. I think we're all in that together.
What we'll do is follow direction from the attorney once we're all cleared of everything and there's no liability, or we step outside, and then Becky can speak to that. But we will post everything. We'll put it on an appropriate page or link or connection, that type of thing, so everybody can find it. I mean, it'll be published. We have to publish things like that anyhow. I mean, it's a public record. It has to be out there. And so once we get that going, we will follow all the letters of the law to make sure everything's properly posted.
So, Joe, if I could, to the mayor's question, you talked about doing a visual inspection for people out there who are listening. Is it sort of like the Supreme Court's definition of pornography? They know it when they see it. In other words, do you just see it's obviously dilapidated? Are things that, in other words, can you convey to the public what you're looking for when you determine an unsafe property?
Yes. So I'm out in the field almost every day. So, and I'm like everyone who lives on Fort Myers Beach, you go by the same properties all the time and things catch your eye. So what I do is I notice properties that appear to be abandoned. Some of them demolition has already started, and that process has been abandoned also. So I look for abandonment. I go inside and see if there's anything that's unsafe. Most all of the ones that have been abandoned have unsafe issues, whether it be debris, whether it be parts of the building that are just hanging and may fall at any minute. I'm sorry, but that's the kind of inspection I'm doing. I don't know if I would actually consider it to be unsafe based on my inspection. They could be salvageable, but to answer your question again, there may be things that need to be done immediately, like fencing it off, removing parts of the building that need to be removed if they're proposing it to be salvageable, and keep the public out.
That's very helpful, Joe. Thank you. And just to, so again, for folks who are watching this, just to clarify, and I'll defer to Frankie on this too. This is separate than if somebody's operating a nuisance, they've got their grass has not been mowed, they've got a bunch of trash in their yard, there's rats, potentially infesting that area, or raccoons. Will that be a separate violation than this?
Yes, sir. So what you're addressing right there would be a code violation. So that would have to go through trying to educate the person on cleaning up their property. If they don't take the proper abatement steps themselves, what we would do, the town could step in and take that action for them. But anything that we would do to or try to recoup would have to go before magistrate. This is eliminating that process altogether. We've done our due diligence. We've tried to reach these homeowners several different times. We're doing our lien searches now. So we're just dealing with those individuals who own those properties. So any action the town takes from here on out is between the town and that landowner. Where before, if we were to go down the road with just making it a code enforcement, that could escalate into years before those structures would actually be come down, a set of just weeks.
That's a very helpful clarification. Thank you.
Like I said, we're doing both commercial and residential.
Yes.
Yes.
Just so everybody knows.
So just to kind of play devil's advocate, if I'm a homeowner that gets this and I come in and put a fence around my property, but don't do anything else, what else do we have to do to, if we know that, I can think of 5 off the top of my head that definitely can't be rebuilt. But if they get this letter and they just come and put a fence around the property, can they then in theory just keep the building sit there for as long as they want until it sells or whatever they're doing with it?
Well, my initial response to that is my gut feeling is no. I think the full answer would come after we work together with Vo's law firm and come about with this letter that they're going to receive. So that letter is going to have to give them the information that they need to know you're not just going to be allowed to put a fence up. We want some action. We want to clean things up.
That's what I was.
So we're working together to get that letter drafted. The first draft is going to be discussed on Friday when we have our conference call.
Okay. I think it's important that was an important question. I just want someone putting up a fence, then now we see that they just walk away.
The way I understand this is we're doing this is because we want action. And we want it to be positive action for the town.
There were a few properties, Mr. Mayor, early on last year that the property owner just did that. Just put up either an orange fence or whatever and thought that was sufficient to get them to a sale date. And those have gone on too long. So that's why we stepped in with this program to try to alleviate that and get it to a closer final outcome.
Okay. Any questions for Joe?
It sounds like we have a understanding now of when things will become a public record. Does that help you or?
Yes, all of this helps me.
Anything else you need from us to be successful?
I don't think so, but this helps me to prepare for my conference call on Friday, which is going to be about that letter.
Thank you, Joe.
Could I comment? As soon as a second person sees a document that is prepared, it becomes a public record. And Amy's watching her computer right now, and she has 2 requests, and we will respond to them appropriately.
For the letter.
For the list.
Okay.
Hi, Ed.
All right. Well, I appreciate your efforts. And is it, I know you're meeting once a week. Is it possible? I mean, this has been going on a long time. And I can tell you in the public that the temperature is rising for these structures that are not being taken care of. And I understand once a week meetings are great, but this is something that I think the public is very, very concerned with. Is it possible to maybe move it up to twice a week or something to get?
It can be every day. We can absolutely do
'Cause
that.
This is by way of conference call.
Okay.
So it's not like we have to travel to meet or anything like that. It's a pretty simple meeting. And yes, we can do that.
Is the council okay with giving direction to expedite would be the best way to this process to move this along? Sure. If this gets approved, obviously.
Absolutely.
See a lot of head nods.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, you got it?
Yeah.
Thank you for your help, Joe. It's you
Glad
were
to
able
do
to answer a lot of questions that people had, I think. So
Yeah, good.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll move ordinance
Oh,
24-13.
we got a public comment first.
Okay. Nice try, John.
I was ready. I wrote it down.
Thank you. Good job.
We'll open this
That
up
was a test. You passed.
for public comment. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
Well, I've heard of things called motions, so I'll move ordinance 24-13, unsafe structures.
All right. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? The roll call vote. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers is an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. All right, the next, how many we got? 1, 2, 3. The next 3 items on the agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
All right. Zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances are all quasi-judicial in nature, which requires our public hearing to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow basic standards of due process requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards, and decisions made on competent and substantial evidence presented to the town council in written documents or oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based on personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency, before beginning any of the public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters. Town clerk, were all agenda items properly advertised if necessary pursuant to our Land Development Code?
Yes, they were.
At any time, if any council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this for the record at this time so that we can assure we'll have a quorum present for review of the items.
Is there any, John?
None.
Vice Mayor Earl?
None.
I have none.
None.
Councilor Safford?
None.
Okay, at this time, if there is anyone present, including the applicant, property owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony in any of the hearings, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Feel the earth tilting on its axis.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties sworn.
Okay. This item is the second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-14, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the property located at 841 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-0050B.0010, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor Holt?
I had a meeting with a neighborhood group last week, and this came up very briefly.
I have been by the site many, many times. Councilor Woodson?
I know the site.
Councilor King, or what, Safford?
Same as Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience has been accepted as the expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? I know most of them have already been qualified. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff?
Yes.
They're nodding yes. Okay. Please proceed.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. The neighborhood company, on behalf of 7-Eleven Inc., the property owner for 841 Estero Boulevard, has applied for a commercial plan development rezoning to develop the property on the corner of Lagoon Street and Estero Boulevard with a convenience store. The downtown zoned property was the site of a 7-Eleven prior to Hurricane Ian. A convenience store is allowed by right in the downtown zoning district. However, the request requires several deviations from the Land Development Code for site design, and therefore the applicant is proposing a CPD. The proposed development requires a deviation from LDC Section 34706D that requires When properties are fronting on Estero Boulevard, existing driveway and parking spaces shall be relocated from Estero Boulevard to a secondary street, and new driveways shall connect only to the secondary street, except where requirements would prohibit all reasonable access from to the property. This deviation would allow driveway connecting to Estero Boulevard and Lagoon Street. A deviation from section 10-285 along Estero Boulevard and Lagoon. The deviation would allow driveway separation along Estero Boulevard to be a minimum of approximately 80 feet and a minimum of approximately 60 feet along Lagoon Street. A deviation from vehicle access separation requirements 34-706A to allow a parking lot to be located primarily fronting on Estero Boulevard. A deviation from section 34-2020 D2I1, which requires a minimum of 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet of total floor area, or 14 spaces for the proposed 3,500 square foot convenience store, to allow for a reduction of 5 spaces to allow 8 parking spaces for this project. And a deviation from section 34-1744B4D, which limits refuse container enclosures to 6 feet in height. The deviation would allow the refuse container screening enclosure to be a maximum of 7 feet 6 inches in height. The proposed development requests should be evaluated according to section 3485B and C and 34216 of the LDC. Deviations must be approved, modified, or rejected per the findings in section 34216-4. Staff's application of these evaluative codes are provided in the staff report. Staff notes that the parking spaces that back into the Palermo Circle right-of-way, that is incorrect.
Yeah.
That's from the other one. So my apologies. This is the second town council hearing for this proposed ordinance. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay. Questions for Sarah? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Holt?
I think we did an exhaustive search on this first reading and found little controversy, so I have nothing additional.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I watched that meeting and I'm good with everything.
Counselor King? Or Safford, sorry.
Why were we given this?
The master concept plan that was provided in the agenda item didn't include the 5th deviation.
Okay.
Which is, so that one just shows the circled area and includes that deviation.
Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have.
I don't have any. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Good morning, Mayor, Town Council, staff. Just real quick, we really have nothing to add on this, but we'll throw up, this is the MCP that you've received that's been revised to reflect that last deviation that we feel is appropriate, as all the other 7-Elevens have addressed that. Again, the elevations that were proposed and the renderings, and we're excited to see this third one get to this level and then come out of the ground and service the community. So be happy to answer any questions. Our team's here. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
I know Councilor Woodson, you weren't here for the first one. Could you just, for the public that maybe didn't catch it, time frame if this gets approved to when they could expect to see groundbreaking and then the time it would take to complete?
So we're looking at, because of the location, we're dealing with a little bit more of the environmental permitting, flood proofing, et cetera. So that's going to take a little extra time to get those construction plans. So we're looking at perhaps another 6 to 9 months to work through those permitting and approvals. And then I believe the construction that we were saying is about another year from that. So 6 to 9 months and then a year of construction.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, it takes a little time, but
does, yeah.
at least we're here and
That's right.
taking it to the next step.
Any questions for Ken? Councilor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Hall?
Nothing.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good.
Councilor Safford?
None.
All right. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
We'll now open public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Any public comment? Madam Clerk, do you have anyone? All right. Seeing no one stand up, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Shaking their head, no. All right, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of ordinance 24-14.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderhout, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderhout?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allen is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're switching these. So we're going to move to item D. I'll wait for the chairs to, a musical chair. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending restating ordinance number 22-06 to amend the schedule of uses for the commercial planned development zoning for the property located at 230, 2301, 2307, and 2311 Estero Boulevard and 111 and 121 Mango Street, generally identified as strap numbers 219-46-24, W3-0110D.0010 and 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0019 and 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0020 and 19-46-24-W3-0120 E.0030 Fort Myers Beach, amending the master concept plan for the restaurant uses, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and deviations and other clarifications as necessary, providing for repeal, conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the first public hearing. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I've had some discussions with Dawn and Mike Miller.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I've had discussions with the owners as well as I've received a couple of emails about the view corridor.
Okay.
I also met with the neighborhood group.
Okay.
Last week.
I have also met with the neighborhood group last week. I've talked to the owners. I have also received a couple emails about the view corridor and some potential noise issues. And that's it. Vice Mayor Adderhout?
The same for me.
Councilor King?
Meeting last week with a neighborhood group and a couple of emails regarding noise complaints.
Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by the town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
I have before.
Yeah, I was same. You guys are becoming staples here. I have to start charging your rent or something. I don't know. Has the property owner
about that?
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes. Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, councilors. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Excuse me. As was mentioned, this CPD amendment covers 4 separate lots, collectively known as a Sandy Bottom CPD. The requested application amends an existing CPD ordinance passed in 2022. The amendments and deviations requested total 9 deviations and 12 conditions of approval at the end. Some of those are going to be amended. Some of them are brand new. This is comparable to the 11 conditions of approval and 11 deviations that were approved on the previous ordinance. So The applicant is requesting to, again, amend some uses in their schedule of uses. They are asking to amend or include a series of deviations. Some of them are minor changes to what had previously been approved, such as the widths of buffers, particularly along the area in the back of the property that butts up against the residential area behind them. During the LPA meeting, most of the discussion itself centered along a few different requests for deviations and a few different conditions of approval. In particular, excuse me, there was discussion, a lot of discussion about the change in the area. So they are requesting, previously they had 1,000 square feet of outdoor space in the 2206 ordinance. Their current request is to create a roughly 2,750 square foot tiki hut. And that would encompass all of their outdoor service area in the front of the building. Some of these deviations include a reduction in the minimum setbacks, changes to the setback or the build-to lines. And in total, they're asking to change the amount of parking. They're asking to expand the available space for outdoor service along with alcohol service. They are asking to extend their outdoor service area by an hour. Staff has countered with a request to keep the outdoor service the same as what was previously approved. So they are proposing going until 11 p.m. Staff has countered with the option to keep what existed before, which would have been a 10 p.m. stop on outdoor service. The restaurant itself can continue to be active up until midnight, as was previously approved in the 2206 ordinance. So they're requesting to extend that an hour, and then that would allow for them to serve alcohol and food up to 11 p.m. outside. Also, one of the discussion points before LPA that got a lot of time was the question of the reduction of the site triangle or site visibility triangle. In the code, it is required to provide 10 feet along Estero Boulevard and along Fairweather. They are asking to reduce that to a minimum of 3 feet. And there was some discussion about whether or not that helped, hurt, or kept the site visibility as you're coming out of Fairweather and entering Estero, whether that was a net positive or a net negative. The discussion before you today is going to range mainly on just sort of expanding the outdoor use and reducing the parking. It's been noted that on previous plans that the town council has allowed for the reduction of parking. They are asking for approximately a 35% reduction in parking. That number is slightly different than what the applicant has proposed in their application. And that difference in the ratio that they're asking for comes down to them requesting to take off 2 of their parking spaces in exchange for 2 for bike racks. So a total of 8 bike rack parking spaces. Staff just wanted to point out that prior to now and the precedents that we work under, only one of those reductions for putting a bike rack in has been accepted per project. But the applicant themselves is aware of that. That was a discussion at LPA, and staff just wants to express it in the most conservative way possible. So staff notes that they are requesting a 35% total of 35%, or excuse me, 38% reduction in the parking. Whereas previously, under the previous CPD, they were afforded a 30% reduction. So I think it's fair to say that they are asking for an additional 8% reduction compared to what existed in the previous business on that lot. I know we've gone over a lot of ground so far, but staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant's representative and the applicants themselves are also here for discussion.
Questions for Jason? John?
No.
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
Not at this time.
Counselor Safford?
Not at this time.
I don't have any yet. Okay. Thanks, Jason.
Good morning, Mayor, Town Council again. Ken Galander for the record, certified planner here on behalf of the applicant, property owners Mike and Don Miller of 1249 Estero Adventures LLC. I'm just going to move more quickly through this. Jason did an excellent job of laying the groundwork of this, what led us to this point through the existing CPD. Just real quickly, we're looking at 4 parcels, the future land use map category of boulevard, existing zoning as stated before is commercial plan development. As we all are very familiar with the site, the corner of it's an interesting property, for to say the least, the angles and the orientation. But what I want to do is just reiterate what our request is, an amendment to the existing resolution. Again, wanting to work forward of reopening the restaurant with those hours of 7 a.m. to 12 midnight, having outdoor seating and entertainment. Again, we are, as Jason reiterated or pointed out, expanding the seating area. And underneath that seating area will be a tiki structure that's integrated with the existing building. And a component of that is to allow for the outdoor entertainment. We are acknowledging that until 10 p.m. as was stated from Jason. Also continuing with the identification as was approved previously for consumption on premises. Moving to the master concept plan, we wanted to focus on also working through the maneuverability of the parking lot. Before it was one way in, one way out. Now we're able to orient the parking and provide the appropriate separation between parking, the drive aisles to allow for full circulation. We also wanted to relocate the dumpster so it could be more easily serviced by the waste management provider.
Ken, before you go on from there,
yes,
what did you do to make it so that you could go in and out from either direction? You're not widening those entrances, are you?
No, the entrances are not necessarily being widened. It's just the distance for the access aisles where the parking spaces abut one another to ensure it meets code for when cars are backing out. So then you could have that dual maneuverability, not just one way. If you reduce those down to around 20 feet, you can only have a one-way direction. So through the orientation and the fixing up of that parking lot, we can provide for that 22 feet minimum.
And I'm assuming that there's nothing, I've always been curious as to why that
was one way.
Mosquito pond has to stay there. Is that just for water runoff?
That's stormwater management. Yes, sir. That was originally.
Seems like a weird spot for it, but.
Yeah, and it's a component of the odd structure and the orientation of the property boundaries. It's how it was originally developed, and they don't want to manipulate that or change that component of it.
Okay.
So then north or just south of the main structure is, you can see the dashed lines. Apologies for the small size here, but that's where the tiki structure would be, and the location of the outdoor seating area. One component that we are well aware of is to addressing that outdoor entertainment. We have designated those locations within the master site plan, concept plan, that's where the duo, or they're just looking for more of the simple performances by solo artists, more acoustical, and those are identified specifically on the master concept plan where they are, and they are designed to be oriented towards the Estero right-of-way, directed away from any surrounding residential properties. Real quickly, location and site design compatibility, ideal location for this restaurant. It was obviously restaurants beforehand. continue to complement the surrounding uses in the area through the setbacks, buffering, open space, site design, and conditions, maintaining that compatibility. And the restaurants here existed without any known negative impacts prior. We feel we're consistent with the comp plan and LDC. This is a rendering of the actual construction plans that are being developed for the tiki structure. This is a rendering, although a little cartoonish, but it's something appropriate that we felt was, helps just add the liveliness and the aspects of what is being proposed for Sandy Bottoms. These are renderings of existing tiki structures by the contractor that is working with the Millers to build. So it'll be very similar in nature to these very open air and your traditional tiki type structures. What I want to do is really jump to the deviations, as Jason mentioned, and what we were working through with the LPA. We feel that they do meet the plan development, the intent to redevelop the property due to the impacts of the storm. We do feel that what we're proposing do not negatively impact the public's health, safety, and welfare, and consistent with the comp plan. We are doing a deviation for the parking, adding additional from 30% to a 35% parking reduction. Through that, we're adding bicycle parking racks. We're also ensuring that we have the appropriate connectivity for the pedestrians from the structure, from the use onto the street, and integrating that with the existing transit stop that is out there already. With regards to the visibility triangle, and I think that was what was mentioned before, the view corridor, but it's a visibility triangle. And what I want to do on this slide is identify on the left is conditions prior to the hurricane. And this is tables, umbrellas, landscaping, et cetera, patrons within that visibility triangle. And that, per your standard in your code, is 10 feet back from, and this in this instance would be the edge of the new sidewalk that was constructed along Estero Boulevard, 10 feet into the interior. This can be seen in the bottom right photograph, or the aerial, showing the red triangle that is, per your standards, 10 feet back and extends approximately 150 feet down Estero Boulevard. But through this application of the visibility triangle, there's a unique traffic pattern that's associated with this property. And due to the transit stop, or the trolley stop of Lee County Transit, the travel lane of Estero Boulevard deviates out farther into the center of the road. So it alters your traditional visibility triangle, and it alters the person's view that is on Fairweather going on to Estero. It changes their direction and view down Estero Boulevard. So in essence, it changes the dynamic of how that standard would typically be applied. This is actually, I was at the intersection and took a photograph of just how I wanted to experience what we were dealing with out there in terms of conditions as of today. Don't know necessarily where the cars are, but they're. It was just, yeah. I have skills, but I didn't think I had that level. But you can just see those existing conditions, and from that, we wanted to, what would actually putting the tiki hut, and let's establish a rendering that we could see what we're dealing with. And so this is a rendering of the tiki structure with the landscaping that that code allows us to have, as long as you're keeping it free from limbs and et cetera, from 2 feet to 6 feet. So palms or your typical would be an appropriate landscape type of vegetation out there. The posts that our renderers did. They actually used, they look like palm trees in terms of the vertical support structures. And that structure is set back about approximately 3 feet. So it's right on that where that existing patio or the outdoor pavers are, and then extends back into the property. So what we're looking at, and under your land development code, it provides for these standards for your visibility triangle, but it understands that you could have visual obstructions, you can have your landscaping, you could have umbrellas, you could have people sitting, eating, those type of things. But it also says you do these things and or provide for that equivalent visibility. And from what we have analyzed, what we're trying to provide for in terms of these renderings, the design of the structure, the orientation or the adjustment of the travel lane, and the prior conditions additionally to this is we feel that it was appropriate to limit, and let me get back to this. This is a blow up of the master concept plan, and the area identified within the yellow circle is a restricted area in terms of no seating, no any of that nature within that portion of the tiki structure. And what the Millers would be proposing is you could have some interesting planters or interesting things that would be enjoyable by the patrons there, but it would further restrict that ability for any visual obstructions for individuals sitting within that area. And we're committed to providing that. But we certainly agree with the staff report and recommendation of approval. But through our analysis and our explanation, we believe that the deviation, which is 11, but it's actually number 9 under the ordinance, to allow for that 3-foot visibility triangle is appropriate. We had a recommendation of approval by the local planning agency. We feel we're consistent with the comp plan, the LDC, and all the application requirements. And we respectfully request the town council to propose the proposed rezoning amendment on first reading as submitted and presented, and be happy to answer questions. And we have my partner here, Mr. Patrick Vanaz, who's been working on this with me. So
Ken, I've got a question. You stated that the reduction in parking would be 35%, yet Jason said it was 38. What's the right number, sir?
I believe that had to do with the bicycle.
Had to do with the bicycle. Okay, so the original request from the applicant was to go from a previously approved 30% and increase that to a reduction of 35%. That included 2 credits that they were claiming for bicycle racks. This is a well-trodden ability if you're redeveloping or doing new development to be able to reduce 1 parking space for the addition of 4 bike racks. They're attempting to use 2 of them, 8 bike racks total. The precedence with staff, and because we would note that the code language has no upper limit, so you could theoretically put in 30 bike racks at 4 per bike rack and effectively get rid of all of your actual vehicle parking. So based on the precedents and based on staff's reading of that code section, we're only allowing them to apply for 1 credit for 1 bike rack. The difference there would mean that instead of their calculations at 35%, which would be them having a requirement of 52 parking spaces and providing 34, in staff's view, it's actually a requirement of 53 parking spaces and they're providing 33. So the difference there between that 1 parking space credit that they were
3%.
looking for is roughly 3%.
Thank you.
Jason, don't run off. I got a question for you on the conditions in here. You had mentioned there was a difference of opinions between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m.
Correct. They had initially proposed a allowance for 12 a.m. so that the outside area could be used through the entirety of their day. The staff had come back and said, well, the original approval that you were given is 10 p.m. for the outdoor area to try and respect the residential uses around there. And so we had counter proposed that as sticking with the timing that was approved in 2206. And then I believe just prior to the LPA meeting, the applicant has come back with a compromise asking to go to, I believe, 11 p.m., which would be an extension of an hour beyond what currently is approved.
Because in your conditions number 7, you've got the hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week for both the restaurant and outdoor seating area.
Right. We took that directly from the justification language that came in from the applicants, from the application. And I apologize. We'll kind of gussy that up and make sure that it reads in line with what staff has proposed. But today, I believe, are you guys asking for 11?
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
And then you've got the amplified music till 10 p.m. on designated areas of master concept plan.
Right.
That's assuming the patio, right?
That is the outdoor patio area, and that was staff's counter proposal is to keep the hours until 10 p.m. that were approved previously. And then if the town council determined that they wanted to extend those hours, the applicant may or may not be asking for that additional time now.
Okay. The reason I bring it up is we've been getting some emails about noise and parking.
Correct.
The way it's currently set up, people just parking in the right of way, parking on other people's properties. And it's frustrating some of the neighbors as well as the music and the noise. And their concern is that this has been in the past, it's been a breakfast place. So it's been, morning traffic versus evening traffic. So they have concerns in the neighborhood about the noise and the parking. Where are they going to park? So I just got another email as we were talking about it. So I just wanted to make sure that you're thinking about that when you're talking about the conditions. And I'm sure Ken wants to come up and say something about it, but
Absolutely.
It's something that we should be cognizant of because it is going from a bagel shop to potentially a full out bar, and people in the neighborhood are concerned that it is a neighborhood and this could completely alter where they bought on a quiet street. So just want to keep that in mind as we continue to discuss.
Absolutely. And if I may shoehorn one thing in here that I had intended to put in my initial breakdown of the application, their schedule of uses is also proposing the use of a food truck and to allow that as a by right use. There was some discussion at LPA about would it be better to put on some sort of conditions to try and mitigate any problems with that? But just wanted to make sure that was also mentioned here, that their schedule of uses does propose by right the use of at least one food truck.
Full time?
The schedule of uses seems to indicate that would be full-time. There was discussion at the LPA meeting about whether or not they would be interested in a compromise to allow for them to continue the food truck usage under the temporary use, the emergency temporary use rubric for the extent of their prep to get ready to build. And once they had received either COs or initial permitting, that food truck would then come off of the property. But that was not changed or that was not added as a condition of approval from LPA.
So I guess maybe this is more for Ken. Is the intent to use a food truck until the building is built? They're going to put a kitchen in it, I assume. They're not going to want a kitchen and a food truck.
The intent was, as Jason reached out to us saying, hey, do you want to think about the opportunity for a food truck as the evolution and going through the permitting? And that's what made sense. That's the intent, is that the food truck would not exist past the full functioning of the restaurant. They need the space to support the restaurant, not to support a food truck.
But it doesn't read that in the way the condition is written, at least the way I understand it.
We would be happy to.
The way I read it is you could have it anytime you wanted it.
We can certainly come back at second reading, propose an appropriate, more descriptive condition for that use. If I may, let's go back. My discussions with Jason and our understanding, let me just make sure I get to the conditions, and we're all looking at the exact same.
It's on our page 646, 647.
646, 647 of 755.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know which one you guys are looking at.
What we're looking at is the hours of operation of the restaurant. And we would like to maintain that as it's written, the 7 a.m. to midnight. However, in terms of the music and the amplified music, we are okay with restricting that further back down to the 10 p.m. rather than what we had originally proposed is 11 p.m. And I think, through our effort of identifying where that music can be performed, where the entertainment can exist, the orientation of it, providing for where it is. It's not going to be a tent. It's not going to be exposed as what is occurring out there currently. And our understanding was the town can offer special events permits. So a band could be applicable for that special event. But what they would be proposing for normal entertainment during regular hours would simply, again, be that duo or a solo artist performing. So it wouldn't be to the extent that the initial special event that they had the other day. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Any more questions for Ken?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor Earl? No. So Woodson?
So I just want to be clear on one thing. So you just talked about 7 a.m. to midnight inside and outside.
Restaurant and outdoor seating area, yes.
But what staff is proposing is 11 p.m. service outside,
10.
just 10 p.m. So that the service outside would stop when the music stops.
Okay.
But they could still operate inside?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think that was some of the concern that some of the residents had talked about, having that, even though there'd be no music out there, it could still be pretty loud. And they're concerned that their living might be a little, I can't think of the word I'm trying to, it might alter their quality of life. There you go. That's what I was trying to come
understood.
So where did I hear 11 p.m. service for outside?
That's what they're proposing as a compromise, but then it sounds like it has changed.
No, that was just for the amplified and outdoor. That would be your condition 8 is what. So I think there was just a level of confusion in terms of.
So you're seeking to go to amplified music till 11.
That's what we originally proposed. We are good with as
at 10.
The 10.
Okay.
But now getting further clarification, outdoor seating area, eating and
service till
would be
11.
Would be to 10 is what.
Till 10.
And we just feel inside, outside food service, the service just be maintained consistently between the two is what we were preferring.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that really gives me a little bit of pause because of the neighborhood. We have received a few people that have, and not everybody's here, so not everybody's going to hear about it. Maybe we'll hear more between first and second reading, but
right. So we can certainly, we'll evaluate that, and I'll speak with Don and Mike and come back and have a better appropriate consideration for a revised condition.
Right, because I think there was some confusion too that for the grand opening, and unfortunately I wasn't able to be there, but there was a special events permit for that. So it's not like your everyday music that is going to be occurring there.
And they're obviously well aware of the process and the procedures that they must go through.
Right.
They have actually provided an idea of who's going to be performing when and what special events permits that they would like to be seeking. So they're planning for all this, and they're aware that they want to be that good neighbor. But we can certainly respect.
Right, because I think they proved that with the whale and made all the conditions and that type of thing for the entire time. So
we're seeking. Sandy Bottom is going to be a different venue for that context of where this is in the town. So.
Are they planning on operating at 7 a.m. in the morning and serving breakfast, or is it?
So we just made 7 a.m. Potentially, but that's when activity could be occurring. Employees coming in for
Sure.
early.
I'm just curious because I know that the old Tuckaway property always had an issue with funneling in from Mothers and from Heavenly Biscuit. They had to have someone sit out there all the time to protect their parking.
Protect the
So I just wasn't sure if they were planning on operating that or not.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
It could evolve. That maybe
Sure. Okay.
Wouldn't have provided for a breakfast.
Ken, is there going to be a bar outside or actually full service bar?
I don't know that question. I received a nod, yes, that the outdoor area will have a service bar area for food to be served, but
I'm not talking food, I'm talking bar.
Oh, well, alcohol could be served out there.
Okay. Well, I know it would be served, but I'm saying, will there actually be a bar out there?
Mike, you want to come up?
Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the floor plan at zoning level for.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Miller and owner of the property. Right now, we would like to put an actual bar on the outside of the property. It has not been proposed or anything yet. That's something in the near future we'd like to discuss with, the town and everyone else about it. Just to, we'd like to have like a small, sit down, maybe U-shaped bar, and then have seating going around. It just all depends on, once we get everything identified with the triangle line and what's going to go in there. So we make sure there's no seating put in there. How much room are we going to actually have at the end of the day? Is it more viable to have, some high tops and low top seating out there and we have the waitresses come from inside and deliver? Or do we have enough room where we can put a nice little bar out there and be able to serve and take care of our patrons a little bit quicker?
Becky, is that something that would have to be in this approval, or staff, whoever would? We just want to make sure if that is your intent and it's something that has to be put inside the application that.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it didn't have to be in there.
Jason Smalley, Planning and Zoning. So in the schedule of uses, they've explicitly asked for, as a by right activity, on-premises consumption of alcoholic beverage served in conjunction with the restaurants, including the 2,750 square foot outdoor seating area. So the way staff understands it, there's no need for additional special exceptions because the use explicitly for outdoor service and for outdoor consumption is already being proposed as one of the schedules of use. So,
So that would be covered under the schedule of use, but then the building codes would determine where, if they could do water and drainage and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Any of the utilities would be dealt with during development order phase. And if something needed to be changed around, I ostensibly would believe that they would do that at that point. If it's not feasible, then theoretically they'd have to come back and amend the CPD or ask for additional approvals.
Becky, do you think it makes sense to add that in, just as, even though it may or may not be needed through the building side of it, does it make sense to put it in as part of the CPD process if they're going to potentially do it? Doesn't sound like they're 100% sure or not, but.
I would. I mean, if you should assume that they're going to do anything that they are permitted to do. So if there's any hesitation about it, then you should, remove that. But if you want to allow them to do that, wouldn't hurt to put it in to avoid having neighbors complain about it later and say it's not really allowed.
Seems to make sense to me. I mean, just for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could see someone later, if this is approved, saying, well, it doesn't say anywhere here they get to have an outside bar. Even though you're saying it meets, even though it's not stated, it still meets the requirements to allow it based on the way it's worded.
Yeah, our code specifically says the service outside, not necessarily the physical presence of something that could be called a bar, but the activity being used outside. And again, staff believes that that's covered in their request in the schedule of uses.
Do you guys have any opposition to adding what Becky's suggesting in there just to CYA, assuming it gets approved?
No, we talked to the Millers and we can identify that. And when we come back to you, it'll be shown on the MCP.
Okay.
Also, for the record, if I can just quickly address two minor issues.
As long as you say your name first.
Also, Pavanas for the record. And I have been tenured as an expert. So one of the things that I want to clarify, and I know that might be a concern for the neighbors, is this is a restaurant, 100% restaurant, not a bar. That means that more than 50% of their proceeds has to be from food. So want to make it that very, very, very clear. Not a bar, it's a restaurant. And secondly, while we certainly understand some of the comments that you may have received from the neighbors, the initial weekend was a bit of an exception to what's going to be there in the future. They had a special events permit. Also, you have a tent covering the parking, and that's affecting the parking conditions right now. And as this gets approved and built, those conditions are going to go back to normal. Parking will be available, and hopefully that will resolve the issue.
I appreciate you clarifying that it was the one first day, but I know, I don't know if these guys have received a second or third complaint about noise even after the initial date. So I wouldn't say it was necessarily a complaint more than it was a concern that is this what we're going to have to deal with every single day going forward if this is approved. So that's why I have a little hesitation with the midnight thing, because people do live in the neighborhood and they're concerned with, again, it wasn't necessarily a complaint, but more of a heavy concern that this could be what they have to deal with every single day of the week. And if you could keep that in mind and maybe relook at the 10 p.m. thing, it might go a long way to help alleviate.
We'll discuss that with the Millers. Also, I think once we do have the tiki there, it's going to be open, granted, and sound travels, but it will be hidden behind the existing building.
Right.
And the tiki will dampen some of that noise.
If I may, regarding the aspects of parking and the additional percentage, within our deviation, we had specifically identified that we would like to apply those bicycle parking. And we totally understand that you could abuse those opportunities, and that's not the intent. But I think there's, through your policies and your comprehensive plan about the needs for addressing and providing for unique opportunities for parking, I think that's appropriate, that what we're asking for, but nothing extreme of we're replacing all bicycles with opportunities for vehicles. So,
good. Any other questions for Ken? Thank you, Ken. Public comment. We'll open with public comment. Is there any members here of the public who would like to wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Public comment? Mike, come on up.
My name is Mike Miller. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach, and I'm at 290 Bahia Via on the south end. Some of the things I just wanted to go over real quick. The loud noise, I understand completely with the local community and the neighbors. What we've done also, again, we did have the special event permit. We were not allowed to go above decibel readings, and of which I went around and went to adjoining properties and took meter readings. We were still under the decibel readings for that day. And I do understand they could still hear the music. That's not our intent. That was just our intent for the grand opening. After that, what we've done is we try and keep our decibel readings. I even got a reader about 4 inches by 6 inches that will give us a meter reading, and we do it inside the building, inside the tent. And what that does is if we keep it at an 80 or 82 decibel level inside the tent, the adjoining neighbors will not hear the music. So, and again, it's a one person or a duo band, where I want to keep the decibel levels down. By no way is this the Whale, okay? And it's not going to be the Whale, and we have no intentions on making it like the Whale. This is a restaurant that's going to serve liquor but has great food. And we want to be able to, while we're sitting here today, having this conversation. This is the type of conversation I like to have while we're inside the restaurant or outside the restaurant, where you don't have to scream or wait till the band stops to be able to have a conversation with someone. That's the way Sandy Bottoms is going to be, where it's a fun, casual place to go to. And if any of the neighbors have any concerns or things like that, they feel free to get a hold of Greg or myself, and we take care. We make sound a priority, because without the community and the neighbors, we wouldn't have a restaurant bar. And that's one of the things that we also wanted to bring up. As for the 10 o'clock at night on the inside the tiki hut, we really don't have a problem with that. Most people don't eat dinner at 10 o'clock at 10 o'clock at night. They're probably done by 9 or whatnot. So we have no problem with the town's recommendations on 10 p.m. As long as we're open up in the inside, it's not an issue. And last but not least, what was I going to mention? Parking. Yes, we have a parking issue right now because our tent takes up 80% of our parking. The good news is my wife, Dawn, did reach out to the Neptune across the street, and they have graciously given us the okay to park on their property. So what we're also going to do is we're going to get some signs that says additional Sandy Bottoms parking. We're going to put them arrows across the street, and also we're going to take the initiative and go over. They've got some debris and stuff in their parking lot. We're going to go over and we're going to clean up their parking lot a little bit to make it more, so people don't get flat tires or anything that might be happening. And
I know go ahead. You're going to ask the same. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to ask the same question.
There you were asking. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a different question. I think as somebody who, after the storm, I lived on Mango Street for a time. I lived on Tropical Shores Way. So I know those. When I lived there, we were desperate for a restaurant in the neighborhood. So I'm excited about that. Since you're here, Mike, could you just explain a little bit about what's going to be unique and special about your menu at Sandy Bottoms?
Well, Sandy Bottoms, we're going to have we're going to go with a little bit of Midwestern comfort food with more of an island twist to it, and also some signature island dishes as well. But we're going to cater to, it's not going to be an elaborate menu. It's going to be more of a simple menu. I don't want to get into what we're going to be offering yet, because I don't want any competition going after us,
Right.
No, but we're going to have a lot of fun foods. One of the things is our chef who's coming back mentioned to us, he goes, okay, Mike, so when we get the kitchen built and everything's ready to go, how long am I going to have? Am I going to have 1 week or 2 weeks before we open to, fine tune these dishes and everything else? I'm like, you got about 8 hours. No, but he wants like a week or two just to be able to get the dishes down to perfect. And, we're going to figure out how to do that. But the dishes they're going to be very, very good food.
Yeah, I appreciate
How many
that.
different beers are going to brew?
Well,
we won't be brewing beer.
What is the timeline?
Hey, I'm sorry.
It's approved for it. But
It's approved for it, but this time we won't be brewing.
Yeah.
What, in a perfect world, which we don't live in, what's your timeline for opening the inside restaurant?
We want to be in by no later than October. The building is structurally sound. When I purchased the building, the roof didn't even leak. We've had 2 of the HVAC units on the roof are still good, just missing a panel. They never got compromised. The building is solid. Right now we're getting estimates for the windows, and the inside isn't going to be very much. It's a matter of 6 or 7 walls, because the whole place, we already got the permit to gut it. So it's been gutted, and it's a matter of 2 restrooms, an office, a storage area, and 2 walls for the kitchen. And then right now we're finishing up the MEPs for the kitchen and the bar area, so that we can get that to permitting right away, so we can get the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing permits done, and we're off to the races.
Very good. Thank you.
Mike, before you run off, I know we don't normally ask questions during public comment, but I don't know, you raised something up there that wasn't talked about before we got to public comment. You said the parking across the street.
Yes.
Is that something that you're going to have an agreement with them, or is it just kind of a go ahead and use it for now? I'm just curious if that would be something that would alleviate one of the deviations.
Okay, no, this is a go ahead and use it for now. Okay. Since we are under a tent, they're not doing any construction. They're trying to work out what they're doing. And they're actually from Columbus, Ohio, and that's where we're from. And but anyways, they were more than gracious to let us use it for now. It will not be a permanent thing in the future.
Okay.
I think once the tent comes down and, we won't be, until they start, we won't be utilizing we shouldn't be needing to their parking. We get a tremendous amount of foot and bicycle traffic right now. And I was actually shocked, very shocked amount of foot and bicycle park people.
Amazing how things have come full circle, and the Neptune had to use Tuckaway's overflow parking.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Sure. Thank you. Any other questions?
I think we're good.
All right. Have a good day.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments or rebuttal or closing statements from the applicant? No. Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification. So what we're voting for today, or Jason, just so I'm clear, the restaurant will be open internally until midnight, but externally open until 10 o'clock. Is that my understanding?
We're actually just voting to take it to the second reading.
Gotcha.
But I don't know if they're gonna.
What we're taking to second reading.
Got it.
Are we taking to second reading 10 o'clock exterior, 12 o'clock interior?
Thank you for making that point. I was going to come up here and ask that myself. So from what I heard here in my notes, yes, the restaurant, the interior restaurant would be open from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. The outdoor service area, including the Tiki Hut, would be open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. at which time all of the activity would then have to go inside for those last 2 hours.
And just a nod, that's the applicant's understanding at this point as well, just so we're all on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That was my question.
Okay.
Yep.
Good question.
And one additional question, if there were any recommendations about the food truck or any limitations on that, staff is here to listen and see if y'all are going to put on any requirements about the truck having to leave at a specific time once they get permits, if that's something that you're discussing or not.
I guess I'm okay with it being there until they are ready to operate.
Having lived in that neighborhood, having that food truck available would be wonderful. As long as they need it, it's fine with me as well.
So is everyone okay with until they open? Until they open.
Okay. So once they get a CO, then a final CO for the building?
I would say that, yes.
Or do we want to extend it until their doors open? I just don't want to leave them without anything.
Let's do it till they actually open their
Yeah.
doors.
Okay.
Doors open.
Upon opening. All right. Is there any?
You okay with that? Okay.
You okay with that?
Because I think you're right. People like having food back at that location after breakfast is served.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Jason, I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure where this goes. I'm not clear yet on the parking. There is no recommendation from the LPA on it. Where are we on this? I heard some temporary solution, but.
So they would be requesting a 38, as far as staff is concerned, a 38% reduction total from their 50 count of 53 parking spaces. So they would be asking for a reduction down to provide only 33 parking spaces and then the 8 bicycle parking spaces.
And this is a temporary thing for just the tent, or?
No, this
permanent?
is what they're asking
Okay.
for in perpetuity.
Did you have something you want to say, Patrick? Or?
Yeah, if I could address that. So with regards to parking, again, for the record, Pat Vanass, prior to Hurricane Ian, there was an existing 30% reduction. Part of that parking was used also as an overflow for the Neptune. And as we know, a lot of people going to Moms were also using that parking lot. And the parking functioned well. So right now, in reconfiguring the parking lot, doing the two-way and making it a lot more usable and efficient, we lost a few spaces. And we're providing a little more bike parking spaces. We think there's enough parking there for it to function very well. It'll be configured in a more efficient manner. And we think that, as they mentioned, we do have a lot of bike pad visitation. And we think what we have is going to be sufficient. Already at 30% reduction, it functioned well. We look at it as a 35% reduction, staff as a 38 because of that bike parking. But we agree with them, just a question of math, but we think it'll function properly.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Or is there a motion? I'll make a motion to move ordinance 24-16 DCI 202-40049 amendment to 2301/2307, 2311 Estero Boulevard, and 111-112 Mango Street to the second reading of June 17th, 2024 at 9 a.m.
Second.
A motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is ordinance 24-15 DCI 202-30246, 125, 131 through 151 School Street, and 2661 to 2681 Estero Boulevard. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the property located at 125, 131 through 151 School Street and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0230, 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0270, 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0290, Fort Myers Beach, to allow a mixed-use development including lodging, live-work units, retail, and a restaurant uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the public hearing. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I had a meeting with a neighborhood group last week, and I've had several conversations with Roman and Beverly.
Okay.
Same. My meeting with neighborhood was this weekend.
Okay. I had a meeting with the neighborhood group. I have talked to Beverly and Roland about it. I have received emails both for and against the project, and I had lengthy discussions with town staff over the weekend concerning this property.
My experience parallels the mayor's.
And Councilor King?
Again, met with the neighborhood group and have received pro and con emails.
Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? That hasn't already been done. Everybody's already been, okay. Has a property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda, backup materials from staff? They're all nodding yes. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The neighborhood company, on behalf of Cottages at Myerside LLC, owners of 125 and 131 through 151 School Street and 2661 through 2668 Estero Boulevard, have applied for a commercial plan development rezoning. The property is currently zoned CPD and is in the Boulevard future land use. The applicant is requesting a CPD with 6 deviations to allow a mixed-use development, including 4 live-work units, 45 lodging units, and 9,000 square feet of commercial space. The proposed list of uses within the commercial commercial space is attached to as Exhibit A in the to the ordinance in your packet. The request includes the following deviation requests from the Land Development Code. Deviation from LDC Section 10-285, Table 10-1, connection separation, which requires a minimum separation between streets and access ways. The Master Concept Plan, MCP, shows a 76-foot separation from Oak Street, where the code requires 125 feet. Deviation from LDC 10-416, a landscaping standards to allow the use of an alternative landscape betterment plan pursuant to LDC 10-419. This section allows the applicant to propose a landscaping plan that is more effective or appropriate than the code required landscaping. A deviation from 34-1804A and section 34-2020, which regulates parking for hotels, motels, non-residential uses, residential and combined use developments. The deviation is to allow a 30% reduction in required parking from 89 spaces to 60 provided spaces. A deviation from LDC Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet above base flood elevation and 3 stories in height, to allow a maximum zoned height of 37 feet and a maximum of 4 stories. A deviation from LDC Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which requires street setbacks to be of 10 feet to instead allow for a build-to line of 5 to 10 feet along Estero Boulevard and School Street. A deviation from LDC 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel, motel guest units per established equivalency factors to increase the by right equivalency factor maximum of 2.5 to 5.6 to allow a maximum intensity of 45 guest units rather than the 20 allowed by right. Based on the subdivision of these parcels, the previous subdivision of these parcels, a total of 12 dwelling units could be requested. The applicant is proposing 4 live-work units, which means that 8 of those units could be counted towards the lodging units. 8 times 2.5 would be 20 units. So that's how we get to the 20. The applicant is requesting 45 lodging units, however, and this would require an equivalency factor of 5.6. The proposed development would have a floor area ratio of 1.19, including all of the enclosed areas and parking below the building. This is in compliance with the allowed FAR. This is the first hearing for the proposed ordinance, and staff is available for any questions you may have. The applicant is also here.
All right, John, we'll start with you. Questions for Sarah?
Not at this time.
John or Vice Mayor?
Man, I'm all over.
I know. You are.
I'm gonna offer a couple of suggestions now so the applicant has an opportunity to respond. First of all, the town of Fort Myers Beach has a traffic congestion problem, which we all know. The proposed Myerside project is in the heart of that congestion corridor. Myerside has a parking problem. So what I'd like to suggest today is the first opportunity to implement what I term a DRAC incentive, DRAC, do not rent a car incentive. This would involve guests who use Uber, Lyft, or a car service from the airport, and they would receive a $50 credit for taking the Uber, Lyft, or car service from the airport to Myerside, and they would receive a $50 credit for returning back to the airport. So when they check out, it would in essence be a $100 credit only if they stay 3 days or more, again, to incent them to stay longer. We need to have less cars on this island, and we need to have less traffic on this island. And Myerside is in a great location for its folks to be able to bike and walk and get around the island in all the key areas in a way that makes this incentive work. I know the chair of the LPA asked the neighborhood group about this at the LPA hearing, and the response was, gosh, well, if everybody has this requirement, we'd be comfortable with that. And I respect that concern, but it's also a glass half full approach. If one looks at this as a marketing opportunity to be the first and only hotel to offer this incentive to their guests, I think it could be attractive. I think if I came to a hotel and I got to the check-in area and they said, "Oh, you took an Uber. Well, you're going to get a $50 credit for your trip and a $50 credit back to the airport." That enhances the guest experience. It causes people to return back to those are the type of little things that encourage people to return to hotels. Plus, again, you're serving your community better by helping us. It's not going to solve the traffic problem, but I'm going to offer this every time we have a new hotel that's asking for additional height and density. And I think it's an opportunity for, it could be a benefit for the guest. It's a benefit potentially for the hotel, and it's certainly a benefit for the community to get less cars on the island. I think, too, if somebody takes an Uber or a Lyft or a car service to Myerside, they're not going to need a parking spot. They've got some parking challenges. So it really could help them on the parking side. That's issue number one. Issue number two is the town has a need for basic medical facilities. The applicant has very generously offered to have kind of a medical, healthy lifestyle theme to their retail space on the first floor. That first floor retail space is desperately needed by the town, but there's nothing really in the proposal that mandates them to do that. And instead of using a stick approach, I thought maybe a carrot approach might be better. So what I'm going to propose today is that Myerside be given if you look at behind Myerside, their property abuts the town's property, and there are some parking spots that the town has. Now, right now, they're relatively busy while the town hall is here in these facilities. But when the town hall moves to the south end of the island, these spots that are closest to Myerside would be the least utilized spots that the town has in this area. I talked to Jeff a little bit about it, who knows Bay Oaks well. I've talked to Frankie and Andy about it. I'm not saying they can endorse it, but at the same time, they seem to at least agree that those spots are not often used, particularly with the town hall moving to the south end. So the way it would work is that we would have the attorney work on an agreement with Myerside where we would have a leasing agreement where they would share the spots with the town of Fort Myers Beach. In other words, so if the Myerside folks were to have as a tenant in their retail area, a doctor, physician's assistant, a nurse practitioner in conjunction either on their own or with an urgent care type facility, they would be given 5 spots to use as they wish for their overall development, incenting them to encourage these medical professionals to locate in their facility. They would receive 5 additional spots if they were to incent a dentist to locate in their facility. They would receive 5 additional spots if they were to receive a physical therapist, or if they were to acquire a physical therapist as a tenant. So there would be a total of 15 spots. Those 15 spots are readily available behind their building on town property. There would be no charge to share these spots. If we had a big event at Bay Oaks or at the pool, the town would be able to use those as overflow spots to utilize when necessary. But my experience has been on the island, those spots are, at least prior to the storm, were not often used. And we don't have a lot to incent medical professionals to come to Fort Myers Beach. And if Myerside could partner with us to get those attract those medical professionals, it enhances everybody's quality of life here on Fort Myers Beach. It benefits Myerside because they get parking spots that they otherwise don't have. And it's one of those symbiotic relationships that I think could really work well between the town and a development that's close by a town property. So again, I say all this because I wanted to give the applicant a chance to chew on this. I mentioned it briefly in a conversation with the applicant over the weekend. And I just wanted to have my colleagues have a chance, since we're not allowed to talk to each other outside these public meetings. I wanted to have them a chance to chew on it as well as we move forward with the applicant's presentation. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right. Council Woodson, questions for Sarah?
Not for Sarah, but that's a lot to think about, Jim.
Sorry, I would have called you, but I can't.
Councilor Safford?
Not at this time.
I just have one quick question, and I'm sure I'll have more, but why the difference in the staff reports? When the last CPD came through, the staff, which was a far less intense and dense request, staff recommended denial. This is a far greater intense use and dense use, and now the staff is recommending approval. So why is there the 2 conflicting reports from the same staff?
It's not the same staff. We're all individuals. We evaluate it based on the criteria found in the code. We evaluated it and determined if this was appropriate at this time.
Okay, we'll revisit that later, but I just wanted to understand, just didn't, looking at the old approval and this one, why was there, I just couldn't understand why one said no and one said yes, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke, here on behalf of the applicant. I do want to address quickly, and then I'll work through the presentation and allow the planners to come up and continue it. With respect to Mr. Vice Mayor's comments, I know that we were able to speak with the client team in advance of today on the medical parking concept. Certainly, would happy to work with the town attorney on the specifics of that arrangement as a concept. We think it's great. We're agreeable to that. On the DRAC Don't Rent a Car initiative, I think we have more discussion to do with that. We're not prepared to commit to that or not consider it today. We'll give it additional consideration. We'll certainly come back for second reading, prepared to discuss that further. And so if we may have sort of the additional time to, noodle through that, right, and think through that, we would appreciate the opportunity to do that. The full project team is here today. Beverly Milligan and Roland Weinman are here. As I think most of you know, they've owned the property since 2012. The applicant's professional planners are also here, Mr. Galander, Mr. Vanass. The current zoning of the property, as you heard from Sarah, is commercial plan development, CPD, and what we are seeking today is also a CPD. So this is CPD to CPD rezoning application. This is not a comprehensive plan amendment. We are compliant with the existing comprehensive plan land use category, which is Boulevard, as you heard from Ms. Probst. We are seeking to change the master concept plan. As you know, the changing from the previously approved existing CPD zoning to a new master concept plan. And in order to do that, we are requesting a number of deviations, as you heard from staff. We have complied with your process regarding the rezoning process. We worked with your staff from day one on our pre-application meeting. We've had community outreach meetings and of course worked very closely with staff on the specifics of the application, on the various conditions, on the various deviations. We do believe that the presentations that you'll hear today from the qualified experts from the client's planning team will provide you with the substantial competent evidence, as your town attorney mentioned, to allow you to approve this application and to give you the sufficient evidentiary basis to do so. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vanass, and then Mr. Galander will finish our presentation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. For the record, Patrick Vanass, certified planner with the neighborhood company. It's a pleasure to be here, finally in front of you and being able to talk openly about these projects. My role as part of this presentation is to give you a little background, a little context, a little history, and I think it will address one of the questions that the mayor asked 2 seconds ago about the previous plan development. And I think the simple answer, and I'll go into a little more detail, is that the regime that we had at that time and the administration, the town manager, was a very different regime than it is today. And I think that is reflective in the recommendations that we had at that time and the recommendation we have today. So with that being said, I'll jump into the history a little bit. The subject property was developed in the 1950s and 1960s. It was a cluster of little cottages, and those cottages were rented out. They were full-time residential rentals, rented out to a lot of the town's service industry folks. We had some families there. We had kids also that went to school right across the way at the beach school. And for many, many years, the community was a nice little community that thrived. However, in the 90s and early 2000s, the ownership changed and the upkeep wasn't done to the property. And slowly the property became dilapidated, and you had a bad element that came in there. And it quickly became an area known for having issues and having a lot of police enforcement and code enforcement. So this nice little quaint community that existed wasn't that anymore. But fortunately, the applicants, Beverly and Roland, saw a diamond in the rough. And they had a vision, they had a dream of what they wanted to do there. They wanted to protect those little cottages and renovate those and turn that into a small resort and keep that character, keep that old Florida feel to it. And about 10, 12 years ago, they bought the property and they set to work immediately to clean it up. With pretty much as soon as they bought it, the enforcement issue ceased. And unfortunately, that was a great thing for the property, for the town, but their code enforcement nightmare began at that time. As mentioned, it was a different town manager, different regime. Without going into the details of what they had to go through, I can just tell you they were treated unfairly. And they had a very hard time getting through the process. One of the things that they did earlier on is ask for the back portion of the property, that one building that still stands, to convert that into a bed and breakfast. So that was approved for the back portion of the property. The front portion of the property operated as vacation rentals. However, that wasn't enough to stop the constant code enforcement issues and what I would characterize as harassment. And before they invested a lot of money into the property, they wanted to make sure that they weren't going to get shut down and that they would legitimize those uses. So the process they went through was to go through that CPD. And if you guys recall what was on the property, obviously those old cottages did not meet current code requirements when it comes to building. Also, the setbacks were not meeting the code standards. So the idea was to go in there, show what they wanted to do, make some improvements to the property, and get the ability to legitimize what was there. And then with that approval, feel confident that they could invest some money and really turn that place around and really renovate those properties. So what Ken will go into a little more detail, but this was the approved CPD at the time. It approved 14 lodging units. And what's important to note is prior to this, we had 12 residential units. And there's a difference between residential units and lodging units. So this approved 14 lodging units and the ability to convert one of the cottages along Estero to a restaurant and the other one into a small retail boutique that would be open to the resort, the guests there, and also to the public. So how did I get involved? When they were going through the CPD process, I got a call from their attorney, Beverly Grady, and Beverly told me I'm having a very, very difficult time getting through that process, and we need a planner involved. So I got involved, and I could tell you it was an arduous process. When we got the final hearing, there were many conditions straddled onto the property, and also I took. During a recess at the final hearing, I took my client aside, and I actually recommended that they drop the project and not move forward with it, just because I thought conditions were too onerous, and I also thought that they were leaving too much density on the table. And the density is important. I think we're going to discuss it in detail today, and that's what I'm going to finish my portion of the presentation with. This property was previously platted, and it was platted with 12 single-family lots. As you know, anybody with a platted single-family lot can ask for a minimum use determination and get the right to build a single-family home on that property. So by right, where we're starting from is 12 single-family homes can be built there through that MUD process. We also have the ability in our code in the right areas to convert residential units into lodging units. We are in the boulevard category. That allows us to ask for a multiplier of 2.5. So you take the 12 lodging units, multiply that by 2.5, you get the 30 lodging units. So the way we see it, that's a starting point. That's what these property owners have by right and what they could come in with and go through the DO process, condo process, or planning process and request those units. What you do have in your staff report is discussion about the multiplier. We do not object to what staff has indicated of a starting point of 20 units, but let me explain why the discrepancy. Okay. And I think if you ask them, they will agree with us that 12 units by 2.5, we're at 30. If we wanted to do just lodging units, the math is correct. However, we threw in 4 live work units and we were providing those as a public benefit. Unfortunately, by providing those as a public benefit, those are residential units. So we take those aside and we're left with 8 units that then can be converted to lodging units. And that changes the math. The ultimate number is still 45 lodging units with 4 live work. We all agree on that. It doesn't change that maximum number. It does change how you do the math. So I'll let Ken address this in a little more detail. Feel free to ask your staff. I think we're in agreement as to how the math works. It gets applied a little differently if you provide those live work units versus not providing those.
Before you run off, I just got a quick question for you. How do you address, I think we all agree on the 2 or the 2.5 equivalency factor that's in the comp plan. How do you address where it says in no case the equivalency factor increases exceed the maximum intensities allowed by the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan? So even at 30 units, you're exceeding that 2.5S. Is that not the case? Because that's what was in the previous staff report. That's why I'm asking about the discrepancy.
No, that's a by right density. Also, if you look at your code where that multipliers, that equivalency ratio, there is a footnote there. And what it explains is you can ask for more through the CPD process, and that's what we're doing.
Okay.
And the fact that I'm being asked the question, the easy example to provide, because everybody's kept an eye on this development for many, many years, is Margaritaville. And Margaritaville, and I went back when we put our application together and before we came to hearing, and I read the Spakowski report that was presented to the LPA in detail, and he broke down exactly what they had by right and what they were approved for. And by right, they had 84 units, and they obtained 3 times that amount at 254. So, and they utilized that footnote in that table. So we are utilizing the same process, and we are asking for an additional 15 units to what we could get by right.
And I would say on a slightly, it says intensity. Intensity is not density. Intensity is floor area ratio.
Correct.
So that's how we should be measuring intensity.
Okay. I'm just making a point. Wasn't trying to be argumentative.
No, I just wanted to explain that's completely different measurements.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ken?
Thanks, Patrick. For the record, Ken Galander, again, up here before you. So I'm just going to walk us through, and some of it is going to be reiterated, and I apologize for that, but I think there's important components to this. Again, we're a CPD to CPD. The overall request is a mixed-use development consistent with the policies in your comprehensive plan for this area. 45-unit boutique hotel, neighborhood commercial, around the 9,000 square feet of area. And as mentioned previously, live-work units, specifically 4 of those. So that is 15 lodging units and 4 live-work units in the commercial uses. As Vice Mayor Adderholt mentioned and acknowledged, the desire is for this health and wellness aspect of complementing this more neighborhood area, the civic area of the town. With regards to consistency with a comprehensive plan and land development code, it obviously allows us to request this rezone to commercial plan development, and it's recognized as the heart of the island of the town, promoting infill, mix of uses in this area, and providing for that small scale retail and services.
Can you go back 1 second?
Sure.
Just a quick question for you. At the public presentation of this, if my memory serves me correct, you were asking at the time for 42 units, not 45.
Right.
What's the change to the additional? Why is the need for the additional 3?
So as a lot of individuals or development is going through their process of evaluating needs and construction opportunities, and we just felt that the 45 unit was an appropriate balance to achieve that. So I know it's just 3 units, but they can make a difference.
Just curious.
Yeah. Again, with regards to the subject property, it's just over 1 acre in size. Future land use categories, boulevard. Existing use is a majority vacant. There is a structure that is currently able to be utilized. And we're very familiar with the surrounding uses. It's right down the street from where we are. You have the recreational campus here, town hall facilities, the interim, the school, and a mix of commercial and other lodging and public library and church. This is an aerial photo of the property, and obviously acknowledging the uses to the east there of the campus, the school, and the library, and the vacant. So there's a single family residence just directly adjacent to the property. This is the master concept plan that has been developed to this point. The shaded portion is the footprint of the structure oriented towards the rights of way, build to intent of what the town is seeking. The parking is behind the structure. Some of the parking is designed to utilize space underneath the building to try and provide as much on-site parking as possible. The access to the property is to the far northeast portion. What was pre-existing were multiple access points, multiple parking that came off of the right-of-way. Now we're just focused on these the singular point at the northeast corner, then with a right turn out onto Oak Street, and it provides for that proper vehicular movements. Again, the Meyer site is in the heart of the island, reiterating the idea of promoting that infill opportunities, the mix of uses, and it is that transitional zone between your downtown and the other quieter center of Fort Myers Beach. What we're wanting to do is focus on these design elements to activate that public realm, the building towards the Estero Boulevard and School Street, utilizing the build to lines and building closer to the public realm. As I mentioned before, the vehicular access behind the primary building, which is a requirement, the pedestrian arcade, outdoor seating, and connectivity to sidewalks along Estero further promote that activating that public realm, and providing for and locating enhanced landscaping and buffering around the project. So we, as part of our outreach to the community, and we did a pretty significant effort of focusing on appropriate design. What could this new project be like? And so we worked really hard to come up with these renderings, and we feel these are an exemplary example of what the town would desire for this heart of the island. This is looking at the corner of Estero and School Street. It's a prominent corner, and so we wanted to make that it's a prominent reflection of this project that is coming down, hopefully into fruition. First floor is the commercial portion. Within that, as mentioned previously, it's an arcade approach. So those doors and the windows are set back underneath the building. So it provides another element of pedestrian getting out of the elements, but also integrating with the building and the public Estero Boulevard sidewalk. This is looking the facade or the elevation directly along Estero Boulevard, showing just a more broader perspective, showing the varied roof lines, the articulation of the facades, the pergola portion, that would be the deck area for outdoor an amenity pool area for the boutique hotel. Second story is your boutique hotel units, third and fourth story as well. Again, promoting the idea of stepping back of the structure and having those varied roof lines that we feel are very important in terms of the design. Looking down towards the public library, which is in the background there, this is just another view of Myerside. One of the, I mean, it's a simple element, but it's written into your the comprehensive plan of in this area to have these palm-lined boulevards and streets, and we're wanting to implement that. We're wanting to promote that visual and that experience. Additionally, along School Street, this is proposed enhancements even within the public realm, for benches, pergola, areas for seating, and complementing the idea again for those palm-lined streets. It even provides for opportunities as students, as they're walking from school, or they could have a safe place to sit and wait to be picked up after school. This is a view interior, the parking interior, and these are the initial ideas for where the live work units would be. Now let me just jump back real quick. So the live work units is to be the thin part of the shaded area along the western portion of the Myerside project. So jumping back forward, that's that sector and built above the parking. And something that I think we need to bring up, it's necessary, is initial designs. And as we go through better ideas, better concepts, we're going to be more very efficient, efficiency size, but we think it's appropriate to look into providing for larger units, maybe up to the approximately 1,200 square feet that could provide for multiple bedrooms, families that would choose to live there. And these live work units would be focused on the businesses at Myerside and provide for that housing within convenience to their workplace so they can easily walk to. And that just promotes the idea of limiting those impacts along Estero Boulevard coming and going.
Can I ask a quick question
Yes,
on the live work units? And maybe if I could get your attorney to come up here real quick. We just had, I don't know if you were here earlier this morning, but we had a presentation on a public housing type paradigm or model, if you will. On the live work units for you guys as a private entity, do you have requirements from fair housing laws, et cetera? In other words, do you have the freedom to select people who work on your island? Are you allowed to, I hate to use the word discriminate, but are you allowed to discern, somebody, you require somebody who works in your, I mean, in other words, do you have the freedoms to do all that as a private housing provider?
Much less stringent. I was here for the earlier discussion, much less stringent than those strings that are particularly attached to those funding sources.
Are you exempt from the fair housing rules and requirements?
I think sort of the general concepts of no discrimination. I think that the Fair Housing Act arguably still applies. I think there are additional.
But you're allowed to require that they work either on the island or at the facility.
I think we can. Yeah, I think we can. I think we can
curious,
have, and would be curious to have a further discussion with Ms. Vos, but I think there's a way that we could structure that, because I expect where you're going with your comment is that, how do we make sure that these are people who are living and working on the island, or who are working on the island, and we want them to live on the island and walk to work.
Yeah, in a
right. So I think we can. I think we can structure in a way, it's much less rigid than the programs that were discussed this morning.
Very good.
So I think we can
just was
structure in a way
curious,
to accomplish that concept.
All right, thank you.
With regards to the live work and part of our evaluation of it, and it was also discussed at the local planning agency level that would be desirable for us to really look into having bigger units and just more opportunity, different kind of units. Would this be appropriate? With regards to height, this slide just lays out for us looking specifically first at zoned height, and that would be evaluated based on your 11-foot base flood elevation plus the 3-foot freeboard, and it's taken up to the midpoint of the roof, which is 37 feet approximately. Then just obviously everybody wants to know what's the height of the overall structure, and that would be 50 feet and 4 stories. What we're looking at in terms of adjacent buildings, and we feel that what we're proposing is certainly appropriate. They range from 3 stories to 12 stories. Estero Beach Club, 5 stories, and the Caper Beach Club at 12. The library next door is an overall height of 59 feet, 3 stories. The residential home just next door is at 36 feet, 3 stories as well. I think it's appropriate to also recognize under the town's land development code is it incentivizes or provides for opportunities to increase your height to 35 feet and 3 stories. So that would be utilizing what we're doing in terms of our design, stepping back the structure, but in terms of, so that would be 35 feet. And we're seeking currently a strict application, a deviation of 7 feet. But in theory, under your code, you could provide for that design and reduce that to a deviation of 32 feet or 5 feet. These next slides just provide alternative angles or elevations. This is looking at School Street, again showing the step back of the top floors, the varied roof lines, the balconies, the setback of the second story along the corner. It just provides for those elements and design that we feel that the town is working towards in terms of your code and your design to have in this area. And this is pulling back, looking towards the Gulf down School Street. Now, jumping in, Patrick hit on this as well as Sarah and staff. And in terms of the density, again, I have a slide here. Can hit on this or we can just simply discuss it further. But the first scenario, the 2 density equivalencies, is you have the 12 lots that have been found, underlying platted lots, minus the 4 proposed work-live dwelling units. That applies for the 8, and your equivalency factor of 2.5 provides for that 20 lodging units. So 25 additional lodging units beyond those 20 lodging units under that scenario. As Patrick mentioned, we felt that the 4 live work dwelling units would be appropriate and a benefit, complementing the town's policies for mixed use development, for housing, and opportunities for doing, might be just a little part, but it's a part of reducing those traffic impacts to have those live work units there. Utilizing that scenario, it would be 15 additional lodging units beyond the 30.
Quick
scenario.
Just a quick question there,
Sure.
Ken. The thing about numbers is you can say them however you want and make them sound however you want, right? Statistics, numbers, you can make them sound good and bad. You talked about the traffic and the 4 units. I agree with that. But on the other hand, you're asking for 500 times more, 500% more if you're looking at the numbers that you have at the bottom. Could I argue that that would increase the number of trips to the island, therefore causing more traffic, even though you are saving with the 4 units?
So you're referring to the additional lodging units?
The 5 point, whatever it is, 5.6.
The equivalency factor of a 5.6?
Right.
Versus an equivalency factor of 2.5.
I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, can we agree that the 4 units would definitely be saving some traffic because you'd have people working, but asking for a 500% increase would have an adverse effect on the amount of cars coming to the island?
Well, I think one analysis or one understanding is we've seen and we've done the analysis on prior conditions of the town in terms of the number of lodging units, a number of dwelling units, and those have significantly decreased since the storm. And what we're proposing, in our opinion, is not to that significant level that would cause Estero Boulevard to burst its seams. It's always going to be that way. Unfortunately, Estero Boulevard historically has been a constrained roadway. And in terms of our additional 15 lodging units, our opinion is it doesn't significantly degrade the impacts on Estero Boulevard based on the historical. And I think Patrick can maybe enlighten us more on that.
Well, would you say that the 14 units or the 12 units that you had originally versus what you're going to now would have a bigger impact than the 15 in addition to what you're asking for, by right?
I think your question is, does one extra unit create one extra trip or multiple trips above that? Yes, we know there are trips associated with every single unit. Our point is that when you look at transportation, you can look at it from so many perspectives and so many different ways of how you calculate things, and that's why it becomes
And I don't mean to interrupt. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I think we can agree that it's going to cause more trips, whether you're taking an Uber or you're taking a cab or you're driving a car, parking aside, that is going to be more trips with what you're proposing versus what you had before the storm. That's all we can go back and forth about calculations.
And that's fair. The point I want to make though is, what are we comparing with? Okay. So we know we did the math and we talked to the Visitors Bureau and we looked at the statistics. And what we can tell you is right now, the amount of lodging units that we had on this beach, we're at about 40% as to what we were pre-storm. Okay. So how do we look at those trips? Do we factor those out? Is our starting point where we were before the storm, or do we look at the reality of today? I think we look at the reality of today.
And I don't disagree with you there, Patrick. I guess what I'm trying to say is we all understand that whether you're residential or what you're commercial and what you had before and what you can do now by right is substantially more. There's no argument that is going to increase traffic. My question to your points is, you can build 30 units by right is what you're claiming. Staff is saying 20 if math is the math, right? And I've asked this to every single person that I've met with that has talked about wanting more units than what they're allowed. What is it that makes you feel entitled that you should get extra units from someone else that previously had them on top of what you can do by right? And why I'm asking that is because every single person is going to ask for more, for the most part, of what they could have by right with lodging units. And what they can have by right now versus in this case, what you had before is substantially more than what you had.
Yeah.
Right. And now to add to that, and I guess I get stuck a little bit with the argument from people that, well, we're down 40% or we're down 50%. And again, those numbers, depending if you talk to the TDC, don't line up with what you're saying. But whether it's this project or another project on the north end or a project on the south end, why that becomes an argument just because we don't have those percentages of rooms. We're building back houses fairly quickly. That were 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom Airbnbs are now 4 or 5 bedrooms that are offsetting some of those rooms. So I guess I don't feel comfortable with that being an argument as to why that should be something considered for having, to me, it's like transferring density without transferring density. You're saying we don't have rooms, therefore we should take some that were in another area and allow me to put them there.
No, I'm not saying we're transferring density whatsoever.
And technically you're not, right? But
yes. And that's it. Let's not confuse things because I think zoning tends to be complex enough and land development code is complex enough that we lose a lot of people.
Yeah.
And let's not make sure that we're not transferring density whatsoever. We're not saying that we are entitled to this extra density. We are respectfully requesting it.
Sure.
When we talk about units that we've lost, either units from a lodging standpoint or a residential standpoint, I think we're all aware that it's very significant. But that is one amongst many, many arguments. Okay. We've got a whole list of arguments as to why we need this. And the very simple fact is anybody who's had to rebuild in this room, and I, for one, have gone through it, you know the extreme cost of rebuilding, extreme cost of rebuilding. We had a code that was put together intentionally to slow down growth and to be restrictive and to make development difficult. And now, and the reality then was very different. We've had a devastating storm. And not only was it intentionally restrictive, but now you try to rebuild after a storm with today's reality, it just compounds onto that. So our regulations are outdated and make it extremely difficult for anybody to build a feasible project. Again, we want financially feasible projects because we want business owners, we want residents to be healthy financially because we want to thrive as a community. We want a community that can collect taxes. We want a community that can thrive. We don't want businesses that open then close. So when people come in and ask for a little more from 30 to 45, it's to account for those extremely high costs. It's to account for this great architecture that they're proposing. It's to account for a true vertically mixed use project where you put commercial at the bottom, you have to dry flood proof it, because again, the code requirements are very different, very expensive. And now, not only are you providing a building that is true mixed use, but you are catering it to meeting a certain vision for the town. And yes, you could build it for half the price, but we also understand what the town wants and what's been articulated before in the comp plan. And we're trying to produce a building that meets that vision. So we've also heard, just like the vice mayor mentioned, those essential services to the residents. Again, developing a building that will cater to that and try to attract those folks is what we want to do. So in trying to create those benefits, there is an additional cost. And I think what we have to do as a community is look at the ask and just say, is it reasonable in light of all those conditions and all those arguments? Transportation is one of many reasons. And like I said, we're happy to answer those questions, but I think there are many justifications as to why we are requesting this project.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off track there. It was in my brain, so I figured I better ask it.
Perfectly fine. And thank you, Patrick, and that was excellent as a perspective on that. again, we're looking at the Meyer side as being that true mixed use development, what the town is desiring. Again, the boutique hotel, the neighborhood commercial, and those live work units. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that the LPA and through your leadership identified that you have done a council directed policy in terms of a comprehensive plan amendment to look at floor area ratio as being that tool to evaluate these mixed use projects. And as again, a floor area ratio is that key regulatory tool for seeking that desired form and arrangement for mixed use development. And what we have under the CPD and then this plan development under the CR zoning 1.2 FAR. Now, under your comprehensive plan, that also allows us to achieve up to 1.5 FAR. Looking at those numbers, the 1.5 maximum under your comprehensive plan would allow for a 67,300 square foot building to encompass all these components of a mixed use development. At 53,580 square feet. Our current design is just below that, 1.19 FAR. So
Ken,
based on...
You got 1.19 there, but in your, what you put in here, you've got maximum floor area ratio of 1.0. It's on page 591 of the packet that you guys submitted from the neighborhood group. So I'm confused in the two different numbers. If you go to page 591 at the very bottom, it says maximum stories, 4 stories, maximum floor area ratio 1.0.
Was that in our narrative? Probably.
Is
there a page number?
Yeah, on our packet, it's 591. Yep. It just has the property development standards is what it says. And then it lists the lot area width, area depth, the build to lines, the maximum setbacks, minimum setbacks. And then you list the maximum zone height, maximum actual height, maximum stories, and the maximum air ratio, floor area ratio. I don't know where it would be in
yeah, that's the hard part here is finding.
Ken, yes, this one.
Oh, the schedule of use.
And
it's right above the thing from the Methodist Church.
If I may, as we go through these applications, we submit something originally, we get comments back, we make some little adjustments. So we apologize if that's the case.
Just wanted to make sure.
It just, yeah, what is presented is accurate on the screen, on the presentation. And if there's a discrepancy, we'll correct that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that which one number was correct. Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Pat. And just to acknowledge, on our MCP, which is the guiding document that's associated with your ordinance, also recognizes it currently at a 1.2 maximum FAR. So we can certainly clarify that. And
no, that's, I just was making sure there wasn't clerical errors happen all the time.
So I think the town is going in the right direction, and we commend you for looking at that aspect of using your floor area ratio. And under this application, once adopted, we would be consistent with that policy. With regards to the TIS, the Estero Boulevard, as we all know, is a design constrained transportation facility, and it was determined based on that the mixed use development will not create those adverse transportation impacts on that existing impacted roadway. The next area I think is just really important that we need to drill down on is the parking. And application of your land development code standards requirement would be 90 spaces. Under our deviation number 3, we're seeking a 30% reduction, which would then require 60 spaces. And our doing this for decades now and understanding and dealing with parking and other jurisdictions and understanding the impacts of providing for parking to support your uses. it's historically seen, and it's actually in your comprehensive plan under your appendix that speaks to underutilized parking back in the mid 90s when the comprehensive plan was done. It was looked at about 40% of the parking areas within the town are underutilized. Historically, on average, across the nation, you're looking at a 25 to 30% parking that when you provide the required, only 30%, you're going to have a 30% unused of that area. And again, we all also know when you provide for all that parking, it just encourages that vehicular use. It's the convenience of it, and that certainly impacts your constrained roadway. Parking reductions are allowed in other areas of the town under your policy 3A4 i, and it asks or encourages that the town to evaluate ways to ease the parking regulations. And part of that is also under policy 1A3 III and policy 7F1 is encouraging shared parking opportunities. What we're trying to do here at the Meyer side is also under your policies of your comprehensive plan is the multimodal approach, seeking out alternative modes of transportation, bicycle use parking. Yes, again, we're looking at providing for those bicycle racks, more than just the one or your one car. We're asking for, this is a bigger project, so we feel that 4 bicycle spaces with 16 bicycle racks properly located around the project was appropriate. Commitment to having bikes for guests and to have no vehicle, encourage them to use the bike and hopefully be able to utilize the master plan that you're wanting to work on for your town. Accessibility to the Lee-Tran trolley stops and the connective and the pedestrian design to get them to and from those transit stops. We also think that, as Vice Mayor Adderholt, you were mentioning before, what positive or what optimistic things can we look at in terms of how do we address parking? And your opportunity or what you've presented to us is utilizing the shared opportunities within the town's parking areas. But we also can look at valet. The project is designed and there's areas that cars could be double parked and managed appropriately by the right valet operator that could provide for an extra 8 to 10 spaces. Prior to this, Meyer signed an agreement with the town for parking along Oak Street. That was around 4 parking spaces. As I mentioned before, the town wants to encourage shared parking agreements, and that's just appropriate. You evaluate what's near you, what's within an appropriate walking distance, what parking lots are underutilized at certain times of the day. And we have opportunities with the church across from School Street, potentially another 5 to 10 spaces. We received acknowledgement from the Fort Myers Beach Library that they're very interested in working out agreement with the Myerside folks for shared parking, as long as the hours are appropriate and they're not impacting their services. And that's obviously logical that we need to account for that. But that's an area that we could look at. And then as what you mentioned, utilizing the incentive for other parking spaces within the Bay Oaks campus is just, it's a logical approach. And then adding that to that, how can we entice those uses that we really want for this area of the town? And this, kind of getting into the weeds, but there's aspects of your land development code I think is just encouraged to evaluate. And as you all do, when things come up, but double counting of parking spaces. If you have a bar in a restaurant, you park the bar area plus you park the restaurant area. So you're double parking the use that is all combined within that restaurant. So there's potentially 2 to 3 spaces that we're having to provide that we feel are unnecessary. And then just the commitment to the town and other stakeholders to establish and implement as the town develops those comprehensive traffic impact and parking mitigation as part of a master plan. It would be, we're all about wanting to implement that, or perhaps be enticing for those to occur.
Before you move on, you done with the, I just want to ask a question on the parking. First, I think Vice Mayor Holt, your suggestions and ideas are thinking outside the box. I think that's very clever, because the health and wellness, I think, is a very intriguing thing to all of us, because we all know we need those things, but there's really nothing that we can do, as far as I know, to make it a requirement that you have to have a dentist's office or you have to have a doctor. But enticing parking as something to make them a tenant, I really like that idea. The other thing that I in watching the LPA hearing and then speaking with a few of the members over the weekend, it was my understanding that their condition of approval was to come to the council with a plan, with a parking plan, an actual agreement to offset the deficiency of parking. At least that's the way I interpreted it. And speaking with them, it doesn't appear to me that that has happened or is happening.
Right. And our understanding as we've evaluated it and as the condition was drafted and presented at the LPA, it was, should these deficiencies be found or there's things that we would need to do, we would then come back or have to mitigate that through, and we presented here, these are totally viable and applicable and appropriate and reasonable ways to address any potential parking issues that should come into fruition as a result of the operation. They don't want to, no business wants to develop something that there's going to fail because of having not enough parking. And we know that we need to do these means or other means, or come back to the town and say, what can we do, and follow those opportunities for shared parking agreements or other ways. And something new could come up down the road as the project is getting developed. It's going to take, unfortunately, another couple years for this to come into operation. So, but we feel what we presented here, and staff can confirm, our understanding was, should these be an issue, then we would address it.
Well, I guess then we have a different interpretation of what we heard and what their conversations were with me about. But my concern is, if you have 45 units at the height of season, you're going to have 45 spots for your residents or for your, we just assume that's less than what the requirement is, but just simple math. If you have one spot for each guest that would be staying in the rooms, that leaves only 15 parking spots for a 2,500 or so square foot restaurant, and how 7,000 or 6,500 square feet more of commercial space. And is 15 parking spaces enough to facilitate that? I don't see how it could be.
Right. And our opinion is that's the potential analysis that you look at, is the use is going to be completely full all the time, and you park for it. And that's why you have these parking lots that are built, and you impact your development with additional parking areas, or you make parking areas that then become more often than not underutilized. So let's think optimistically and think about these alternative ideas of using shared parking areas that overlap in their parking. Sometimes retail businesses, they'll be closed and then the restaurant opens up later. So those aren't necessarily overlapping. And part of the effort, should we need it, we can do parking studies that actually look at, these are the uses that are coming and going, and what do we do to mitigate those, and what opportunities do we have? So that's how my position.
Mayor,
Yes.
You mentioned the medical uses. You can restrict that.
So if as a condition of approval, you could say that the retail space has to be used for X?
Because it depends upon whether they would agree to it.
Yeah,
Because
we acknowledge that when you ask for a plan development, you need to provide your list of uses. And in some jurisdictions, depending on the project, they get restricted or they can be pretty broad.
They can be very restrictive.
and-
Actually, I've seen that.
Yeah, and we, it's not that we disagree with that. What we've presented to you is a list of uses that we think are appropriate for this property. As you know, it's been challenging getting a doctor on this island, having a clinic. So again, we don't want to handcuff ourselves where we say medical professionals, and next thing you know, we can't find the professionals to be located there. And again, you're creating potentially an unsuccessful project because you've made it too restrictive. The commitment is there to make it a priority. We love the incentive that the vice mayor has provided. There's already been discussions with those providers. Some of them have told us, look, we reopened off island, we're not coming back. We've also had others say, well, we may consider a satellite office on the island. So we're going to keep working towards that. But obviously, before anybody makes a commitment, the first thing they ask is, well, when are you going to build it? What's it going to look like? What's it going to, and we don't have those answers until we get through the zoning process. So we're trying to get there. We're going to work hard to make that a priority. But we can't just limit it to purely health and wellness professionals. And that just wouldn't be acceptable.
If I could comment on that, I gave that serious thought because if we were to bind them to a doctor, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, or urgent, in conjunction with either on their own or urgent care center, and then of course the other two categories are dentist and physical therapist, for the total of 15, the purpose of not binding them is and keeping it flexible is that there are sometimes it's just difficult to attract that particular profession. I think we can do it. What my concern was, because to your point, Mr. Mayor, because they are not bound to this medical theme. If the appropriate vendor comes in and says, "Oh gosh, we'll offer you X amount a month," and it's a big T-shirt shop, but they're paying them crazy rent. What I'm trying to do through the parking incentive is to say, okay, that's nice that you're offering us crazy rent, but we lose these 15 spots and we don't have the ability to function as an entity because we're short on parking. I was trying to use that carrot approach because it is hard. I mean, gosh, we desperately need a dentist. We desperately need somebody who can write a script. And the physical therapy piece is huge on the island as well, given our demographics. So if we can say to the owner, gosh, okay, it's nice you're offering me all this rent, Mr. T-shirt, Mr. or Mrs. T-shirt operator, but if I take you, then I lose all these potential parking spots. It was kind of an incentive to further them along on a goal that they already have publicly stated, but are not restricted to. So it's a sticky wicket. And what I was going to also add is a proviso that the applicant can later, post this process, petition the council for an additional use. In other words, it's completely up to the council. But if they were to a year or two down the road, they've got this thing built and they can't get a doc, they can't get a dentist, but they get a physical therapist or one of the whatever they end up getting. But all of a sudden we realize. And again, I didn't want to have this discussion today because I'm sure we all have ideas and what those other options could be. But just by example, if we do not have a hair salon to cut men's and women's hair anywhere on the island, and they petition the council and say, hey, we got this great tenant and we'd love to have them here, but we'd love to have the parking spots to come with them. It fulfills a need that the town clearly states it needs. Then they'd have the ability to petition the council for those additional spots for that particular use. Again, we'll have a better sense of where we are as an island a little further down the road, but I would encourage the flexibility of that. But it is odd, to your point, Mr. Mayor, that they've come under this premise of public benefit with no real binding provisions that require them to follow through on that. And it's a challenging issue, and I thought through this sort of carrot approach, it might accomplish the same purpose. I think.
No, and I I'm not advocating, nor would I want to get involved in private enterprise and tell you have to specifically do something I don't think that's not our task. That's not what we should be doing. But to your point, it's difficult to say we're going to encourage and what ifs and make decisions based on what ifs and we hope for. That's why I think it's interesting the way you proposed how you do that, but there's no plan to say that, if we're trying to make an approval for a deviation based on something that could potentially happen, and parking is included in what you're trying to. So I agree with you. It's a sticky wicket, but I want to be very clear. I'm not proposing that we put stipulations that this has to be a doctor. This has to be. I
The
would.
point is that they're asking for a public benefit,
Yes.
and what they're offering is not actually scripted in their proposal, and it's challenging, but I guess it's aspirational.
I actually came up here to address something a little different, but I'm glad we had this clarification. I understand, and Mr. Bone talked to me and said that he was going to be commenting on this parking issue and clarifying things. I fully respect the LPA's comments on this, and we are going to take what was proposed by Vice Mayor under advisement. We're going to come back ready to address that at the second hearing. I do want to clarify, though, for the record, that Mrs. Probst read her condition into the record at the LPA. So while they're saying, oh, our recollection was different or this or that, I clearly recall that condition being read out completely and everybody nodded. So just want to put that out there for the record.
Sorry, Ken. I know I keep throwing you off.
That's all right. I should be able to wing it, right? I think, as Sarah pointed out, consistency with the comprehensive plan and, our request is certainly reasonable for redevelopment of the property. Looking at the LDC.
Can you go back to the public?
Sure.
You skimmed by it so fast, the public benefit part of it.
I haven't got there yet.
Oh, sorry.
I went
Okay.
ahead myself too far.
Oh, all right. Thought maybe I missed something.
No, I'll get to that. Yeah. And so, looking at reducing and eliminating nonconformities, as we spoke with, there's a lot of parking that impacts backing out or utilizing the right of way, things of that nature, bringing obviously building code and FEMA compliance. The urban services exist obviously for the tree development. Redevelopment, again, it was confirmed not impacting a already constrained roadway. The property was obviously pre-developed, not any critical areas or natural resources, and just meeting the vision of the town for the heart of the island. The deviations that we've requested, again, achieve those objectives of the plan development, not impacting the public's health, safety, and welfare. The flexibility is enabled through this redevelopment, and they are consistent with the comp plan. So the public benefits that we've listed and are on the record with our application, again, the elimination of the nonconformities that pre-existed on the site, the intent through, unfortunately, the aspects of the hurricane, but it provides us to rebuild a more resilient and hardened project, site improvements and structure. We're increasing the buffers, setbacks where they're abutting the residential uses and the civic uses, enhancing that public realm and creating that pedestrian friendly environment, encouraging that bicycle and pedestrian activity, thus reducing the vehicular trips through the surrounding roadway network. As we were just hitting on, the neighborhood commercial goods and services that will benefit visitors and local residents. with that specific idea to entice or look at bringing in the health and wellness aspect of that is an obvious need, and hopefully we can provide for that. And those complementary uses to the civic center that was part of the vision of this area. The coastal architecture, bringing a building with proper form and design, I think is a benefit to the community, and the redevelopment of the island through a true mixed use project as well.
Just go back for a quick second. I just want to go through those simply because Patrick brought it up. So he brought up the comparison of the percentage that was allowed for the Margaritaville Resort, which is fair. I think that's fair if you want to use that. I think we can agree that what you're asking for, the percentage wise, is more than that. So if we're going to compare the percentage of the increase, we should also compare the public benefits.
Percentage wise, we're much less.
Okay. Fair enough. So those say we're less then.
So we are asking, if you look at 30 and go to 45, that's a 50% increase. If you're looking at it from the 20 base of 20 by taking out those live work units, it's 125% increase. What staff refers to is that multiplier,
right,
in the land development code, and that comes out to 5.6.
Right.
I recall reading the analysis that was done by Bill Spakowski, and if I'm correct and my memory serves me right, it was 12 point something for Margaritaville.
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, we are less.
Okay.
We understand that we can't provide the amount of amenities that they can and public benefits because they're a much bigger property, but proportionately, we're also asking for much less.
Fair enough. Thank you. All right, Ken, move on to your conclusion there.
Just real quick, and I appreciate your patience in walking through this. So just as we agree with the staff report and recommendation, we have the unanimous recommendation by your local planning agency. And of course, respectfully request your approval of this rezoning on this first reading. So be happy to answer more of your questions, but we feel, what's before you is not ridiculous or audacious. It's a very reasonable approach, and the benefits lead us to a quality redevelopment opportunity in the town.
Councilor Safford, questions for Ken?
At this point, no.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I'm going to have a couple questions though.
Okay.
Not questions. I'll keep my comments till the end.
Okay. Mr. King?
Nothing at this time.
We'll wait for.
I guess this might be the time to ask. So you guys are willing to take 2 of those units and make them bigger so families can.
We would evaluate actually making them all potentially of the larger size. That would, as we talked about FAR, that would change the square footage of the overall Meyer side. So we would be potentially exceeding that 1.2, but we would still be below what the council or what's allowed under the boulevard of 1.5. So we would still be under that. We can come back with all those numbers for you, but we would still be compliant with your comprehensive plan in terms of the FAR of adding, I guess you could say, it would be almost 800, 700, 800 square feet per live work unit. So pretty minuscule and provides a great opportunity for families.
Questions, Vice Mayor Adult?
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And find where I was on my cheat sheet now. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
I wasn't sworn in.
Okay.
Bill Grady, 430 Connecticut
Hold
Street.
on, we got to get you sworn in.
Where you want me? Over there?
Sworn in.
Oh, you can stand right there.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony, excuse me, that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Just a little background. About 5 years ago, one of my neighbors was visiting, and she said, they're going to build a.
Go ahead. You said it at the beginning, what your name was.
They're going to build a sidewalk down our street. No, we hadn't heard that. Well, the Mountain House had submitted $500,000 to build a sidewalk. I went down and talked to every neighbor on both sides of my street, kept a little spreadsheet, said, what do you all think? We didn't want to do it. So we came to council and we had lots of people speaking and they said, okay, we're not going to do it. A year or two later, some members of the council changed. It came back up. We went back around the street. We, as a street, decided that we might as well put a sidewalk down where we have the high traffic area where everybody turns on Shellmount. That's what we proposed, and that's what was approved. Last year sometime, the Beach Baptists said they're going to build Miami Beach at the end of our street. I did the same thing. I went and talked to everybody on both sides, Andre Marr, Mid-Island, our street. A little hard to find people because most people weren't there, but we all got together. We talked about it, and we said, this is not something we'd like to do. Similarly, when we heard that my side was proposing something, we talked to each other about it. And overwhelmingly, I don't think I've met one person yet that said it was a bad idea. They like the design. We like the design. My wife calls it coastal, stylish, well thought out. We like the step back approach. I thought I liked the idea of it being mixed use. The people that I talked to thought it was nice to be mixed use. We all like the ideas of bringing in some medical types to help us out. So the commercial aspects are neat. The workforce housing, everybody's been talking about it here. Someone saying, we'll put it together for you. The parking I look at is, my kids are 42 and 39. They use Uber everywhere they go. And I think that is the generation that's coming onto our island to go to someone like somewhere like a boutique hotel. I don't see the Uber car coming on and off as the issue. Again, this is my opinion. That's not what's causing us to not be able to leave Connecticut Street at 10:30 in the morning and get into traffic. All these little cottages are gone. It's kind of sad. They were unique. They were quaint. As I still bike up and down, Estero Boulevard, it's sometimes hard to remember what was there. I think of the Tahitian kind of villages. I think of row after row of, park underneath and 2 units above it. I kind of look at this as, my wife and I have a little running joke. Oh, we don't have that anymore. My wife also kids that she hated her old oven. She loves her new one. So it took us 1 year and 27 days to get back in. We're excited to be there. I look at this project, I kind of think of it as beach funky. The style is exciting to everyone I talk to, that it makes you think, oh, it looks different. It's not the cottage, but it looks really neat, and we're proud to be able to see that. So I hope, again, my opinion, my wife's opinion is that you would approve this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jim Bowen.
Jim Bowen.
Long day, huh? Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Just kidding. While the majority of the LPA, including myself, voted to recommend approval of the project, I do not feel that the condition listed in Exhibit A, Item 7, accurately reflects the LPA's concerns. And the LPA spent quite a bit of time discussing density, FAR, height deviation, public benefits, both the aesthetics, as the previous gentleman said, along with workforce housing. The largest part of our discussion had to deal with parking. And Mayor, my calculations aren't quite as generous as yours. The development code would require 89 spaces. They're looking to reduce that to 60. They also want to reduce that 60 by 4 for a bike rack credit. 3 spaces are designated for handicap parking. To me, that leaves 53 spaces for regular parking. Then you have a 45-unit hotel plus 4 workforce units. I don't see anything that says a workforce unit can't have a car. To me, that brings, when the hotel is full, there's 4 leftover spaces. those 4 leftover spaces are probably going to be used by staff. That leaves very few, if any, for 9,000 square feet of retail and 2,200, including 2,200 feet of restaurant. This project isn't located downtown, so there's not a lot of surplus or private parking nearby. But the condition that the staff put in, and I'm not saying that Sarah's statement isn't correct, but as we were discussing, there was discussions going on. Sarah was reading what she was typing. But number 7 says that the property owner commits to encouraging visitors and staff to arrive without an automobile. If the proposed development parking needs exceed on-site parking, the applicant shall provide valet/parking. Well, a valet also still needs parking spots to be able to put the car, and or coordinate with adjacent property owners, and or consider other parking options. As the applicant has said, there was discussion that before the applicant came to council that they would present you with alternatives, which they have done. But that language appears to me ambiguous. Encouraging has no teeth to it. So what it really says is, we'll figure it out later. Well, that may or may not work. So I think the ideal situation would be some sort of condition that said before they got permits that they would present the council with an alternative for parking, whether it's, as you stated, Vice Mayor, a condition with usage, whether it's an agreement with the library, with the school, or with the town, but that at some point there should be a definitive agreement as to where surplus parking is going to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Can't believe you sat through this entire meeting. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Public comment? Come on up. You just pull the mic down so we can hear you too.
What does that mean?
It just
Yeah.
means
He made an assumption, didn't he?
it means that they put the mic too high for you. That's all it means.
You're not calling me vertically challenged, are you?
No, I'm
Oh.
I'm saying the mic is extremely too long.
I agree. Hi, everyone. I'm Sherry Dabrowski. I live on Andre Marr Drive, and I have been watching this project all along. They have changed so many plans to work with everything that has to go on, rules, regulations. I'm a retired ICU nurse. I have never seen this much in a meeting that everybody contributes to. And it's pretty impressive, I'll say. But I think they have worked hard to get everything the way it should be. I think they've worked hard trying to get it to meet the island's needs, and the general appearance, I think, has been great. I love the fact that they're thinking of medical facility, dentist, because we lost all of that. And I think it's really important to have that on the island, as well as retail and restaurant. And we need a nice hotel that similar to Margaritaville. You know, let's get this island looking nice, not just like a big square cement building. I think they've gone over and beyond. 100% in favor of it, and everybody I've spoken to is as well. So thanks for your consideration. Let's get this thing going.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? No one? No? Okay. Then we will close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? No? Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
I have one little housekeeping item on page 413. In the ordinance that's written, you've got the second reading is July 17th. I think you meant to put June 17th. Just want to make sure that that's.
Mayor, I'll move ordinance 2415.
Okay. And a motion by Counselor King
I'll second.
and a second by Counselor Woodson. Discussion? Vice
Yeah,
Mayor?
I just want to get my colleagues' comfort and support with including, as we go to second reading, this proviso of the partnership with the town to incent the applicant to provide critical medical facilities to the island in return for shared parking spots that abut the property that the applicant represents and owns. And again, the provisos, as I have stated them, would be in return for having either a doctor, physician's assistant, nurse practitioner, either one of those, and or in conjunction with an urgent care type facility, they would receive 5 shared spots, a dentist 5 shared spots, physical therapist 5 shared spots for the potential of an additional 15 spots at no charge. Those would be shared. I talked to the attorney over the weekend or maybe last week about how to design that language. And then I would also like to include a provision post this process that should the applicant have run into a unique or different tenant that sort of parallels these positions and or a need that the town has just through our development process. Somehow we just have a niche or we have a vacuum somewhere for some other type of essential service provider for them to petition the council to fill one of these other positions that they were unable to obtain, whatever. But I would like to have that drafted and included in second reading. And I would also like, and I think if the applicant has heard today from the LPA that they want a little bit more specificity on the parking issue, and I think we have a wonderful solution for the parking issue, as well as helping the town with its traffic congestion issue with this DRAC, do not rent a car incentive, which I can delineate as well with Becky and have included for second reading as well. I understand the applicant wants some time to think about it, and I certainly respect that, but I'd like to get the council's temperature as to at least have that drafted and prepared to be included in second reading when it next. I think Scott's right. I think it would be June 17th.
17th, yeah.
All right. So just wanted to get my colleagues' comments on that and support if you're comfortable with that.
So let's talk about the first thing. Can we get them to commit to lease 15 spots and then credit them back as they get those 3 different doctors or whatever?
Yeah, the way it would kind of work from a practical standpoint is that the I think, Nancy, did you just describe it as a lease or did you describe it as a license?
It would be a license.
Okay, so it'd be a license agreement where, and again, the kind of the exciting thing about this is that by the time the facility would be built, the town hall would be on the south end of the island, and those spots really do open up significantly. So the timing would be good. I think that those spots are going to be there regardless. I would, Scott, however you want to have that drafted, I would certainly.
If the LPA felt that there was a parking issue still, I think if they commit to getting 15 spots from us, then we've just helped out.
But they've got to satisfy that. That's the challenge.
But I guess what I'm asking, Jim, I love your credit idea, but can't we also say, hey, 15 of those spots that LPA or we feel they need, that they lease them from the town?
You could, but again, the volatility of this is that they may not be able to lure a dentist, or they may not be able to lure a physician's assistant or a physical therapist or a PA or an NP or a doc. And that's the volatility of this. But then it's also the flexibility where there's no mandate, there's no punishment if they can't get it. It's more of an incentive. So certainly we could have the license agreement set up, but I don't know that they would get credit for those spots until they actually fill them. But it certainly would be a step amongst a number of steps. The applicants referenced some. I think the DRAC is another opportunity for them to make a significant commitment towards.
Okay, let's.
You know what I mean? I mean, it would be a
Let's talk
component.
about the DRAC real quick. There is no, having owned a hotel and a vacation rental business, there is no way that they should be in charge of seeing who drove, who didn't drive, when are they leaving, what are they using.
Oh, no.
I mean, you get people that come in, Jim, and their cousins are in Naples. They drive up. Okay, now you got a car there. You're going to penalize them for that?
No. Let me explain. Let me take a minute to explain, because I've heard a lot of people have voiced this, but let me explain how it would work.
Or they let's say they rent a golf cart. Now they got a vehicle. Well, they took an Uber here, but now they have a vehicle at their place. You can't.
Let me give you let me just maybe make my pitch, and then certainly interested in your thoughts. This is strictly voluntary in the sense that nobody is punished for driving their own car. Nobody's punished for renting a car. If you can demonstrate upon checking out that you've rented or that you've utilized an Uber or a Lyft or a car service, and you'll have a receipt. You just demonstrate it as you check out of the hotel, and you stayed for 3 or more nights, you would get a $100 credit on your hotel bill, thereby incenting people not to rent a car. This would be just from the airport, no other location, just from the airport. We obviously have one major metropolitan airport. And so pretty easy to see whether you've got a receipt or not. Just hold up your phone, hold up if it's a car service, maybe you get a paper receipt and you demonstrate it upon checkout, you get a $100 credit. That's it. I mean, there's no punishment if you don't have it. There's no punishment if people rent a car or if they drive their own car. This is a really clean way. I've talked to a number of hoteliers about it, and they really like how clean it is. And imagine from a marketing standpoint, we just heard folks talk today about how my kids, they Uber and Lyft everywhere. They don't, a couple of my kids don't even own a car. They Uber, Lyft everywhere. So it incents them to and obviously once you get here, you Ubered here and you've lifted here, you can just rent a bike. You can walk everywhere you need. You don't need a car at that point. It saves them a parking spot. It provides a nice guest experience. All of a sudden you're checking out, I got a $100 credit for taking the Uber here. That's a cool thing. Nobody's ever offered me that before. By the way, maybe I'll come back here next time. That's a neat, plus an incentive. You only get it if you stay for 3 or more days. It encourages them to stay longer. I mean, it's not as complex or as punitive as I think upon a first appearance. So if we don't do something different, I'm tired of the same mantra on this island that, it's always been horrible here. There's nothing we can do. We have to try something. We have to, and I'm not saying this is going to solve all the problems, but if we don't try something, particularly with this extra density coming down the pike, our traffic mess is just going to get worse. And I'm just asked, can we try it? And I can't see, and I've talked to a lot of hotel people, I can't see any downside to this given the traffic. I mean, that's the number one quality of life issue on Fort Myers Beach is our traffic congestion. So that being said, I welcome I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to explain a little bit more because I think it could work. But go ahead, Scott, you got a lot more experience in this than I do.
So which town has done this?
Well, that's the bizarro world in which we're living in. Nobody's done it.
I'm going to ask the attorney, is that even doable to require a hotel to give a non-drive credit? I've never heard of that.
I didn't hear him say required though.
Well, the payout would be from the hotel.
I absolutely think it's a great idea, but you can't have government dictate that they do it. You can certainly encourage them to do everything they can to have less cars. And in fact, I encourage every vacation rental and every hotel on an island to encourage. I don't know how you can dictate that they do it.
You can't dictate it unless you have an entity coming in here and asking for special consideration. They're coming here outside the rules, asking for additional density and height. In return for that, they need to offer a public benefit. And that to me is a minimum public benefit that they can offer is not contribute or exacerbate the traffic congestion here in Fort Myers Beach. If they were just a hotel coming in here and doing their own thing without coming here for special consideration, agree with you 100%. No way we should mandate it on it. But they're asking for special consideration here today. And that's why I think we could make these kind of asks, because that additional density, that additional height has the potential to exacerbate traffic congestion. I don't think it's going to solve all the world's problems, but we have to try something. We're going to have larger hotels coming down the pike, asking for a lot more rooms, a lot more height. And doggone it, I'm going to push it on them as well, because first of all, I think it could be a plus for them. I think it's a symbiotic relationship for the guest experience to have that kind of a benefit, incents them to stay longer, but it addresses some of the parking challenges. It keeps the cars off our island. And I just don't see a downside. You're right. Would I go, Patrick said at the LPA, gosh, if every hotel would have it, we would go along with it. Well, I'm not, to your point, I'm not interested in mandating on hotels who are already here and doing it, going backwards and going after hotels that have already set up their business model. These are folks that are coming asking for special and additional consideration outside every other hotel that they're competing against. They're asking for additional help. And in return for that, I think it's a very modest ask.
It's almost impossible to track, Jim. It sounds utilitarian and all that, but again, you've got guests coming and going. Their friends are visiting. They decide to rent a car. Oh, you know what? I really want to go to Sanibel. You know what? I'm not, Uber's crazy. I'm just going to rent a car. I mean, there's so many things changing.
If they rent a car, they're not penalized.
To touch the guest. Some guests just want to be left alone. I mean, it's hard enough to figure out that they've checked in, let alone how they got there and how they're leaving. But
the guest is the one that brings forward the receipt for reimbursement.
Yeah, but so what happens if they decide to rent a car then?
Then they're fine. Then there's no issues. The person who
Jim, it sounds utilitarian, but it's a lot harder than you think.
But let me just make this clear, because this is commonly misunderstood in the way I say this. If somebody rents the car from the airport and comes to Myerside, that's it. There's no big deal. They pay, they check in, they pay, they leave. Somebody drives their own car. That's fine. But if someone was to, from the airport, do a lift or a car service, they check in, they can demonstrate their receipt. When they check out, they get $100 credit. That's it. Everybody who rents, walks, bikes, golf carts, they're unimpacted by this. But the folks who take a lift or an Uber or a car service, they're the ones, they have the ability to demonstrate the receipt. They get the credit.
I understand that they get there, but once they get here, they may rent a golf cart.
They may, but we can't control that aspect of it. Hopefully they'll just stay on their bike, or they'll walk down to this is the next generation. People will walk, they'll rent the bike there, they'll walk, they'll use a bike service. I mean, Myerside's located not off in the hinterlands. They have a great location. They're located close to everything. And again, they could choose to do that. Again, if people choose not to lift from the airport, they're not impacted at all. They're not penalized. They're not hurt by any of this at all. It's just those who choose not to bring a rental car or their own car on the island. They get a nice little benefit and an incentive. It's positive. It's a carrot. There's no requirements. There's no penalties. I mean, that's what I'm thinking about anyway.
I understand both sides of this argument, but let me ask you this, Jim. Yeah. I come in my own car and I leave it there and I walk the whole time I'm here.
Yep.
But an Uber comes in and leaves. I come in and I leave. What's really the difference there?
Well, the difference there is that you're not taking up the Uber person is not taking up a parking spot, and clearly.
But you're talking about traffic, though.
Right. Well, there's the traffic and parking benefit.
Okay. I get that.
If there are some people that will rent a car and then they'll hop in their rental car and they'll just kind of cruise around each day to check things out, or they'll take their car down to Margaritaville, or they'll take their car down to Snug Harbor, and that's fine. It's America. They can do what they want. There's no penalty for that. But those who Uber and Lyft in are much more likely to hop on a bike, walk, explore, and that's the new paradigm. And if we don't, I just think that it isn't going to solve all the world's problems. But my gosh, we've got to try some new things. I mean,
and I am by no means an expert when it comes to golf carts, but you can put two in a parking spot.
Well, that's important to know.
So I've heard. I just heard.
But I look at the price or the credit that you're proposing, and for a 45-room hotel or something to credit people, $100 in their stay, and so you have 10 of those in a week or 20 of those in a week, and you're talking $1,000, $2,000 credit. I mean, I think it's steep. I think if you wanted to depending on number of rooms and that type of thing, if you wanted to make categories like that, but I think $150 each way, I think it's steep.
If you stay 3 or more days,
Mhm.
so you're making a pretty big investment, especially during season.
Mhm.
I mean, I assume the room rates are going to be between $300 and $500. I'm guessing, maybe not, but that's a pretty significant room rate, and you get $100 off if you stay 3 days or more. And the traffic on Fort Myers Beach is modestly helped. I mean, to try to set up it's Scott says he thinks it's already very complicated. Imagine trying to set up a formula for prorating it depending on the size of the hotel. I think it increases the complexity. From what everyone I've talked to, I've done a lot of research on this. To Uber and or use a car service is anywhere between $50 and $75 to the airport. So this is on the low side of what it would cost to Uber or take a car service to the airport. So, and again, this is an entity that's coming in and asking for special. I'm not trying to punish them. They win on the parking side in this. We win on the congestion side. This is an entity that's asking for special consideration. They're asking for something that others don't get. They have every right to do that. I'm not castigating them for it, but it's not like we're imposing this on some poor, helpless hotel that's never come before the government asking for something. They're asking for special consideration. So I think, we can talk about that, Karen. That's a fair question in terms of what the fiscal impact is. But I think it's got to be enough to really encourage people to hop on that Uber. And again, it won't cover the tip. It won't cover the whole price, but that range is between $50 and $75 from Fort Myers Beach to the airport. So I tried to pick the low end of that range to be sensitive to your point. I don't know. Just yeah. I mean, maybe there's a better number, but I do think these hotels that are asking for more density are asking a lot from everyone here on Fort Myers Beach to suffer more traffic incrementally. I understand, but it's an incremental degradation of quality of life. And if they can do something to help us mitigate that impact of their ask of more density and more height, I think it's a worthy and fair trade-off, I think.
In an effort to move this along, I've heard them say that they're willing to address both of the previous things about the DRAC and the parking for the
medical incentives.
Right. I'm still not clear on the other one. What was the other one you brought up?
The other one is if they were to bring in, there's 3 categories. One is the first category is doctor, physician's assistant, nurse practitioner. All 3 different entities can write scripts, which we desperately need. If somebody has a sinus infection, a pink eye, whatever, ear infection. We can at least have somebody on the island who can write a script, and that they get 5 spots if they get.
I was clear on that, and it sounds like they're interested in that. But you added a third one.
Oh, I thought on the DRAC piece. I'm sorry. Back to the medical thing. If the applicant later on in the process wants to petition the council for another category where there's a definite need on the island that nobody else is meeting, I think we ought to at least give them that right to petition for 5 more spots. What's that?
Can we add chiropractor? Because I personally have a friend of the family.
We close. We close the public hearing? Do we have to reopen it to allow comment now?
You can just say reopened.
Okay, reopen. Go ahead. I just want to make sure we're doing it legally.
Sure. No, I appreciate it.
I just wanted to suggest maybe adding chiropractor to the list. We have a family friend who's a professional chiropractor, certified masseuse also, and she is definitely interested in coming to the island.
I have nothing against chiropractors. What I was trying to do, in the interest of time, is to provide this process for you, so we didn't have this long debate about what are the people that do toes? What are those guys called? Podiatrist, chiropractor, a lawyer. We do need a lawyer on the island. I hate to say that, but we do need a lawyer on the island. A hair salon. I mean, we could get into this conversation, but we may know what that looks like probably further down the road. But I'm not opposed to that, Patrick. I think it's up to the will of the council, but I thought we'd leave a process to have that deliberation, unless people want to include chiropractor right now, that's fine too. Whatever works.
Well, thank you for your clarification, and you have my consent and buy-in.
Just so you can, I can clarify for staff, they need the spaces anyhow, whether they got doctors there or a t-shirt shop, right?
When you say they're going to need those spaces.
Right.
Yes.
Whether it's a t-shirt shop,
Well,
what are you going to do about that?
they don't get them if it's a t-shirt
Exactly.
shop.
But
Yeah.
what are they going to do in the interim if they need those spaces?
Well, they need to petition us for another use. Then they need to, if they get a chiropractor,
But we already know that that's the direction they're going. They're going to try to do the doctor. They know they're going to go for the t-shirt or the bagel shop or something like that. What are they going to do with those spaces? Are there spaces for those?
Well, no, the only spaces.
Exactly. So why don't we just lease some spaces? It doesn't matter who comes in.
Well, because we're trying to.
To Scott's point.
No, but
Sorry.
we're trying to incent them to bring in a doc.
And then they can come back later and it can be reduced.
Yeah, but I don't want to remove that incentive.
But they'd still have the incentive, but I'm tracking what you're saying.
Oh, I
We've
see.
got to track something
So-
with
so-
these spots anyhow, or else we're just
so-
giving away spots for
No,
nothing.
We're not. Well, I see. So your point is that if they come back, they would lease for a price.
That's
Correct.
their option.
If it's medical.
I
it's
think
free.
that's the option we're looking for, Jim, is they
Probably
lease.
just that anyhow.
So we,
Throw
you
it
know,
out.
so we get a benefit, the town gets a benefit. We're making some revenue off the parking. They need the parking. It's a win-win for everybody. And yes, if they get some doctors or whatever we think is beneficial to the town, then we give them a credit.
Public service.
I will tell you the only concern that I have with the leasing of the spaces. I'm not opposed to it at all. We haven't developed Bay Oaks yet. We don't know what Bay Oaks is going to be. We don't know what the pool is going to be.
That's a good point.
If we're going to lease spaces, we better have an opportunity to get them back. Because although we may not be using those spaces now, we may need them in the future.
I agree.
And at the end of the day, those are taxpayer spots. So I would be cautious of saying you can lease these forever.
Spaces today, they lease right away for their parking before, right?
At four, I think.
Four.
And again, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that if this is the way it goes down, that there is a way for the town to get them back should the development happen in Bay Oaks
I
that
think
we
that's
think is
fair.
gonna-
And I think, but because there is no provision in the CPD that requires them to have these key medical officials to push this incentive as hard as we can and as long as we can, I think helps reach that goal. I think, but I'm not opposed to that, Scott. If they can't find those spots and they want
To turn the lights out.
and they want to negotiate a lease price, I mean, that's, I'm open to that.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
So the applicant does not feel they need the spaces. So I don't know that we even really want to start off with, here are 15 spaces and then we'll give you a credit if you need, if you bring in the doctor's office or the original intent was if they did end up needing the spaces, then they had to figure it out. But we want to start off with, they're not going to need them. And they've already agreed that they want to approach this as we're going to find ways for people to not bring their car. They may want to do things like rent out bicycles. They may want to, charge for parking. A lot of places, if you go to a city, they charge you to park your car there. So, I mean, it would not be an uncommon thing for them to say $15 a day to park your car here. And that would be a good incentive to not have people park cars. So they have a lot of options in front of them. And by us sort of prescribing how they do that, I think that we are putting them at a disadvantage. And we're also putting something on our plate that the town would have to figure out.
We're not prescribing. We're saying if they come forward with this type of a tenant, they get rewarded. There's no prescription.
So I'm talking about DRAC. If we want to get into the details of how they do that, I think that, the businesses are in the business of making money. They're going to figure out how to make this work and how to make it out.
But you're focusing on the parking problem. I'm focusing on the traffic.
Well, and I think, Sarah, no disrespect, but your point about, yes, they may say they don't need the parking. I think you're hearing from everyone up here that we disagree with that. The fact that we're having this discussion for a half an hour tells you, or at least tells me, that there's an issue with the parking. And to say that they don't need it, I mean, last I checked, you work for the town, not for them. So does you as the staffer feel that do you feel that if we used the gyms or my analogy that you have one parking spot for each unit, and it's 45 units. Do you feel 15 parking spaces is sufficient through the code to supply for 9,000 square feet of retail space?
And staff.
The staff, what did I say?
And staff.
And staff.
Customers and staff.
Is 15 spaces a legitimate number to service that 9,000 square feet?
I don't know because I'm not in that business. I'm saying that they don't meet our code requirement, but that they would be responsible for figuring out how to make sure their parking works. If we don't think that it's adequate right off the bat, then do we think that this is appropriate?
Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for my fellow counselors, but I think the discussion that we've just heard over the last 20 minutes is there's a lot of talk about parking. So there must be, where there's smoke, there's fire. And, you know, in the staff report, I saw that you feel that you recommend approval except for the request for the deviations, which to me is not very clear. To me, you're saying, well, I think it meets the approval. I think I recommend approval, but not really because they're asking for deviations. So there's no, it's, to me, it was kind of left up as whatever you guys decide. This wasn't, you know, I like when we ask staff questions, personally, I like to have a definitive answer. This is what the code says, therefore we require, or we recommend approval or denial. But the way this was worded, this staff report to me was, we recommend approval except for the deviation. And that's what, to me, that seems a little confusing.
Staff recommendation is staff finds the CPD with deviations meets the criteria.
But then as you go through it, it says except. There's a comma and says after each one, it says except for the deviation. Recommends approval, comma, except for the deviation. Anyway, regardless, I will, we could go on and on and on about it, but just, I guess I'll just make my comments. You know, I think Meyer side, what you guys have done, Roland and Bev, what you guys have done with that property, anybody that's been here before and saw what it was like before, to say it was a yeoman effort is, I mean, the tents and the homeless and the people sleeping in it and what you made out of that property was really, really cool. In fact, I actually helped Roland lift up one of those big, heavy pieces of the tiki thatch thing. I thought I was going to die. Thanks, Scott.
I thought I was going to die too.
But, you know, so what you made to those improvements to that property is amazing. And what you've done with this property and what you've done with this plan, I told Patrick this a year ago when I first saw it, when he and Ken showed me. That was beautiful. Of all of the projects that I've seen so far, it is by far, bar none, the best looking project on the island. Where I'm getting stuck, and in this discussion right here just solidified. Up until this point, I was kind of back and forth thinking, what am I going to do? And this discussion just solidified to me, we're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole, or a square peg into a round hole, however you want to look at it. There's a lot of unanswered questions for me. There's a lot of what ifs, and we're going to certainly encourage, and we're going to certainly try. And as much as I want to get to a yes, because I think this is a fabulous project. I think everything that the mixed use, everything that you've got incorporated is fantastic. Where I'm getting stuck is on the scale. You know, you're asking for the trifecta, you're asking for height, you're asking for parking, and you're asking for density. But when I look at the benefits that are being proposed, I can't agree with 50% of those as being public benefit. As I told Patrick when we had our meeting, I feel that some of those are requirements that everyone has to follow. As Patrick said, he's rebuilding his property, so he has to build back to the requirements, not because he wants to, because he has to. And this property will have to be built back. When I look at the size of the property, I look at the potential new town hall. This building would be 3 times the size of that. That's 18,000 square feet. This would be 3 times the size of that on a 1 acre lot. To me, that's very massive. We've had a lot of arguments, or not arguments, we'll say constructive discussion up here about, you know, how we're going to make parking work, how we're going to do this, how we're going to do that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. To me, height doesn't scare me. Height doesn't add to the traffic problems. I agree with the vice mayor. The number one quality of life issue and comments that we get every single day, what are you going to do about traffic? For me, I can in good conscience say, I already know the increased traffic of what you're going to have there by right is going to cause, and then allow a 50% increase on top of that. I'm not opposed to something. And then to go from 42 to 45 with really no explanation as to why what you presented to the public and what you're presenting to the LPA and the council has increased gives me some concern. I just don't feel that whether they park, whether they take their car, they're not bringing their suitcases here by bicycle. They're not dragging them here. They're not walking here. The average check-in time is what, 3, 4 o'clock? The height of the time people are trying to leave this island. If you come by Uber, you're still adding a traffic problem. You're still adding to the traffic problem. So I can't see how we can say by allowing a 50% increase in density over what you can do by right does not compound that problem. It's simple mathematics. If you've got more rooms, you've got more cars coming onto the island. They may not be staying on the island, but they're still coming and they're leaving. And in the height of the season, anyone that's tried to order an Uber to get off the island, good luck, because they're not coming to the island because they can't get on the island. So if we really want to talk about traffic, how do we in good conscience say that we want to increase at a significant amount, 50% of the density? Parking, I think we can work through that with lease spaces. I think we've worked through that. Again, height, I can live with a little bit of height because so many people do support it. But I think the fact that you did such a good job at the neighborhood group and Bev and Roland of designing a building and listening to people has clouded people's brain, in my opinion, as to what the real facts are. And the facts are what you can do by right and what the real quality of life issues are. And if there's a way that we can get closer to something that makes more sense to me, at least, then I can get behind it. But the way it's proposed right now, I can't support it, even though I really, really want to. Trust me, I do, because it is a beautiful project. I just, for those reasons, I can't support it at this time. So we have a motion by Councilor King, a second by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion?
I'm going to say I'm currently a yes, and I would ask the applicant to help me to stay a yes with some of the things that we've discussed today. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And unfortunately, I'm sorry, I'm a no. Next is the administrative agenda. We have Resolution 24-120, fiscal year 24-25 tentative millage rate. Joe?
It's green shirt time.
That's
Team
why I
green
wore the
shirt.
Green shirt.
Now we're gonna have to take out for a new podium, Joe.
Just about. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Hopefully.
Cool.
So I'll try to do this as quickly as I can. I apologize. It's at the end. I'm sure this is the last thing you want to be hearing and dealing with.
Hey, I was on point till 3 o'clock. I said.
You were close. You were close.
We're not done
Okay.
yet at
No,
3.
no. Nobody likes to show off.
Okay.
Today of all days. Today
All
of
right,
all
Joe,
days.
go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'd like to begin by just explaining the statutory requirement, and that is that we need to come to a decision and provide the county appraiser with a decision as to what the maximum millage rate would be by August 4th. And since there are no town council meetings in July, by the end of June is the time that this needs to be decided.
No.
In order to make this decision, and as I was thinking about this and preparing for this, I think there's really two factors. One, of course, is the general fund budget, because the millage rate is really one of the primary funding sources of the general fund budget. But this year, because we've become so painfully aware of all of the emergency expenditures that we had to deal with, and we actually experienced it, we do have an issue regarding the emergency reserve and the level that should be. So those, to me, are the two critical factors in determining what the millage rate should be. So I'll start with the budget itself. I just tried to break it down into just a few components for you. I'm sorry it's not bigger. I thought maybe it'd be easily seen, but I could see it's kind of lost here. I'm sorry for that. But so I'm just comparing the FY24 budget to the FY25 budget. I selected like some what I think are important comparative line items that I think if I just talk through it briefly, it'll make more sense. So if you look at the positive numbers, so you've got base revenues were increased by about 360,000. There is an ad valorem tax increase of about $1.1 million. And there's another slide that'll explain how that came about. And then we have a savings in expenses of almost $1.2 million, where you would think with all of that, that we should be doing pretty good. But if you look at the bridge loan, so we're going to be using less of the bridge loan this year because we have less lost revenue, which is a good thing, but that's a $1 million reduction in that. So what that is really telling you is last year we used 1.1 million more, and this year we have 1 million. We need 1 million less. Then last year, to balance the budget, we transferred that $831,000 from ARPA. We're not going to do that this year. We reversed that $500,000 for sterile lighting from the previous year that was not needed. We're not going to do that this year. And there's that $175,000 that we had in reserve for the health insurance changeover that we're not using. So we had all of those reductions in revenues that kind of offset the positives as far as like the savings and expenses. So that kind of sets the background, and maybe this will make a little more sense as we go through this. I wanted to explain to you then the calculation of the ad valorem tax revenue. So at the top line, you see what we had in 2023. The middle line that's highlighted in green is 2024. So the estimated taxable value, this is estimated now because we won't have the final figure until July, is gone up. I guess that's 1,054,687,000, or 39% increase of taxable property value. So if you use the same millage rate of 0.99, that generates an additional $1,044,000 of revenue, or equivalent 39% increase there. And then if you compare the increase to the budget, we actually budgeted less last year. And so the comparison on a budget scale is actually a 46% increase.
Joe, before you go on, these numbers, is this the preliminary numbers from the tax assessor's office?
Yes, we received them on Saturday morning.
So he's saying okay. So of the 40% initially, or 42% that we lost at the storm, this is saying we're gaining back 39% of that 42%? No, I didn't think so, but just wanted to clarify.
It's not like we're going to be 3% short. No, it is a 39% increase,
over
but starting from over last year.
Okay.
Right.
Starting from negative.
Yeah, right.
Starting from the.
Yes. So budget wise, it equates to $1.1 million increase in revenue, and we only budget 96% of what the estimated tax is, just to protect ourselves from any variation of that when they come out with the final number. So that's why it's 96% or 0.9%, 96 of that. Is it moving? There we go. Okay, then the calculation of lost revenue. Last year, we tried to calculate or project what lost revenue would be by comparing it to the budgeted revenue for 2024 to the budgeted revenue from 2023, because we thought what was budgeted for 2023 seemed like a reasonable, realistic comparison we could make. But what we're finding is really probably the more conservative approach and the more accurate approach is to compare it to FY22 actual, because the actual is the actual, and it's not a projection, but it's the actual. So that's what we did for calculating the lost revenue for 2025. So in the budgeted revenue in 2025, without including that ad valorem increase is 7.7 million. You compare that to the actual revenue in FY22, and that's where we come up with the difference being almost $2.4 million. So that is my best estimate of what the lost revenue still continues to be as a result of the impact of Hurricane Ian. And so that is what I'm proposing, that we can legitimately use the bridge loan for going forward to budget for next year. The other critical component, I think, in putting this all in perspective would be the emergency fund reserve. We really haven't spoken much about that. I've been including it in some of my reports to the town manager and to the audit committee. But there was a question raised by a reporter that really made me think and look at these things. And they wanted to know, did we have enough in reserve when Hurricane Ian hit? And what did we do to get through that initial period before we started receiving help from insurance and FEMA? And so during those first 2 months that we were on our own, before we received a penny of insurance money or a penny of FEMA money, we spent $3.5 million. That's within 2 months. And so how did we do that? Where did it come from? We only had $537,000 in the emergency reserve, the fund itself. But we did have $1,060,000 sitting in the general fund that was reserved for emergencies. And we had $600,000 of an operating reserve in the general fund. We had about $3.5 million sitting in the capital fund that was, earmarked and budgeted for capital improvements that were supposed to be made that year when Hurricane Ian hit. So we were able to dip into that as well, that $1.3 million of capital fund money we had on hand. So that is where those are the sources that we used of cash to pay for that initial $3.5 million of expenditures that we had to incur on our own. And then we started receiving the insurance reimbursements and that initial influx of FEMA money of 7.6 months.
Joe, do you think that scenario, that's the best optimal way to do it with reimbursement funds with the buckets that are there? Or would you do it different?
Well, no, that's all we could do. That's all we had available.
But I mean, moving forward.
Oh, no, that's kind of getting to my point. I don't think that we should be dependent on having that. I think we need to build up our emergency fund reserve. And I think, well, maybe this next slide, if I remember right, should help us. So I think the target total that we should have, just based on our own experience, should be at least $3.5 million, because we know from real life experience, that's how much we could really need to spend and have on hand to spend. And if we were faced with another disaster like that, weren't reimbursed, we have 220,000. So it's about half as much. We'll still have that $1,060,000 in the general fund for emergency reserve and the 600,000. So we'll still have that. But in comparison to the $3.5 million that I think we should have, we're short at $1.6 million. So I would say that we should our target should be to try to build up that emergency fund reserve by adding another $1.6 million to it, at least. But I think that's the minimum then. Okay, so trying to remember what I was doing here with this. Well, so as part of putting the budget together then this year, this is a preliminary budget. If we start with that $7.7 million of revenue before the ad valorem increase, and then you add to that the $1.1 million of ad valorem tax revenue increase, and then you add to that the $2.4 million of bridge loan. The total revenue for the year is $11,242,000, and then the total amount of expenditures is $10 million, almost $11 million. So the difference there is $290,000. So I'm saying that we should take the $290,000 and add that to the emergency fund reserve, just to start with. And that's just based on a millage rate of 0.99, just keeping it straight. Then this then shows you, the potential options going forward, that we can consider, that you could consider. So leaving the millage rate at 0.99, we already know that that would allow us to contribute $290,000 to the emergency reserve. And then each increment of 0.01 contributes about another $36,000 or to the emergency reserve. So that shows what we could do if you chose to raise the millage rate, at each of those different increments. I did look at what the CPI index was, and for the Tampa St. Pete area, which is the closest we can get to our area, as of March was 3.7% year over year. So you could, one of the perspectives you could take is, well, we could at least raise the millage rate by a similar percentage of the CPI. So that would bring it from 0.99 to about 1.03. So that's why I made that comment there. And that would allow us to contribute $434,000. But these are the various options you can consider. You don't have to decide today.
Joe, could I ask a question?
Sure.
Because I'm thoroughly confused. We just had Ron Book here this morning,
Yes.
and through the efforts of the mayor and our town team and their legislative delegation, in the budget for Fort Myers Beach is potentially $8 million in replacement revenue. Does that factor into your calculations at all? I understand the budget's not been signed yet, but we expect it to be signed within the next couple of weeks. How does that factor into your calculations?
Well, it does and it doesn't, because I'm not counting on it until we actually have it. So but on the other hand, we are using the bridge loan, and I think I have it in here. Or maybe, sorry. I did the calculation before I came of how much of it we did use or will be using. Yes, here it is. Okay, so in 2023, we used 3.1 million. 2024, we budgeted 3.5 million, and now 2025, it's another potential 2.4 million. So that's $8.9 million of lost revenue that we've already are using. We're going to be getting about 7.6 million. So that's still not enough to cover this, although the 2024, our current year figure, that was just the budgeted number. It's probably going to be less than that. So when all is said and done, maybe we'll break even when we get that. But we do have the $11.9 million bridge loan that until something changes, we're still required to pay that back. And so we'll have to pay back that 11.9. This 7.6 may enable us to do that. So that's how
And that's a low interest loan, obviously, correct?
It's a zero interest, isn't it?
Well, the bridge loan?
Yes.
It's 0% until it comes due, and then it's 10% once it comes due.
And that's when?
Just
Our current agreement is due this June 30th, but in our current agreement, we're allowed a 6-month extension. They signed into legislation where we could ask for an additional 2 years, but that is not what our current agreement says. It's being considered to extend it 10 years, and that has not been signed yet. And as soon as it is signed, we'll receive an amendment from the Department of Economic Opportunity, who's the one who granted us that loan.
With the money that we may receive through the budget of the 7.6 million replacement revenue, does that have to go immediately to pay off the bridge loan?
We don't know.
Here's where I'm going with this, Joe.
Right.
Totally respect your appraisal of the current situation, but we have a very unique dynamic coming down the pike with replacement revenue coming in potentially. I think a very good potential that happens. We've had the county appraiser one of the sharper public officials we've got around here, telling us that this is going to be kind of a rough year, this budget cycle, but after that, with the appraised values of all these properties, rebuilt properties going way up, we're going to be in very good fiscal shape. So it's difficult. I mean, the whole concept of a bridge loan is to get us over the bridge. And so why would we raise taxes knowing that a year or two down the road, we're going to be in very good fiscal shape? Isn't that the concept of the bridge loan? And won't we then be able to then pay down that bridge loan with the increased valuations of our property and the increased revenue that would be derived from that?
Well, the bridge loan is not supposed to be repaid with ad valorem tax revenue. That's built into the agreement. So it's not something that we are required to count on or that is dependent upon. It's dependent upon that for repayment. It's on the non-ad valorem side of things. So we're not expected to.
Isn't that all fungible though? I mean, if we're not paying for it out of the non-ad valorem side, doesn't that leave more revenue from the ad valorem side to offset that payment?
To offset the,
I guess.
Operating.
Yeah, I mean, on the operating side, what couldn't you? I mean, it's all fungible in the sense that I guess times are about ready to get. After another rough year, we're going to have some times are going to start getting really good, and we're going to have a mill rate that's going to be excessive to what we need going forward. And we're having a tough time now. We've got the bridge loan, we've got this replacement revenue thing, which is spectacular. It seems like, I understand you're appropriately conservative, but it seems like the need to raise the millage rate, at least from just listening thus far, it seems premature. And maybe we could wait till after the budget gets signed and then kind of see where we're at fiscally and have a better sense of things. Because I think portraying this right now, it looks pretty grim. But you get that replacement revenue. We get, and obviously this year's appraisal rates are going to be different than the next year's are going to be a lot better. I just think, I don't know, just kind of getting your perspective on those dynamics.
well, this is to set the maximum millage rate. It's not to set the millage rate.
Yeah, but
So-
we go through that dance every year.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
explaining.
No, I
So
got you. Yeah.
But if I may,
the-
Joe, we've also got stormwater projects. We've got our state revolving loan. We've got canals we've got to clean out. We've got, other things we have to do that aren't reflected right here, that we don't know the number yet.
Yeah.
And if we start burying ourselves in a hole now from the last 2 years, we might not ever come out of that. Even if things do get better on one side, they might not the other.
Here's our challenge, Mr. Town Manager, is that a couple of years ago, our previous town manager was insisting on a mill rate increase. It was very modest. I think it ended up, for me, it was like $25 a year. It was very modest. But it was finally, after Dan and I kind of wrestled them down a little bit, it was premised on three things for the town that everybody, for the most part, said that they wanted. It was new lights on Estero, community policing, and beach renourishment. So I felt like I could go to the voters and say, look, this is a very modest millage increase. Here's exactly what it's going to. It's dedicated to these three things. Today, and I know we're in a much more volatile world, it would be difficult to make that argument. It seems, we're going to have to get a lot more specific as to why the millage rate needs to be increased and why now, given all these other moving factors, at least for me. And I know you're in a tough spot because we don't know what the governor's going to do yet, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think as you guys begin to lead us in this direction, you're going to have to give us 2 or 3 really solid buckets. And maybe, Mr. Town, I'm not disputing you, Mr. Town Manager. I'm just saying, but you're going to have to say X, Y, and Z are going to cost, A, B, and C. And here's why we need the millage now. I just, this sort of, when I say vagaries, I don't mean you're being deceptive. I just think there's so many moving parts right now, and we're being told by the appraiser that we're getting close to times being really good again, and we just got to get over the bridge, and that's why we have a bridge loan. So I just think from a messaging standpoint, we're going to have to make the case in a very clear way, and at some point, and I guess this is the fear that the cynicism that people have of government. if we raise the millage rate to get us over this hump, to build up a reserve, which I understand your desire to do that, when times are good again, the millage rate never seems to come down again. And I know we have the ability to do that, but just never seems to come down again. And so that's why I'm skeptical of going up before we know that we've exhausted every remedy. So just thinking out loud with you, with all due respect. Yeah.
I think all you have to do is look outside the window to determine the projects that need to be done. To pinpoint 3 projects is going to be very difficult to justify a potential increase in the millage rate. I'm looking at it from a little different aspect. We have gone to both state and our federal partners and asked for help, which they have given us. If I'm sitting in that seat and we as a town don't take care of ourselves and keep asking, eventually, to Patrick's point, that spigot will get shut off. I'm of the mindset, and this has been our message the entire time since the storm. We're not looking for a handout. We're looking for a hand up. Yep. And so far, all we've gotten were hands out. We haven't done anything to show that we're willing to make the hard decisions to help ourselves. And I think what Joe is trying to say is, and this, we're not out of the woods yet, and not being able to, the bridge loan is there to help, but at 10% interest, that's crippling, especially when you can't use the ad valorem to pay it back. Now, I understand your point. You can move it around, but I think the unknowns again of are we going to get the revenue replacement? Are we going to, how do we go in good faith next year to Tallahassee and ask for the forgiveness of a bridge loan if we haven't done anything to take care of ourselves? Nobody wants to have the discussion about raising millage rates. But I think it's going to be very difficult to pinpoint 3 specific projects to your point, Mr. Vice Mayor, of this is what it's going to be used for. The entire island needs help, and we can't rely on someone else giving us money to do it. And yes, we will be in a good spot when some of these developments get built, but we're 3-4 years away from any of that having any impact on our bottom line. And if we don't do something to bridge that gap, what are we all doing this for? Why are we fighting? And I don't even know.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm just amazed that you guys didn't raise the millage rate last year. I mean, we're going to have 3 tough years, and we got to make some tough decisions. And my mom's probably rolling over in graves that, having me talk about raising the millage rate, but gosh, we're losing money. It's grim, Jim. I mean, we, like Dan said, we're tasked with a really difficult thing here, raising the millage rate, but we have to look at this pragmatically. And I'm a numbers guy. We need more. We've lost so much revenue from so many different sources that's going to take years to build back. And I just looking at it from a numbers perspective, I think we have to take a hard look at raising this.
Yeah, I think it's a fair argument, Mr. Mayor, and I guess the counter to that is that you're asking people to make a sacrifice who've been devastated in a devastating time, and I understand the state and federal folks want us to do that, but the reason why we didn't do it last year is that people were genuinely hurting, and the challenge, of course, is for a town like ours. When we raise the mill rate, everybody sees their property tax bill and they think that Fort Myers Beach is responsible for their property tax bill when we're 6% of their property tax bill.
That's the biggest issue.
And we're such a small piece of that puzzle that we bear the brunt of all that. I think it might be helpful at some point for Matt Caldwell to come back, assuming he's got time, because I remember a much rosier scenario than what you just described, Scott. I do agree that some of these projects are 2, 3, 4 years out, but he was, if memory serves me, he was giving us a pretty rosy scenario about 1 year out from here, maybe 1.5 years out. So I'd be curious to hear what his assessment is or projections are, given his data. But this is a good argument. This is a good discussion. I mean, it's a healthy discussion. I think everybody's motives are great here, but I want to push Joe I want this to be a last resort, not a first resort option for us. And I want to exhaust all, I want to have that discussion before we move too quickly on that, I guess is all I would say.
Have we even gotten, Joe, to where, are you going to make a recommendation or are you just putting a chart up there?
This is my chart. If you notice, the resolution had dollar or pound signs for the rate because I didn't really know. I know this is really a decision that really you would need to make. Ultimately, I wanted to just provide these options and to explain to you where if we did have an increase, where I think it should go, and that it would go towards funding that emergency reserve, which I really think needs to be done. And the point for today was that, or this month, was we need to set a maximum. But we're doing it in the context of not knowing yet, are these bills going to be signed? So maybe we set a maximum and then find out, oh, we have this good news, these bills are signed. And so when it comes to actually setting the millage rate, we won't have to increase it because we'll have funds on hand that we can figure out how we can do this.
Don't we also have some other variables floating out? We've got all this FEMA money floating, potential for reimbursement. We've got this new CDBGR, which you guys ingeniously request. I mean, that was very clever the way you put that package together. That's $15 million right there. I assume that's long-term before we get see those dollars. But I assume if those dollars come back, that's offsetting some of this emergency reserve fund, right?
Sir, the money that we're requesting through CDBGR, we don't have.
I understand.
So, unless we're printing it, it wouldn't have been there. So those projects would have to sit there and wait until we found a funding source. We have multiple funding sources, one of which is not our budget currently, to handle any of the projects that we asked for. So it's like apples and oranges. We can't be talking about what we're requesting with the CDBGR and what Joe's trying to do is trying to shore up our reserves. The two don't even fit in the same room. What we've asked for with the CDBGR are to help us with projects that we cannot get fixed on our own volition, projects that the state can't help us with, projects that grants could piecemeal together, but would take years upon years to get to that point. The CDBGR gives us the opportunity to group these things into a bucket so that we can get that immediate funding and take those areas off of our back and we can put those back into service. It's kind of a different conversation than what Joe is saying. That's not a revenue stream that we even counted on. If we were left without the CDBGR, those programs would have to sit here for another 15, 20 years.
Appreciate that. Have we seen 1 penny of reimbursement via Tidal Basin and FEMA?
We have to make a clarification between Tidal Basin and FEMA.
Mm-hmm.
Tidal Basin is our go-between between us and FEMA. FEMA's been tied up in financial add-ons to bills at the federal level since last August. Whatever the fight of the day was, their asks to help with our recovery in this part of the United States was tied to those spending bills. Those spending bills still have not gotten ratified. Certain bits and pieces of those spending bills have funding to so-and-so and funding to this project over here, but the whole package itself got put back onto the ratification of the federal budget.
Yep.
So
the answer is no.
The answer is no, sir.
And that's okay. I understand procedurally the challenges, but I guess my question is, what is that outstanding balance? Because the government works it out. So if they should work it out, what's that number that's going to come Fort Myers Beach's way?
I think our number is right around the 2.9 million.
And is that reimbursing us for money we've already expended?
A lot of it is money that we've already taken from other places.
So that money could go into a reserve fund, right?
No.
No.
Why not? If it's
because
we've asked for reimbursement for certain things, not for general fund. It's got to go to that. It can't just go in any bucket.
Didn't we use the general fund to pay for it?
We used emergency funding.
Okay. Maybe what you don't see are the million details that we've been working through. I mean, I have a spreadsheet that's got 70 columns on it, 2,000 lines just from the year 2023, and it has all of the insurance reimbursements, the FEMA reimbursements that we received, all the expenditures. And so, I mean, just to kind of recap it, I have it here, and I could even send this to you if you'd like. But we spent in 2000, this is just 2023, I had to put this together for the audit. We spent $20 million in emergency expenditures. We received almost $10 million, well, let's say $9.5 million in insurance proceeds. So that helped pay for that. Then of that, we received, I would say, about almost $11 million of FEMA reimbursements. We still have about...
Joe, you just said you received 11 million from FEMA reimbursements,
Yes.
but then you just told me we haven't received a penny yet.
No, it comes in different packages. And It has to get allocated to certain departments. And that's what Joe's talking about here.
Okay.
So as like a,
And Joe, is that number that you're talking about, is the 7.5 million we initially got as emergency funding right after the storm?
Yes, that
included in
includes
that?
the 7.5 million, and it includes almost 3 million for the emergency berm. That's all we received is that 7.5 million and the $3 million.
So that was not money that we paid out as a town. That was money that we got from FEMA to fund those projects.
Right, which we did pay out. I mean, so
right.
Our balance then, I mean, we practically broke even between the insurance money that came in and the insurance reimbursements from FEMA. But the issue is we used insurance proceeds for things that we haven't spent yet. So like, for example, the town hall. I mean, we had this money come to us for insurance reimbursement for town hall and other buildings that we haven't actually renovated yet. We haven't actually bought yet. We haven't actually done the work yet. So we had that cash sitting there, and we had to use it for all the other things that we were doing.
But Joe, would we even need that now that we've got an $8 million appropriation in the budget? I mean, for the town hall? I mean, doesn't that cover us for that?
Well, we only got 1.5 million for the town hall.
I thought we got 8 million that's in the budget right now that we're waiting for the governor to sign.
No, I'm just talking about insurance proceeds.
Okay, all right.
Right.
But we've built in have we built in the 8 million coming to acquire the new town hall?
No, it's not. We don't know what's coming.
Right, but I'm saying
we wouldn't do that.
But we will in a couple of weeks.
We will later, but not now. But we have to set this for advertising purposes for going forward. You can't go. You only get one bite of the apple.
What's our deadline to make that decision?
I'm sorry.
What's the date? What's the deadline to set this prospective millage rate?
Again, it's just the maximum, so it's not setting it. But okay, it's
what do we have to decide about?
Well, we have to have it turned in by August 4th.
August 4th. Oh, so we have a little time to see if the governor signs the budget.
We only have one meeting left.
But you only have one
between
meeting
now and
left.
August.
And
so you're saying we have to make the decision today?
Not
For
today.
the 17th.
No, by the June 17th meeting, unless if you call a special meeting.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
That helps me.
Yep.
I think, Joe, there's so many complicating factors in your world, and it's so challenging for you because I know you understand the complexities of it. But I think we have to figure out a way to make a 10,000 foot argument for this. And I think that's not necessarily dumbing it down, but just focusing on the basic blocking and tackling. And I think that's what I would charge our town manager with.
Look at you with a sports analogy.
Well, but I do think this is incredibly complex.
Oh, yeah.
And if we're going to explain this to voters as to why we're doing this, at least temporarily, I think we need to have a very succinct, as best as possible. I know these are complicated, but I think you need to help us message this. Certainly, because the taxpayers we got taxpayers that are hurting and they're going to ask why, and we need to be able to explain it in a very succinct. I'm very comfortable with the integrity of these numbers, but I do think we have to work on our messaging a little bit to make it easier to understand for folks, given all the complicating factors.
Okay.
And I know it's not easy.
Well, just the one point of clarification I'd just like to leave with you. There isn't a single penny of reimbursement coming from anywhere that could be put back into the reserve. It's all for projects that are yet to be
committed
completed.
funds. Yeah.
So that's where it's coming.
So To your point, and we go through this every single year. It's the maximum that you could potentially do. And we've, at least since I've been here, we've for the most part have always gone back down. But I think we have to send a clear message, not only to our residents, but to everybody else that's paying attention, that we do take this very seriously. I mean, you are the expert up there. You're the one that has been doing this for a very long time. And when I see you concerned, that makes me concerned. And if I'm concerned, everybody else is concerned. And I can tell you, I've talked to more people, to Scott's point, that are amazed that we didn't do it last year. And we're completely understanding. But you do have some that were, everybody's hurting. But to your point, Mr. Vice Mayor, there's a very small amount of that. 6% of your trim notice goes to the actual town of Fort Myers Beach, which is very minimal when you look at the amount of money that you're talking. And no one seems to have an issue when the library board increases their taxes, or the fire district maximizes their taxes, or Lee County, they haven't raised it, but we have to be proactive here. I think we have to set something we'll deal with the shrapnel. In my opinion, if there's people that we have to explain, whatever this maximum is what it is. It doesn't mean this would get, at least this gives us time to find out, are the two things going to be signed? Are we actually going to get those funds? If not, we're really going to wish to God that we did do something like set a maximum. To me, I think it just, again, when I see you worried, that makes me worried. And this it just cements in my mind, the more residents we get in their house, the faster we get them in the house, the faster we get out of this. The 3 and 4 year projects will come when they come. But it's the residents that we need to get back in their houses that are going to drive that number up, which we saw just in the initial numbers. So I'm comfortable with making a recommendation if we have enough support to do it. I don't want to continue to push this off. We could wait till the 17th, but I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference. What's ideal for you, Joe, to make a decision today or wait till the 17th?
Waiting would not have a negative impact on me in any way. That's fine. In fact, I expected you to wait, so that would be fine.
Okay. So are you looking for us to give you a recommendation, or wait till the next meeting I guess what I'm looking for from you personally is for you to tell me what a number is. Because this is what I've been accustomed to since I've been here, is the people that are in the know, that understand and can see the deficiencies and see the strengths, come out and say, this is what I recommend. And then we'll hash it out. And if we agree with you, we agree with you. If we don't, we don't. But that's just my personal.
Since you are asking me, my comfort level would be at like the 1.03 level, which is because I think that's in keeping with the cost of living increase. So to me, I think that that's a reasonable increase if we were to have an increase. And it would bring us about $434,000 that we can add to the reserve. It's not, it's far short of what we need, but if we were to add that much, like over the next, over a 4 year period, like each year do 400,000, starting with next year, then within 4 years we'll be at least to the minimum where I think we should be. So it'd be a step in the right direction. But even if you chose to leave it flat at 0.99, at least we would still be contributing 290,000, which will help. But if you were asking me my recommendation, I would say the 1.03.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought you were going to go higher than that. I thought you were going to say the 1.06, because in my mind, if this is just to set the ceiling with all the unknowns that we don't have, what's the hurt of going to a 0.06, 106, or, what I mean? I would hate to say a 1.03 and then we find out we're getting nothing and we're like, wow, I really wish we would have gone a little bit more, when you can always come back down. And it's a struggle. And I know people in the public, to your point, Vice Mayor Adderholt, don't necessarily see it that way. But you don't get the second bite at the apple, whoever said that.
Right. Once you set the maximum, that's the maximum for that year. So I mean, personally, I hope that we don't need it. I hope everything becomes favorable. But I too would have gone to the max, the 1.06. because we can always change it by September. But it gives us that flexibility. And we do need those reserves. That's been proven. And to your point, Andy, we have no money for any of this canal dredging or any of this stuff. And our livelihood is based on our waters and our tour and that type of thing. And this is so vitally important. And to scrimp on this, it just doesn't make sense to me. We can always change it.
So I guess we'll make a decision next meeting on the 17th. Is that what everybody would like to do? Is that where you feel comfortable? Jim?
I'd feel much more comfortable making a decision on the 17th, and I feel much more comfortable if the town manager makes a formal case for a number. If the finance director says 1.03, that's. I mean, I'm not going to supersede your recommendation, but at the same time, I think a better case needs to be made on the 17th for that number, and I charge you guys with Joe's help to do that in a way that the public can get their head around it, because there's a lot of moving parts right now.
Sure. And Becky, do they just need to table this to 17th? We don't have to.
Yes.
Any other discussion, Councilor King?
I've got a lot of things I want to say, but I'll save them until the 17th.
Okay. Got.
I'm good. I'd say 17th should be, give us a couple weeks to chew on it.
Well, now our discussion has been out in the public, so I'm quite certain we'll hear from people over the next 2 weeks on their thoughts one way or another.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if you'll notice on that resolution, it sets the September hearing dates. If nothing else, can we maybe agree on those
Sure.
so we can get them on our calendar?
Let's do it.
What dates are they?
September 9th and September 16th at 5:01 PM for both.
September what and what?
In the evening.
Could you say those dates again? I'm sorry.
September 9th. It's
Okay.
a Monday.
Okay.
And September 16th. And however you wish to do the meetings.
And those are
we
at
can.
5:01, right?
You have the second hearing September 23rd on here,
Yeah, I thought it was September 23rd.
9th and the 23rd
Okay.
on the reso,
September.
page 755.
Because that's 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
So the 9th and the 23rd. At 5 o'clock?
5:01.
5:01, they have to be after 5 PM.
And the
Are you
23rd.
confirming the 23rd then, Amy?
The 23rd is correct.
Okay. Ooh, good eraser.
And you can choose to do a meeting in the evening, just the budget meetings in the evening, the rest of the regular business during the day, however you want.
It's like this, it'll go right into it.
Yeah, I think, how do we do it before, Jim? I think we did the meeting.
Last year we did two.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. One in
did
the
two.
morning, then one.
Yeah,
It's a
I
lot
think-
depend on the agenda too. If there's a lot
Yeah.
on the agenda, if there's not a lot on the agenda, we could do it both.
Vikings might be playing Monday night. You never know.
That is the first weekend.
It's September. They'll be out of it already, Scott.
Exactly. They're done in preseason. What are you talking about?
It's not like it's the Packers, you know?
Has everybody got the dates, the 9th and the 23rd?
Dates?
I think, is everybody okay?
Yeah.
All right. With that, then I will make a motion to table resolution 24-120 fiscal year 24/25 tentative millage rate discussion until the 17th of June.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Joe. Next is the final public comment. Anyone here for the final public comment? Nope, pretty empty. The final public comment is closed. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Next, hurricane preparedness on June 6th. I'll be meeting with our staff. We'll be meeting with Lee County Sheriff's Office and the Fort Myers Beach Fire Department to just continue to prepare for hurricane season and reentry, things like that. So we'll be bringing more information out and putting some videos out. Nicole and I have already talked.
That's also on the M&P calendar for Thursday too, Andy's.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes. And we're in the afternoon that day. So MMP's that morning. Yes. Cybersecurity training. We will all be having that at some point. State law now is, excuse me, if we happen to be hacked It could be that we are responsible for some of the finances, so we have to go through the security and follow the state law. So you'll be seeing more about that. We do have a town app that we're working on that should offer some feedback with hurricane responses and just interaction with our public. So more of that will be coming out. Nicole and I are working on that now. And also with FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program, we continue to supply all the information. We have everything and have submitted everything to FEMA. Got a meeting with them last Wednesday, I believe it was, and it was a feel-good meeting, not a lot of discussion or gnashing of teeth, but at the same time, you never know what they're going to do. So they've got all our information. We should be getting more feedback. We met, I believe they met with us last Tuesday or Thursday. They'll be back again tomorrow. So we continue to stay engaged with them in an effort to maintain our CRS rating.
So how soon after the 10th, which is the extended deadline, do we expect anything?
They didn't give us a timetable.
Okay.
They just said sometime after that, they'll review everything and then they'll get back with us.
Thank you.
That it?
Yes, sir. I have a quick question for the town manager. There's this community gathering on the June 12th with this, what's the name of the entity?
R2P2.
R2P2.
And the agenda for that is Times Square and Newton Park. And then the night before, the owners of Times Square apparently are having an event at Diamond Head, unveiling their proposal.
Yeah, that's their private event. Yeah.
So how does that are our consultants going to go to their presentation? Because
Do you know? I don't know if they are going to that presentation. They've
I
submitted
think-
something to us about, more design and we have part of the project and part of the process is the town wide.
Yeah.
So they've picked up on that apparently and gotten that information. I just got
It's
Who is
advertised-
they?
information about
Are you saying-
R2P2, our people.
Okay.
Our people.
Our RPT2 has advertised it as Times Square. And so they may want to come a day early and
Correct. We'll
hear
let,
what the
Jason, we'll let them
proposal
know
is,
if
I
they
think.
come early if they want to.
Okay.
Good. Good. Thanks, sir.
Yep.
Becky?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Council member items and reports. Scott?
I have nothing.
Karen?
So I want to bring this up one more time. The majority of our afternoon was spent on traffic and parking and that type of thing. And I've had a few more conversations with commissioners about putting tolls on our bridges to cut through or stop the cut through. I've had these conversations with our town manager, with Frankie. I would like to get it on an M&P agenda so that we could really look into this. My understanding is that our North Bridge is county, but the South Bridge is state. And I'm sorry, just the opposite.
Opposite,
The
yeah.
South Bridge is county, the North Bridge is state. So we'd have to get FDOT involved in this at some point too. But I just really want to have this conversation because if we're looking at like impactful alternatives to our traffic and what we could do about it, I think this is one that we should really look at seriously. So I just want to know if anybody else is in that same thought process as I am, and we could bring it up at an M&P and discuss it.
I'm willing to have the discussion. That's two. That's all you need.
Okay.
Unless there's somebody else who wants to make a. All right. That it?
Yep, that's it.
May I ask, is it too late to add for Thursday? It is, isn't it? So it'd be August.
Yeah, it'll be yeah, I don't know, you're going to get a lot of data generated between now and Thursday.
No. Perfect. Great. Thank you.
And if you can, just to add on to in that M&P, can we get some information other than just having a discussion of whether we want to do it or not do it or support it or not, like how it works everywhere else and okay. Vice Mayor Earl?
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor King?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll bring it up. This is just the only thing I've got is what was discussed at the beginning. As I said, when they were here presenting about the workforce housing, time is obviously of the essence for this funding. And as you heard, it's either a do or die. And if there's a willingness to move forward, great. If there's not, that's fine too. But I think we need to make the decision if we want to pursue this or not pursue it. And it could be the end of the conversation or could it be the start of the conversation? So I'll just go down and ask John where you're at on it.
I guess I don't feel like I have enough yet to make a decision, honestly, one way or the other. I guess I don't have enough to make a pro decision. I can sit back and say no, but I don't want to go there if I can have, I guess the time constraint really bothers me.
Yeah. Me as, and I didn't know there was a time constraint.
Yeah.
When it kind of came up.
I
Otherwise,
just
we'd have
don't
been
want to
talking
rush into a wrong decision.
Sure. And that was why I was asking the question about contingencies. If there's can it be contingent on funding, and if funding doesn't happen, then, but it seems, well,
I'd hate to miss it if it's a great opportunity too, though, but.
Jim?
I felt like because of the weight of the agenda today, I've probably 50 more questions I'd like to ask. And I wanted to be respectful of our time today. So I'm in the same camp. I don't have enough information.
Okay. Karen?
I think the most impactful thing for me is that is such prime real estate. To lease it for $10 a year makes absolutely no sense to me. We talk about the shortages and the millage rate. What if we sold the property? I think there's so many other considerations for that property, and to make a decision on it in the next week or so, it just doesn't seem right for me.
Okay.
I think timing's everything, and it's just too much too quick without public input, without I just feel there's too much pressure and not enough information to make a good decision for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. And when I started down this road of talking to him with it, I thought we would have plenty of time to talk about it.
Sure.
And maybe what he said, there could be some funding that's held back that we can, I guess I would be at least in favor of trying to get more information and figure it out. And if there's more funding in the next round or the next bucket, great, then we'll have the conversation. But I don't feel comfortable moving forward that fast without all the information and not knowing, are we going to get these appropriations or not? I mean, that plays a big key in what we have to do as well. So right now we're not tied to anything. So I at least like to keep the option open to discuss and see if there's another deadline that comes up for another bucket of money. And if you guys can keep an eye on it and let us know, so we don't have to try to make a decision. But I thought it was very informational to understand how it worked, because there was so much I didn't understand. But with that, then
I'll leave you with the words of a great 80s philosopher. Everybody have fun
LL
tonight.
Cool J?
Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
Oh boy,
With that, I'll move to adjourn.
I was close. Motion by
I'll second.